Story 1. It was the first night in the empty bus yard I spent completely alone. I thought the silence would be peaceful, until I realized it wasn't silence at all. My name is Logan. This happened a few years ago when I was 19 years old and living just outside of Columbus, Ohio. At the time, I was struggling to pay for my classes at a local community college and desperately needed a job that fit around my daytime schedule. A friend of mine mentioned that the local school district's transportation yard was looking to hire part-time cleaners. The job was simple enough. We just had to sweep the floors, wipe down the seats, and take out the trash after the drivers brought the buses back from their afternoon routes. I applied immediately and was hired on the spot. The pay wasn't incredible, but the hours were steady, and for the most part, it was a quiet, easy job. The transportation yard itself was massive and incredibly isolated. It was a sprawling lot paved with cracked, uneven asphalt located right on the edge of the city limits. The entire property was enclosed by a 12-foot chain-link fence with rusted barbed wire coiled along the top. On one side of the lot was a quiet highway that hardly saw any traffic after dark, but on the other three sides, the yard was bordered by a thick, dense stretch of woods. The trees grew right up against the metal fence. At night, staring into those woods was like looking into a solid wall of black ink. It always felt like something was hiding just past the tree line. There were only a handful of tall industrial floodlights positioned around the perimeter of the yard. They were old and the bulbs were dim, casting long, heavy shadows between the neat rows of parked buses. Walking down the narrow lanes between the vehicles at night always gave me a creeping sense of claustrophobia. The buses towered over you, completely blocking out the ambient light. It felt like walking through a man-made canyon of freezing yellow metal. You could only see a few feet in front of you before the shadows simply swallowed everything up. This specific incident took place right in the middle of January. If you have ever experienced a winter in Ohio, you know exactly how brutal it can get. The temperature had dropped down into the single digits, and a harsh, biting wind blew constantly off the nearby highway. A thick layer of hard, icy snow covered the entire asphalt lot. Every single step you took made a loud, crunching sound that echoed off the sides of the metal buses. The air was so incredibly cold that it hurt to breathe, and my breath constantly hung in thick white clouds in the dark air. Normally there were 3 or 4 of us working the late cleaning shift, along with our shift supervisor, an older guy named Dave. Dave was a friendly, loud guy who always walked around carrying a heavy metal clipboard, checking off the bus numbers as we finished sweeping them. Our shift usually started around 4 in the afternoon and wrapped up by 9 o'clock at night, but on this specific Tuesday, things did not go according to our normal routine. The winter flu had been going around the county, and 2 of our regular cleaners had called out sick that morning. That left just me, another young cleaner named Mark, and Dave to tackle a fleet of over 60 buses. We worked as quickly as we could, moving from row to row, but the freezing temperatures were severely slowing us down. My fingers were stiff and clumsy inside my cheap work gloves, and the damp cold seemed to seep right through my heavy winter coat. By 8:30 in the evening, we were still barely halfway through the lot. We were all exhausted, freezing, and just wanted to go home. Mark ended up having to leave right at 9 o'clock. He had a second job that started very early the next morning, and he simply couldn't afford to stay late. Dave and I kept pushing through, taking on the remaining rows by ourselves to try and catch up. I really appreciated Dave staying out in the freezing cold to help me, rather than just sitting inside the heated main office building. But right around 10:15 at night, Dave walked over to the bus I was currently sweeping. He stood outside the open folding doors and yelled up the metal steps to get my attention. He told me he was completely exhausted and his back was killing him from the cold. He said he was going to lock up the main office building and head home for the night. He pointed his gloved hand toward the very back corner of the yard, right near the dark tree line, and told me there were only about 6 buses left in that final row. He said if I wanted the extra overtime hours, I could finish those last few, lock the heavy main gate behind me, and clock out. If I was too cold, he said I could just leave them for the morning crew to deal with. I told him I would stay and finish the job. I really needed the extra overtime money to help pay for my expensive textbooks that semester, and 6 buses didn't seem like too much extra work to handle. I watched Dave nod his head, pull his heavy orange jacket tighter around himself, and walk carefully across the frozen, slippery asphalt toward his truck. I stood in the doorway of the dark bus and watched as his headlights clicked on, sweeping brightly across the dark yard. He pulled out of the main gate, turned onto the empty highway, and drove away. That was the exact moment the true isolation of the place finally settled in. The silence that rushed in to replace the sound of Dave's truck engine was heavy and oppressive. It wasn't a peaceful silence at all. It was the kind of deep quiet that makes your ears ring uncomfortably. The only sound left in the entire world was the low, distant howling of the winter wind moving through the dark woods just beyond the fence. I pulled my coat tighter around my neck, grabbed my plastic broom, and started walking slowly toward the back row. The 6 remaining buses were parked in the darkest corner of the entire lot. The nearest floodlight was a good 50 yards away, and its bulb was flickering slightly, casting a weak, unstable orange glow over the snow. These buses were parked parallel to the chain-link fence, with the dense, black woods looming directly behind them. The shadows back here were so incredibly thick they almost felt physical. As I walked down the narrow gap toward the first bus in the row, I couldn't shake the feeling of being completely exposed to whatever might be in the trees. I decided to take my headphones off and just let them hang around my neck. Being out here alone in the dark, I wanted to make sure I could clearly hear my surroundings. I climbed the steep metal steps of the first bus, the cold metal clanging loudly under my heavy winter boots. The interior of the bus was absolutely freezing. The air felt trapped and stale, smelling strongly of old diesel fuel, wet rubber floor mats, and the faint lingering scent of chemical floor wax. I turned on the small, battery-powered camping lantern I always brought with me on night shifts. I set it down on the driver's seat to keep my hands free. It cast a dim, shaky circle of white light down the narrow center aisle, leaving the back half of the bus completely swallowed in deep shadows. Sweeping a dark, empty school bus in the dead of winter is an incredibly eerie and uncomfortable experience. Every single sound you make is unnaturally magnified. The scraping of the stiff broom bristles against the rubber floor sounded impossibly loud in the confined space. The metal frame of the bus would occasionally let out these deep, sudden groans and loud popping sounds as the extreme cold caused the metal to contract rapidly. Every time it happened, I would jump slightly, my heart skipping a quick beat before realizing what the noise was. I worked methodically, starting from the very back seat and sweeping the dirt forward toward the stairwell. I finished the first bus quickly and moved on to the second. Then I finished the third. The familiar routine was keeping my mind somewhat occupied, but the cold was really starting to become unbearable. My toes were completely numb inside my boots, and my face felt stiff and badly windburned. By the time I finally reached the fourth bus, I checked my phone screen. It was nearing 11:30 at night. I just wanted to get this over with, get into my car, blast the warm heater, and go home to my apartment. I climbed heavily into the fourth bus and walked all the way to the very back row, carrying my lantern with me this time to see better. I set it on one of the back seats so I could see the floor. I crouched down low, trying to dig a squished juice box out from under the heavy metal seat frame. As I was scraping at it with the handle of my broom, I suddenly paused. I stopped moving completely, holding my breath. I thought I heard a distinct sound coming from outside the bus. It wasn't the wind howling through the trees, and it wasn't the metal of the bus groaning in the cold. It sounded distinctly like the slow, deliberate crunch of a heavy boot stepping onto the icy snow. It came from somewhere near the front of the bus, right by the open folding doors. I stayed crouched down in the dark aisle, not daring to move a muscle. I strained my ears, listening perfectly still for what felt like an eternity, but the sound didn't repeat. There was only the dead, ringing silence of the frozen yard. I slowly let out my breath, shaking my head at myself. I muttered out loud into the empty bus, trying to break the heavy tension in the air. I logically told myself it was just a heavy piece of ice falling off the roof, or maybe a stray raccoon wandering out of the woods looking for food in the trash cans. I forced myself to go back to sweeping, trying to push the creeping paranoia completely out of my mind. I was just tired, freezing cold, and letting my imagination get the better of me in the dark. But a few minutes later, as I was sweeping near the middle of the bus aisle, I heard it. It was incredibly clear, cutting right through the quiet night air. It came from outside, directly near the open doorway at the front of the bus. "Logan." It was Dave's voice, my supervisor. It sounded exactly like him. It had his specific gravelly pitch and that slight rasp he always spoke with. I stopped sweeping immediately and stood up straight, my heart hammering against my ribs. A wave of total confusion washed over me. I had personally watched Dave leave over an hour ago. I had seen his truck drive away down the empty highway. Why on earth would he be back here, standing in the freezing cold at almost midnight? My first logical thought was that maybe he had forgotten to give me a specific set of keys to lock the gate, or maybe he came back to check on me because I was working alone so late in this terrible weather. I turned toward the front of the bus. The dim light from my lantern barely reached the driver's seat. The large windshield was just a square of pitch blackness reflecting the interior. "Dave," I called out carefully. My voice sounded weak and shaky, barely carrying down the long aisle. There was absolutely no response, just thick silence. I took a few slow steps forward, gripping the hard plastic handle of my broom tightly in my hands. I squinted my eyes, trying to see through the dirty glass of the windshield into the lot. I couldn't see the outline of anyone standing near the doors. There was no bright orange safety jacket reflecting any light from the distant floodlights. "Hey Logan, come down here for a second." The voice came again from the darkness outside. It was definitely Dave's voice. But as I heard it the second time, every single instinct in my body screamed that something was terribly wrong. The tone was completely wrong. It was flat, lifeless, and completely devoid of any emotion or natural human inflection. It didn't sound like a person speaking a sentence naturally. It sounded exactly like an audio recording being played back over a cheap speaker. A cold, heavy knot formed deep in the pit of my stomach. My mouth went completely dry. Logic was desperately telling me it had to be my supervisor standing out there, but my gut was screaming that whatever just spoke was not Dave. I forced myself to walk the rest of the way down the aisle. I stopped at the very top of the metal steps, staying securely inside the dark bus, and slowly leaned my head out to look through the open folding doors. The small patch of ground illuminated by the faint ambient light outside was completely empty. The thick, icy crust of snow was entirely unbroken. There were no fresh footprints leading up to the doors at all. There was no one standing there in the cold. "Dave," I whispered out into the freezing air. I gripped the freezing metal handrail and forced myself to take one slow step down, then another. I stepped slowly out onto the freezing asphalt, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it beating in my throat. I looked to my left, quickly scanning the dark gap between my bus and the fence. Nothing. I looked to my right, peering down the long, empty row of yellow metal. Nothing. I even bent down nervously and looked underneath the bus, checking for feet standing on the other side. The entire back corner of the yard was completely, utterly deserted. Panic started to rapidly bubble up in my chest. The freezing air suddenly felt incredibly suffocating. If Dave wasn't standing here, if there was absolutely no one around, then where did that voice just come from? I looked out nervously across the massive expanse of the lot. The only vehicle parked anywhere in the entire yard was my own small sedan, sitting under a distant floodlight by the main gate. Dave's truck was absolutely nowhere to be found. I felt completely exposed. The tall shadows surrounding me suddenly felt deeply threatening. I made a split-second decision right then and there. I didn't care about cleaning the last 2 buses. I didn't care about the overtime money or getting in trouble with management or leaving my cleaning tools behind. I just needed to get in my car, lock the doors tightly, and leave this place immediately. I turned around quickly to grab my coat and my lantern from inside the bus so I could run. As my hand reached out to grab the metal handrail to pull myself back up the steps, I froze completely. My blood turned to absolute ice in my veins. Every single muscle in my body locked up tightly. From the open doors of the bus parked immediately to my right, the 5th bus in the row, the one I hadn't even gone inside yet, I heard a sound. It was the distinct, heavy crunch of a boot stepping firmly onto the bottom metal step of the stairwell. Someone or something was standing just inside the darkness of the bus right next to me. I was entirely paralyzed with fear. I stood there on the freezing asphalt, not even daring to breathe, staring blankly at the dark, open rectangular doorway of the adjacent bus. It was parked so close to mine that the gap between them was barely 3 feet wide. The interior of that specific bus was a void of absolute pitch blackness. I couldn't see anything moving inside the shadows. I waited terrified, listening desperately for the sound of another footstep. I waited for whoever was in there to step out into the dim light, but nothing moved at all. There was no rustling of winter clothes, no breathing, no shifting of weight on the metal stairs, just a horrifying, unnatural stillness. And then, from the absolute farthest back corner of that dark, empty bus, a voice drifted slowly out into the freezing night air. It was very quiet this time, barely above a harsh whisper, echoing softly down the empty aisle of the yellow machine. "Hey, Logan, come down here for a second." It was Dave's voice again. But this time, the impossible reality of the terrifying situation crashed down on me completely. It repeated the exact same phrase, word for perfect word, with the exact same unnatural, flat, emotionless, recording-like tone. But it was coming from deep inside a bus that I knew with absolute certainty was completely empty just moments ago. It was mimicking my supervisor perfectly, trying to get me to step inside the dark vehicle. I didn't try to rationalize it anymore. Pure, primal, blinding terror took complete control of my body. I didn't grab my lantern. I didn't grab my winter coat. I turned my back to those dark buses and I ran. I sprinted across the dark, icy asphalt of the yard faster than I have ever run in my entire life. I wasn't looking at where my feet were landing. I was just focused entirely on the distant floodlight shining near the main gate where my car was parked. I hit a patch of solid black ice and my feet flew violently out from under me. I crashed hard onto my knees and elbows, the rough icy asphalt tearing through my jeans and scraping my skin raw. But I didn't stop moving for a single second. I scrambled frantically back to my feet, ignoring the sharp, burning pain in my legs, and kept running forward. I felt an overwhelming, suffocating sense of dread pressing heavily against my back. It felt like if I stopped running, or if I even dared to turn my head and look behind me, I would see something standing in the open doorway of that bus, watching me escape into the dark. I finally reached my small car, gasping desperately for air, my chest burning from the freezing cold wind. I fumbled frantically with my keys, my hands shaking so violently I dropped them directly into the deep snow. I dropped to my knees, frantically digging through the icy slush until my numb fingers wrapped tightly around the cold metal. I shoved the key roughly into the lock, ripped the door open, and threw myself into the driver's seat. I slammed the door shut behind me and instantly hit the lock button. I didn't even bother putting my seatbelt on. I shoved the key into the ignition, cranked the engine loudly, and threw the car into reverse. I backed up recklessly, almost hitting the tall chain-link fence before slamming the gear into drive. I sped out blindly through the open main gate, the tires squealing and slipping dangerously on the icy road as I pulled out onto the highway. I drove for several miles before I finally started to slow down to a safe speed. I didn't turn the radio on. I just drove in complete silence, shivering violently from the brutal cold and the fatting adrenaline, my knuckles completely white from gripping the steering wheel so hard. I kept checking my rearview mirror constantly, terrified that I was going to see something sitting quietly in the backseat of my car in the dark. I didn't go back to the transportation yard the next day. I completely ignored the phone calls from the main office. I ignored the confused voicemails from Dave asking where I was, why I had left my coat and lantern behind in the bus, and why the main gate had been left wide open all night. I waited 3 full days before I finally called the manager and told them I was quitting effectively immediately. I lied to them and said the late night hours were causing me to fail my college classes. I never told anyone what actually happened that freezing night. I knew exactly how crazy the story would sound to anyone else. They would just tell me it was the howling wind, or exhaustion, or my imagination playing terrible tricks on me in the dark isolation of the yard. They would try to find a logical explanation for it to make themselves feel better. But there is no logical explanation. I know exactly what I heard out there in the cold. I know that whatever was hiding in the back of that dark, freezing school bus wasn't Dave. It wasn't human at all. It was something else entirely. Something that had quietly listened to us working, learned my name, learned my supervisor's voice perfectly, and used it to try and lure me into the dark where no one could see. It's been a few years since I worked at that bus yard, and I've moved away from the Columbus area since then. But sometimes on really cold winter nights, when the apartment is completely quiet and the wind is howling outside my window, I still catch myself freezing in place. I find myself holding my breath, staring nervously at the dark gap beneath my bedroom door, absolutely terrified that I'm going to hear that flat, lifeless whisper calling my name again. Story 2. Back in a coastal hotel in Nova Scotia during an off-season winter storm, I worked the night shift at a gas station. I used to think the scariest thing I'd see was a drunk customer. I was wrong. Well, to be perfectly accurate, I didn't actually work inside the hotel itself. I worked at a tiny, isolated gas station about half a mile down the road. But that job is the exact reason I ended up spending the absolute worst night of my life inside that building. I was 22 years old at the time. I was taking a semester off from college and needed a break from everything, so I moved up north. I found a cheap rental in a small coastal town that basically shut down completely during the winter. By November, most of the tourist shops had boarded up their windows. The only people left were the hardened locals who didn't mind the brutal, freezing cold. It was mid-January when a massive blizzard rolled in off the coast. The local weather forecast had been warning us about it for nearly a week. They said it was going to be the absolute worst winter storm the area had seen in almost a decade. By 8 p.m. that night, the snow was falling so heavily that I couldn't even see the main road from my spot behind the cash register. The wind was howling violently against the thin glass doors of the gas station. Every time a gust hit, the entire building rattled. It honestly sounded like the roof was going to tear right off. The fluorescent lights above me kept flickering and buzzing. Nobody was driving in that mess. The roads were already completely buried under thick sheets of white. I was just wiping down the counters and listening to the radio static when the landline phone suddenly rang. It made me jump. I picked it up and it was my manager. He sounded incredibly stressed out. He told me that the city had officially pulled all the snowplows off the roads. It was simply too dangerous for them to be out there, which meant nobody was going anywhere. He told me I needed to lock up the gas station immediately and find safe shelter for the night. My small rental apartment was over 10 miles away, out on a rural back road. There was absolutely no way I was making it back there in my old, beat-up car. I would have ended up stuck in a ditch within 5 minutes. My manager said he had already made a phone call to an old historic hotel just down the street. It was called the Seaview Inn. He told me he had already paid for a room over the phone with the company card. All I had to do was bundle up, walk half a mile down the road, and check in at the front desk. I thanked him, hung up the phone, and quickly grabbed my heavy winter coat and my backpack. I turned off all the store lights, locked the heavy deadbolts on the front doors, and turned around to face the storm. Stepping outside was brutal. The wind hit me so incredibly hard that I literally stumbled backward. The freezing cold was instantly painful against my face. The snow wasn't just falling downward, it was blowing completely sideways, flying through the air like tiny shards of glass. I kept my head down, tucked my chin into my jacket, and forced myself to walk. That half-mile trek felt like it took hours. The snow was already drifting up past my knees in some spots. I couldn't see more than 5 feet in front of me. I felt completely cut off from the rest of the world, surrounded by nothing but roaring wind and blinding white snow. Finally, the massive, dark shape of the hotel appeared out of the storm. It was a huge, imposing building from the 1920s, covered in dark wooden siding. It looked completely dead. Almost every single window on the building was dark. I dragged myself up the front steps, pushed my weight against the heavy wooden front doors, and stumbled into the lobby. The sudden silence inside was actually shocking. After listening to the deafening roar of the wind for so long, the quietness of the hotel felt heavy. It felt suffocating. My ears were ringing, and the lobby was incredibly warm compared to the freezing nightmare outside. The lobby itself was very dimly lit. It smelled faintly of old pine wood, damp carpets, and decades of settled dust. There was a large stone fireplace on the far wall, but it was completely empty and cold. The only sound was the slow, steady ticking of a grandfather clock standing in the corner. Behind the dark mahogany front desk stood a man who looked to be in his late 60s. He was wearing a faded, oversized suit jacket. He looked incredibly tired, with deep, dark bags under his eyes. He didn't even attempt to smile when I walked up to the counter, leaving a trail of melting snow behind me on the rug. I cleared my throat and told him my name, explaining that my manager from the gas station had called ahead to pay for a room. The clerk just nodded slowly. He didn't say a word at first. He opened a massive, heavy leather binder and ran his finger down a page that looked almost entirely empty. "Room 214, he finally said. His voice was low, raspy, and incredibly dry. He reached under the counter and handed me a heavy brass key. It wasn't a modern plastic keycard, but an actual old-fashioned metal key. "You're on the top floor," he added, staring down at the open book instead of looking at me. "You're actually the only guest on the second floor tonight. Everybody else is down here on the ground level, so it should be very quiet for you." I took the cold metal key and thanked him. I was honestly so exhausted that I didn't care where they put me. I just wanted to take off my freezing wet boots and get under some warm blankets. I turned around and started walking toward the main staircase, but as I took my first few steps, the clerk spoke up again. His raspy voice echoed slightly in the empty, quiet lobby. "And don't worry if you happen to hear any noises coming from above you tonight," he said casually. "The third floor is completely closed for renovations. Nobody is up there." I stopped walking. I turned my head and looked back at him. I was a bit confused by what he just said. "Wait, I thought you just said I was on the top floor," I said. He slowly closed the heavy leather binder. He still didn't look up at me. "You are. The third floor isn't for guests. Have a good night." I stood there for a second, but I didn't push the conversation any further. I was simply too tired to care about the confusing architectural layout of the building. I figured he just misspoke, or maybe the third floor was just an old storage attic. I walked over to the main staircase. The hotel elevator was located right next to the stairs, but it looked incredibly sketchy. It was one of those ancient, wood-paneled elevators with a sliding metal grate instead of normal doors. Considering the power outside was already flickering, I definitely didn't want to risk getting trapped in there. I decided to take the stairs. The wooden steps creaked loudly under my boots. Every single footstep I took seemed to echo all the way back down into the silent lobby. I reached the second floor landing and opened the heavy fire door. The hallway was incredibly long, stretching out deep into the darkness of the building. The only source of light came from a few dim, yellow wall lamps spaced far apart. The walls were covered in this ugly, faded floral wallpaper that was peeling badly at the corners. The floor was lined with a dark red carpet that looked like it had been there since the hotel first opened. The whole place gave off a very weird, uncomfortable energy. I walked slowly down the quiet hallway, reading the tarnished brass numbers screwed into the wooden doors. 210, 212, 214. I slid the heavy brass key into the lock. It clicked loudly, and I pushed the heavy door open. The room was freezing cold. The small metal radiator in the corner was hissing, but it was barely pushing out any actual heat. The room was filled with heavy, antique wooden furniture. There was a large bed in the center, a massive, dark wooden wardrobe against the wall, and a small desk near the window. I locked the door securely behind me and threw my wet backpack onto the wooden chair. I walked over to the window and looked out. The frost was incredibly thick on the glass. I could barely make out the swirling snow in the darkness outside. It felt like I was trapped in a snow globe. I quickly changed out of my damp work clothes and threw on a dry shirt. I crawled into the large bed, pulling the heavy, scratchy wool blankets all the way up to my chin. For a little while, everything was completely normal. It was just a quiet, freezing room in an empty, old hotel. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling and listening to the faint, continuous whistling of the wind hitting the glass outside. I pulled out my phone to check the time. It was exactly 11:15 p.m. I noticed I had absolutely zero cell service. No bars at all. I sighed, placed the phone on the nightstand, closed my eyes, and let my deep exhaustion take over. I don't know exactly how much time passed, or exactly when I finally managed to fall asleep, but I know exactly what woke me up. It was a sound, a very distinct, dull, heavy thud. My eyes snapped open immediately. I lay perfectly still in the bed, staring up at the pitch-black ceiling. The room was completely dark and entirely silent. At first, my brain did what anyone's brain does. It tried to logically rationalize the noise. I told myself it was just a strong gust of wind hitting the roof, or maybe the old wooden beams of the building were just expanding and settling in the freezing temperature. That happens in older houses all the time. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes again, and tried to force myself back to sleep. About 10 minutes passed in complete, uninterrupted silence. I was just starting to drift off again. And then I heard it a second time. This time it wasn't just a quick thud, it was a scrape. It was a long, incredibly heavy, drawn-out scraping noise. It sounded exactly like a massive piece of solid wooden furniture being slowly dragged across a bare, uncarpeted wooden floor. And the terrible part was, it came from directly above my room. The sound was so heavy that it actually vibrated through the ceiling above me. I felt the vibration in the walls. A light sprinkle of dry plaster dust fell from the ceiling and landed softly on my dark blanket. I sat up slowly in the bed. My heart started beating a lot faster. My mouth suddenly felt very dry. I immediately thought back to exactly what the clerk downstairs had told me. The third floor is closed for renovations. Nobody is up there. But why on earth would someone be moving incredibly heavy furniture around at exactly midnight, during a massive, dangerous winter blizzard? It made absolutely no logical sense. No construction crew would be working at this hour. The awful scraping sound stopped. The silence returned to the room, but it wasn't a peaceful, sleepy silence anymore. It felt incredibly heavy. It felt tense. It felt like something up there was waiting. I sat frozen in the bed, holding my breath, listening as hard as I possibly could. Then the footsteps started. They were slow, they were deliberate, and they were impossibly heavy. Thud, pause, thud, pause. It sounded like someone wearing thick, heavy work boots. They were walking very slowly from one side of the room directly above me, making their way toward the center. I wasn't just slightly confused anymore. I was genuinely, deeply afraid. This didn't sound like accidental settling. It didn't sound like late-night construction work. It sounded exactly like someone was packing back and forth in the dark right above my head. The slow footsteps walked all the way across the ceiling until they reached the exact spot right above my bed. And then they stopped. I stared up at the ceiling, completely paralyzed. I barely even wanted to blink. I had this sudden, awful, sickening feeling that whoever or whatever was standing up there knew exactly where I was lying. I felt exposed. I felt like they were looking straight down through the wooden floorboards right at me. I realized I couldn't just sit there in the pitch black anymore. I slowly reached my hand over to the small nightstand and turned on the bedside lamp. A very dim, sickly yellow light filled the freezing room. I grabbed the old, heavy rotary phone sitting next to the lamp. I wanted to call down to the front desk. I wanted to demand that the clerk tell me exactly who was up there. I picked up the receiver and pressed it tightly against my ear. There was no dial tone. The phone was completely dead. All I could hear was a hollow, empty, faint static sound. I quickly pressed the clear plastic button on the cradle a few times in a row, hoping it would miraculously connect to the front desk. Nothing happened. I aggressively slammed the phone back down onto the nightstand. Frustration was rapidly mixing with my growing fear. I felt completely trapped. The exact second the heavy phone slammed down onto the wood, An incredibly aggressive stomp hit the floorboards directly above me. Bang! It was so incredibly loud that I literally jumped out of the bed and stumbled backward. It wasn't a normal footstep. It was an intentional, angry, forceful stomp. It felt as if whoever was standing up there was directly reacting to the noise I had just made. A freezing cold wave of dread washed completely over me. I slowly backed away from the bed until my back hit the wall near the door. I waited in silence for another sound. I waited for another stomp, but there was nothing, just dead, heavy silence. I decided right then and there that I could not stay in that room for another second. The suffocating feeling of being actively watched from directly above was too overwhelming. I didn't care how tired I was. I decided I was going to pack my bag, walk back down to the lobby, and sit in a chair near the front desk until the sun finally came up. I quickly grabbed my clothes from the chair and put them back on over my dry shirt. My hands were visibly shaking as I tied my boots. I grabbed my backpack, quickly unlocked the heavy door, and stepped out into the long hallway. The second-floor hallway was somehow even colder than my room. The dim, yellow wall lamps were flickering much worse now, causing the long shadows on the faded floral wallpaper to violently dance around. I looked down the long corridor. It was completely empty and dead silent. I started walking quickly toward the main staircase at the end of the hall, but as I hurried past the old elevator, I suddenly stopped in my tracks. The old sliding metal grate of the elevator was completely closed, but the tarnished brass panel on the wall next to it had a small, dull light glowing directly above the call button. The elevator was already sitting perfectly still on my floor. My legs felt incredibly weak from the adrenaline pumping through my body. The thought of walking down those dark, quiet, creaking stairs suddenly terrified me. I just wanted to get down to the brightly lit lobby as fast as humanly possible. I nervously reached out and pushed the round call button. The heavy metal doors instantly rattled, and the rusted metal grate slowly, loudly slid open. I stepped inside the small elevator car. It was uncomfortably tight, lined with dark, smudged mirrors on all three sides that made me feel like I was surrounded by a dozen terrified versions of myself. I turned around to face the brass button panel next to the door. I reached my hand out to press the button for the lobby, but my hand froze in midair. I stared at the panel. There was a round, black button for the first floor. Right above it, there was a round, black button for the second floor. And above that, there was absolutely nothing. There was no button for a third floor at all. It was just a perfectly flat, solid sheet of smooth brass. My stomach completely dropped. I remembered the tired clerk's exact words. The third floor is closed for renovations. Nobody is up there. But looking closely at this old mechanical panel, there wasn't even a physical option to go to a third floor. The elevator didn't go higher than where I was currently standing. It was as if a third floor didn't even exist in this building's blueprints. I quickly smashed my thumb against the button for the first floor. I just wanted to get out of that box. The heavy metal grate loudly rattled and slowly slid completely shut. I stood there, holding my breath, waiting for that familiar, stomach-dropping feeling of the elevator going down. But suddenly the entire elevator car jerked roughly, and then I felt the unmistakable, sickening sensation of moving upward. The thick, ancient metal cables groaned and snapped loudly directly above my head. I was going up. I instantly panicked. I started violently mashing the lobby button over and over again with my palm. I was practically hitting the brass panel, but it didn't do anything. The elevator just kept slowly, steadily rising past the second floor. It moved slowly through the dark shaft for about 10 agonizing seconds, and then, with a very harsh, echoing mechanical clunk, the car stopped moving. The old metal grate slowly began to slide open. A sudden blast of freezing, incredibly stale air hit my face. It smelled awful. It smelled like raw, rotting timber, mold, and decades of undisturbed dust. I looked out. It was absolutely pitch black. There was no hallway. There was no floral wallpaper. There were no dim yellow lamps. It was just a massive, empty void. I fumbled in my pocket with shaking hands, pulled out my cell phone, and turned on the bright flashlight. The harsh white beam cut violently into the darkness. It wasn't a hotel floor at all. It was just an unfinished, abandoned, cavernous attic space. There was no insulation, just exposed, rotting wooden beams above, and thick, gray dust completely covering the unfinished floorboards. I nervously pointed my flashlight slightly down toward the floor just outside the elevator doors. Right there, clearly visible in the thick gray dust, were fresh drag marks. Wide, sweeping, deep lines where something incredibly heavy had just been violently pushed across the room. I slowly followed the drag marks with my trembling beam of light. At the very end of the long marks, sitting perfectly still in the center of the dark attic, was a large, old wooden chair. As I watched in absolute frozen horror, the heavy wooden chair slowly, loudly slid another inch across the floorboards, completely by itself. I gasped and quickly looked back down at the brass panel inside the elevator car. The completely blank, flat metal spot located directly above the second floor button was glowing. A faint, sickly, pulsing yellow light was literally shining straight through the solid brass, right in the exact spot where a third floor button should have been. I screamed out loud and violently smashed the lobby button with the bottom of my palm. I hit it as hard as I could. For 2 agonizing seconds, nothing happened, and then the heavy metal grate finally slammed shut. The elevator instantly dropped rapidly down the dark shaft toward the lobby. When the doors finally opened on the ground floor, the clerk was nowhere to be seen. The front desk was completely empty. I didn't care. I ran straight to a small armchair in the farthest, brightest corner of the lobby and sat there, wide awake, until the sun finally came up through the windows. When morning finally arrived and the storm cleared, I grabbed my bag and practically ran out the front doors. I walked out into the middle of the snowy street and slowly turned around to look back up at the hotel building. I stood there in the freezing morning air and counted the rows of windows. 1, 2. There was absolutely no third floor. There were no hidden windows. There was no upper level, just a flat, sloping, snow-covered roof sitting directly above the second floor. The hotel had never had a third floor, and whoever or whatever was packing back and forth above my room that night, dragging that heavy furniture in the dark, they definitely weren't a guest. Story 3. This happened during the summer. I snuck into a closed community pool. Everyone was afraid of what was outside, but my fear came from inside my own house. The air conditioning unit had completely died during one of the worst heat waves Arizona had seen in years. My house had turned into an absolute oven. It was suffocating. I felt trapped in my own bedroom, sweating through my sheets in the pitch black. The heat made the silence of the house feel heavy and oppressive. I just couldn't take being inside anymore. I had to get out. I grabbed my phone from my nightstand. It was almost 2 in the morning. I opened a group chat with my 2 best friends, Mark and Chris. I figured they were probably asleep, but I was desperate for any kind of distraction from the stifling heat of my room. To my surprise, they both replied almost instantly. Neither of them could sleep either. The Arizona summer was just too relentless. We started messaging back and forth, trying to figure out what to do to cool off. That was when Chris brought up the community pool. The pool was located right in the middle of our subdivision. During the day, it was always packed with families, loud music, and lifeguards blowing whistles. But at night, it was locked up tight behind an 8-foot chain-link fence. Chris suggested we just sneak in. He said nobody would be around at 2 a.m. on a Tuesday. At first, I hesitated. I wasn't exactly the type to break the rules or trespass, but the thought of just sitting in the cool water sounded better than burning up in my bed. I agreed. We decided to meet at the corner of my street. I quietly opened my bedroom window and slipped out into the night. The air outside wasn't much better than inside. It was thick and warm, radiating off the asphalt from the day's sun. The neighborhood was completely dead. There were no cars driving by, no porch lights on, just the hum of distant air conditioners and the occasional chirp of a cricket. It felt like we were the only 3 people awake in the entire town. When I met up with Mark and Chris, we didn't say much. We just gave each other a nod and started walking toward the recreation center. The walk took about 15 minutes. With every step we took, I felt a slight knot forming in my stomach. The rational part of my brain kept telling me this was a bad idea, but the heat was so unbearable that I just ignored the feeling. I just wanted to get into that water. We finally reached the back side of the pool area. This section of the fence backed up against a small patch of desert landscaping, so it was hidden from the main road. The streetlights didn't really reach back here. It was incredibly dark. Chris went first. He grabbed the chain-link fence, pulled himself up, and swung his legs over the top. He dropped down quietly onto the concrete pool deck. Mark followed right after him. Then it was my turn. I grabbed the warm metal of the fence and hoisted myself up. As I balanced at the top, I took a look at the pool below. It looked completely different at night. Without the underwater lights or the bright sunshine, the water looked like a massive slab of black glass. It was perfectly still. At the far end of the pool, there were 2 diving platforms towering over the deep end. At the closer end, sitting over the shallow water, was the main attraction, a massive, winding fiberglass water slide. I dropped down onto the concrete deck, my sneakers making a soft thud. The smell of strong chlorine hit me immediately. It was a familiar smell, but in the dead of night, it somehow felt out of place. We all stood there for a second, just listening. The only sound was the faint, steady hum of the pool's filtration system running somewhere in a locked utility closet. It felt like we had broken into some kind of abandoned facility. Mark and Chris wasted no time. They stripped down to their swim trunks and immediately headed toward the deep end. They were whispering and laughing, daring each other to jump off the highest diving platform. I wasn't really in the mood for all that. I'm not a fan of heights, and honestly, the dark water at the deep end kind of freaked me out. I just wanted to sit and cool off. I walked over to the shallow end, right near the base of the massive water slide. The slide was huge. It had these thick structural support columns that went straight down into the water. Because of how it was built, it cast a giant, pitch-black shadow over a large section of the shallow end. You couldn't see anything underneath it. It was just a void of darkness. I sat down on the edge of the pool, right where the shadow of the slide began. I took off my shoes and let my legs dangle into the water. It was freezing cold, but it felt amazing against the hot summer air. I let out a long breath, finally feeling some relief from the heat. I leaned back on my hands and just stared out across the dark surface of the pool. Down at the other end, Mark and Chris were climbing the ladders to the diving boards. Their voices echoed slightly across the empty space. Because they were so far away, their whispers sounded hollow and distant. It created this weird sense of isolation. Even though I was there with my friends, sitting alone in the shallow end made me feel like I was entirely by myself. I think I sat there for about 10 minutes, just kicking my feet gently in the water. I was actually starting to relax. The tension of sneaking out was fading away, but then my ears picked up something else. A sound that didn't belong to the hum of the filter and didn't belong to my friends at the deep end. It was a splash, a very slow, deliberate splash. I stopped kicking my feet. I held my breath and just listened. The surface of the water near me went perfectly still. I waited for a few seconds, staring into the dark. Nothing happened. I let out a quiet sigh. I told myself it was probably just the water settling from my own movement, or maybe one of the jets kicking on from the pool's machinery. I tried to shake it off. But then I heard it again, splash. This time it was louder, and it wasn't a random, chaotic sound. It sounded exactly like someone taking a step in waist-deep water. The sound came directly from underneath the massive structure of the water slide, right from the center of that pitch-black shadow. I felt a sudden chill run up my arms that had nothing to do with the cold water. I squinted, leaning forward slightly, trying to pierce through the darkness beneath the slide. I couldn't see anything. The shadow was too thick, but I knew exactly where the sound had come from. I looked over toward the deep end. Mark and Chris were standing on the edge of the diving boards, quietly arguing about who was going to jump first. They were completely oblivious. They hadn't heard a thing. I thought about calling out to them, but something stopped me. I don't know why, but I felt like if I spoke, whatever was under the slide would know exactly where I was. I turned my attention back to the shadow. I sat completely frozen. I didn't even want to pull my legs out of the water because I was terrified the sound of my movement would draw attention to me. I just stared at the black void, waiting. Hopping I was just being paranoid, hopping it was just a strange echo. Then the sound continued, step, splash, step, splash. It was a slow, agonizing rhythm. Someone or something was wading through the shallow end underneath the slide. It sounded heavy. The water displaced with a thick, sloshing noise with every step, and the worst part was the pattern. It wasn't moving toward the stairs. It wasn't moving out into the open pool. It sounded like it was just packing, back and forth, right at the edge of the darkness. My heart started hammering in my chest. The rational explanations were instantly gone. There was no way a pool filter could make that sound. There was no way an animal that happened to fall in would be packing back and forth with slow, rhythmic steps. This was deliberate. This was human, or at least it sounded human. I wanted to run. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to pull my legs out of the water and sprint for the fence. But I was trapped in this horrible state of paralysis. I felt like prey. I felt like if I made a sudden move, the splashing would speed up and rush out of the darkness toward me. Step, splash, step, splash. The packing continued for what felt like an eternity. It was probably only 30 seconds, but when you are sitting in the dark, listening to an unseen presence in the water right next to you, time stops making sense. I was gripping the concrete edge of the pool so hard my fingers were aching. Then the packing stopped entirely. The silence that followed was somehow infinitely worse than the splashing. The pool area went completely dead. Even the distant voices of Mark and Chris seemed to vanish for a moment. I stared at the spot where the shadow met the moonlight on the surface of the water. I expected to see a head pop out. I expected to see someone standing there, staring back at me, but nothing broke the surface. I finally found enough courage to slowly, agonizingly pull my legs out of the water. I slid backward on the concrete deck, creating a few feet of distance between myself and the edge of the pool. I grabbed my shoes with shaky hands. I stood up, keeping my eyes locked on the dark area under the slide. "Hey," I whispered loudly, turning my head toward the deep end. "Mark, Chris, we need to leave." They didn't hear me. Chris finally took his jump, making a loud splash as he hit the deep water. Mark laughed. The noise echoed off the surrounding buildings. I felt a surge of panic. They were making too much noise. They were completely vulnerable. I took a few steps away from the shallow end, intending to run over to them and force them to leave. But right as I turned my body, a new sound cut through the air. It wasn't a splash this time. It was a wet, heavy slap against the concrete. I whipped my head back around toward the water slide. The sound had come from the very edge of the pool, right where the ladder connected to the concrete deck, entirely submerged in the deep shadow. Slab. Another wet sound. This one sounded closer. It sounded exactly like a bare, soaking wet foot stepping onto the dry concrete. I stared at the edge of the shadow, right where the moonlight hit the pool deck. The concrete was light gray and completely dry, but as I watched, my blood ran entirely cold. A dark, wet patch suddenly formed on the dry concrete. It was the distinct shape of a large, bare foot. It just appeared out of nowhere, right in the moonlight. No one stepped out of the shadow. There was no leg attached to it. The footprint just materialized on the ground, leaving a puddle of pool water behind. I couldn't breathe. My mind couldn't process what I was looking at. A second later, another wet footprint formed on the concrete, about 2 feet ahead of the first one. Slap. Then another slap. They were emerging from the shadow of the slide, wet footprints stepping onto the dry deck one after another, and they were heading along the perimeter of the pool. They were heading directly toward where I was standing. The sheer impossibility of it broke my paralysis. A wave of pure, unfiltered terror hit me so hard I felt dizzy. I didn't whisper this time. I didn't care about making noise. "Guys, run!" I screamed at the top of my lungs. "Run right now, get out of the pool." Mark was just about to jump off the diving board when he heard the absolute panic in my voice. He stopped dead. Chris, who was treading water in the deep end, looked over at me in confusion. "What's wrong?" Mark yelled back. "Just get out, we have to go, run to the fence," I screamed, backing away toward the gate. I didn't wait to see if they were following me. I turned and sprinted across the pool deck as fast as I could. The wet slap of the footprint seemed to echo behind me, though I couldn't tell if it was getting faster or if it was just my own panicked footsteps playing tricks on my mind. I didn't look back to check. I didn't want to know how close it was. I hit the chain link fence at full speed. I didn't even bother looking for a good foothold. I just scrambled up the metal wire like a wild animal. I could hear Mark and Chris running behind me now. The urgency in my scream had finally reached them. They didn't know what we were running from, but they knew it was serious. I threw myself over the top of the fence. I didn't land on my feet. I crashed hard into the dirt and gravel on the other side, scraping my knee and tearing the palm of my hand. I didn't even feel the pain. Adrenaline was flooding my entire system. Mark came flying over the fence next, landing awkwardly next to me. Chris was right behind him, practically throwing himself over the metal barrier. They were both dripping wet and breathing heavily. "What happened?" Chris panted, looking around wildly. "Did you see a security guard or something?" I stood up, ignoring the stinging pain in my hand. I looked through the chain link fence back toward the pool. The deep end where they had been swimming was calm. The diving board stood empty against the night sky. I shifted my gaze toward the shallow end, toward the massive, dark structure of the water slide. The pool deck was silent, but in the pale moonlight I could clearly see the trail on the ground. A long line of wet, bare footprints stretched across the dry concrete. They started from the deep shadow beneath the water slide and trailed all the way along the edge of the pool. They didn't lead toward the exit. They didn't lead toward the locker rooms. The trail of wet footprints stopped exactly at the spot where I had been standing just moments before. They just stopped right there. Whatever had made them hadn't followed us to the fence. It had just walked to where I was and waited. "What is that?" Mark whispered, his voice trembling as he noticed the footprints through the fence. I didn't answer him. I couldn't. I just turned away from the pool and started walking toward the street. The suffocating heat of the Arizona night hit me again, but this time I didn't care. I was shivering uncontrollably. We didn't speak for the entire walk back to my house. The silence between us was heavy and terrifying. Mark and Chris eventually split off to go to their own homes, leaving me alone on my dark street. I climbed back through my bedroom window and locked it tight. The house was still a sweltering oven, but I pulled the thick blankets all the way up to my chin anyway. I never went back to that community pool, not during the day and definitely never again at night. I still don't know what was in the water underneath that slide. I don't know how it made those footprints without a body. But the detail that still keeps me awake at night, staring into the dark corners of my room, is the sound of that slow, deliberate splashing. The sound of something waiting in the shallow water, packing, just waiting for me to step in. Story 4. This happened on a cold Oregon University library night. I thought the tapping on my window was just branches, but it was. My name is Rachel. At the time, I was in my third year of college, attending a large university in Oregon. The days were getting incredibly short as the year pushed deep into November, and the sky was constantly bruised with heavy clouds that never really stopped drizzling. During this semester, I was buried under a massive mountain of research papers and upcoming finals. My anxiety was incredibly high, and I was spending almost all my free time studying. The problem was I could never actually focus in my loud dorm room. My roommate was constantly having friends over or playing music. That left me with only one real option to get my work done: the campus library. The university library was a massive concrete building right in the very center of campus. It had 5 floors, but my absolute favorite place to study was always the basement. Most students completely avoided it. It was where they kept all the historical archives, ancient academic journals, and rows upon rows of old microfilm. It smelled strongly of dust, aging paper, and old heating vents. There were no comfortable lounge chairs down there at all. It was just an absolute labyrinth of tall, heavy metal bookshelves arranged in tight, suffocating rows. But I loved it because it was completely quiet. You could spend 6 solid hours down there and never see another living soul. It was the perfect place to hide away and force yourself to focus. On this specific Friday evening, that was exactly what I needed to do. I arrived at the library around 6 o'clock. The campus was rapidly emptying out for the weekend. I grabbed an oversized coffee and made my way straight down the central staircase into the basement. I had my usual spot. It was a small, scratched-up wooden desk pushed all the way into the farthest back corner of the archives, pressed right up against the cold concrete foundation wall. Right above the desk was a narrow basement window. Because the room was underground, the window just looked out into a deep concrete well that sat flush with the ground level outside. You couldn't see the campus through it, just a tiny rectangle of gloomy Oregon sky and a heavy metal grate. I sat down, put my headphones on, and got straight to work. I wasn't listening to heavy music, just some low, ambient instrumental stuff to completely drown out the hum of the building's ventilation system. For the first few hours, everything felt perfectly normal. I was having a really productive night, typing away and sipping my coffee, entirely lost in my own little world. The basement had a very outdated lighting system. They used those long fluorescent tubes connected to motion sensors to save energy. The sensors were notoriously terrible. They were extremely insensitive and only worked if you made large, sweeping movements directly underneath them. Because I was sitting perfectly still at the desk, the lights in my specific corner would constantly time out and shut off. Every 20 minutes my corner would violently plunge into darkness, and I would have to wildly wave my arms over my head to trigger the sensor and click the lights back on. It was incredibly annoying, but I was used to it. Because of the tightly packed bookshelves, the light down there didn't travel very far. If the lights in your aisle were on, but the surrounding aisles were completely off, it felt exactly like you were sitting in a tiny cage surrounded by pitch black. You couldn't see anything at all beyond the immediately illuminated area. It always gave me an uneasy feeling of being watched from the heavy shadows, but I always brushed it off. Around 8:30 I heard the very first sound. It was incredibly faint, barely cutting through the ambient music playing in my headphones. Tap, tap, tap. I paused my music and slipped one earphone off, listening very closely. There it was again. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from directly above my head. Something was lightly, rhythmically striking the dirty glass of the narrow basement window. I leaned back in my chair and looked straight up at the small rectangle of glass. It was completely pitch black outside by now. I couldn't see anything through the window except for the bright reflection of my laptop screen and my own tired face staring back at me. I sat there for a long minute, just watching the glass, waiting to see if it would happen again. After a few moments of absolute silence, I convinced myself it was nothing. I figured it was just the wind blowing some loose debris or a stray tree branch against the window. Well, great. It was a stormy night in Oregon, after all. Weird noises were entirely expected. I put my earphone back on, turned the music up just a little bit louder, and forced my attention back to my glowing screen. I couldn't afford to be distracted tonight. I worked for what felt like another solid hour without moving an inch from my chair. My eyes were burning from staring at the bright screen, and my neck was incredibly stiff. I finally reached a good stopping point and decided to take a short break. I closed my laptop slightly, took my headphones completely off, and just sat back in the sudden, crushing silence of the basement. The quiet down there was almost physically heavy. Without my music playing, the only sound was the low hum of the air vents pushing stale air through the massive room. I stretched my arms, let out a long sigh, and randomly glanced back up at the small window above my desk. And that was when a sudden, freezing cold feeling aggressively washed over my entire body. My stomach completely dropped as a highly logical thought finally broke through my exhausted brain. There were absolutely no trees on this specific side of the library building. None. I walked past this side of the building every single day on my way to class. I knew the landscaping perfectly. The concrete sidewalk ran directly up to the foundation of the library, right to the very edge of the metal grates covering the window wells. Beyond the sidewalk was just a massive, completely flat expanse of manicured lawn leading up to the campus quad. There were absolutely no trees anywhere nearby. It was physically impossible for the sound I heard earlier to have been a tree branch. I stared at the dark glass, my heart rate slowly starting to pick up. If it wasn't a branch, then what on earth was it? An animal. Maybe a stray cat had fallen into the well, but the tapping hadn't sounded frantic or panicked at all like a trapped animal would sound. It had sounded entirely deliberate, rhythmic, tap, tap, tap. I quickly checked the time on my phone. The bright numbers on the screen clearly read 10:14 p.m. A fresh, massive wave of panic violently hit me. I had been so completely absorbed in my writing that I had entirely lost track of time. The university library officially closed at 10 o'clock sharp on Friday nights. They always played a loud, pre-recorded closing announcement over the intercom system at 9:45, and then a final warning right at 10. I had completely missed both of them. I was currently in the library after hours. I knew for a fact that the student workers at the front desk rarely came all the way down to the basement archives to do a physical sweep before locking up the building. They just naturally assumed nobody was ever down here. I was completely alone in a massive, locked building. I immediately started frantically shoving my laptop, my chargers, and my messy piles of notes into my backpack. I didn't even bother organizing them. I just desperately wanted to get out of that basement as quickly as humanly possible. The heavy silence of the room suddenly felt incredibly threatening. The air felt much colder, noticeably sharper. I zipped my heavy backpack shut, aggressively threw it over my shoulder, and stood up rapidly from the desk. As soon as I took a single step away from the wall, my movement finally triggered the motion sensor directly above me. The long fluorescent tube flickered violently, made a loud snapping sound, and then died completely. My specific corner of the basement was suddenly plunged into absolute darkness. I gasped out loud, instinctively taking a rapid step backward until my back forcefully hit the cold concrete wall. I stood completely frozen in the dark, my eyes wide open, trying desperately to adjust to the total lack of light. It was so incredibly dark I couldn't even see my own hand when I held it up right in front of my face. The only source of light was incredibly far away, all the way at the opposite end of the vast basement near the central staircase. I could barely see the faint, sickly green glow of an emergency exit sign hovering in the distance. To get there, I had to walk the entire length of the archive straight down the narrow central aisle, tightly flanked by towering metal bookshelves that cast long, deep shadows. I took a shaky breath and slowly forced myself forward. I wildly waved my arms around frantically, hoping to trigger the next bank of motion sensors. For a terrifying few seconds, absolutely nothing happened. Then, with a loud mechanical clunk that echoed loudly like a gunshot in the silent room, the lights in the section about 20 feet ahead of me violently flickered on. I practically ran toward the newly illuminated area, desperate to get out of the pitch dark. I stood directly under the buzzing light, feeling my chest heaving as I tried to quickly catch my breath. But before I could even take another step forward, I clearly saw something that made all the warm blood completely drain from my face. Far ahead of me, at the very end of the long basement deep in the oldest section of the archives, a single light suddenly clicked on. I instantly froze in place, my entire body going completely rigid. I was at least 150 feet away from that specific section. The motion sensors were extremely localized and only turned on if something was actively moving directly beneath them. I stood perfectly still, tightly holding my breath, my eyes locked on the glowing square of light in the completely silent distance. I waited for a late-night security guard to slowly walk out from between the tall stacks. I waited to hear the jingling sound of keys or the heavy thud of work boots. I desperately waited for any sign of another normal human being, but there was absolutely nothing. The silence in the massive basement was thick and utterly suffocating. After about 30 agonizing seconds, the bright light at the far end clicked off with a highly distinct, sharp snap. I forced myself to take another slow step forward down the long, terrifying central aisle. Instantly, the exact same light at the far end of the archives violently snapped back on. It was startlingly bright, aggressively cutting through the heavy shadows like a knife. I stopped dead in my tracks once again. The bright light stayed on for a few long seconds, completely illuminating the empty space entirely between the shelves, and then it sharply clicked off. Exactly 3 seconds later, it aggressively clicked right back on, then off, then on again, off, on. It wasn't timing out naturally like a broken sensor. It was rapidly flicking back and forth in a highly deliberate, entirely steady rhythm. It looked exactly like someone was standing right beneath the faulty sensor, aggressively waving their hand back and forth to rapidly trigger it, stepping quickly away into the shadows, and then purposefully doing it again. It felt entirely intentional. It felt exactly like a signal, like whoever or whatever was down there in the dark with me was specifically trying to get my attention. Every single survival instinct deep in my body was screaming at me to immediately turn around and run away. But the only staircase leading up to the ground floor and the building exit was located directly past the specific aisle where the light was continuously flashing. I had absolutely no choice. I walked forward as incredibly slowly and as silently as I possibly could. The bright light at the end of the long stacks just kept flashing. On, off. The closer I physically got to it, the much colder the air around me genuinely seemed to get. I was exactly 15 feet away when the repeating pattern suddenly broke. The bright light snapped on and it just permanently stayed on. The sudden change in behavior was infinitely more terrifying than the flashing itself. It meant whatever was actively doing it had entirely stopped and was now just patiently waiting for me. I finally reached the edge of the fully illuminated aisle and very slowly turned my head to look. The aisle was completely empty, just 50 feet of highly polished floor and towering metal shelves tightly packed with ancient books. A massive, overwhelming wave of relief briefly washed over me. I nervously let out a shaky, highly pathetic little laugh. I quickly turned my head back toward the stairs, fully ready to finally leave this awful place behind forever. But the absolute second I looked away from the brightly lit aisle, every single light in the entire basement aggressively shattered off at once. The incredibly harsh mechanical clunk of dozens of large fluorescent fixtures entirely dying at the exact same moment violently echoed through the vast room. The low, comforting hum of the ventilation system cut out entirely. It was a total, absolutely catastrophic building power failure. I was completely blind. Pure, unadulterated panic completely took over my entire body. I blindly lunged straight forward into the pitch dark, my arms flailing wildly in the air, desperately trying to feel for the cold metal railing of the staircase. My freezing hands finally slapped violently against the cold steel of the heavy fire door. I forcefully threw my entire body weight directly against the heavy metal push bar, fully expecting the door to aggressively fly open. It didn't move a single inch. The electronic magnetic locks had completely and permanently jammed during the outage. I was standing in total, completely suffocating darkness at the very bottom of a fully locked stairwell, entirely alone in a massive, completely empty building. I pressed my back as tightly as I physically could against the freezing cold metal door, holding my breath, absolutely terrified that any single sound I made would clearly give away my exact position. And then in the suffocating silence, I very clearly heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. The sound completely shattered the heavy silence in the room, but it wasn't coming from the small basement window all the way back in the corner anymore. It was coming directly from the pitch darkness immediately in front of me, slow, highly deliberate, and impossibly, terrifyingly close. It distinctly sounded exactly like it was hovering right at eye level, softly tapping against the totally empty air, just inches away from my frozen face. I never actually found out what was hiding in the dark with me that awful night. But to this day, I can never sit alone in a completely dark room without genuinely feeling like something is standing right directly in front of me, just patiently waiting for me to turn on the light. Story 5. During a visit to my sister in British Columbia, I was staying in a basement apartment. At first, the noises upstairs seemed normal, until I realized they weren't coming from upstairs. The sounds were heavy, slow footsteps that seemed to echo right above my bed. I tried to ignore them for the first 2 nights, telling myself it was just my sister or her husband walking around the main floor. But on the 3rd night, I texted my sister at 2 in the morning, asking her if everything was okay. She texted back immediately, telling me that she and her husband were both fast asleep in the master bedroom, which was on the complete opposite side of the house. That was all it took. I am not someone who handles the unknown very well. A cold wave of panic washed over me in that dark basement, and I made a sudden, irrational decision. I packed my bags in the dark, threw my things into the trunk of my car, and decided to leave right then and there. I did not care that it was the middle of the night. I just wanted to get back across the border to Washington State and sleep in my own bed. I thought that leaving the house would be the end of the nightmare. I thought the heavy feeling of dread would vanish as soon as I pulled out of her driveway. I was completely wrong. Leaving that house was just the beginning of the worst night of my life. The drive back required me to take a long, winding mountain road before I could even reach the main highway that led south. It is a beautiful drive during the day, lined with massive pine trees and rocky cliffs, but at almost 3 in the morning, under the cover of darkness, it felt entirely different. It felt like I was driving through an endless black tunnel. To make matters worse, the weather decided to turn on me. A About 20 minutes into the drive, a thick, heavy fog began to roll down from the mountain peaks. It spilled across the road like gray water, completely swallowing the yellow dividing lines. I leaned forward in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles turned white. My high beams were completely useless against the fog. They just reflected off the thick mist, creating a blinding white wall right in front of my windshield. I had to turn them off and rely entirely on my low beams, which only gave me about 20 feet of visibility. I slowed my speed down to a crawl, tapping my brakes constantly as the road curved back and forth. The silence inside the car was suffocating. I tried to turn on the radio to give myself some background noise, but the mountains completely blocked the signal. All I could get was a harsh, crackling static. After a few minutes of listening to the white noise, I shut the radio off. The only sounds left were the low hum of my engine, the rhythmic squeak of my windshield wipers, and the blast of the heater pushing warm air against my cold legs. When you are driving in conditions like that, your eyes naturally wander. You are constantly checking your surroundings because you feel so vulnerable. Every few minutes, my eyes would dart up to the rearview mirror. It is just a habit. When you cannot see what is in front of you, you want to make sure nothing is coming up too fast behind you. For the first hour, the mirror showed nothing but darkness. The fog was so thick that the back window was completely opaque. I was entirely alone out there. At least, that is what I kept telling myself to stay calm. Around 4 in the morning, the exhaustion really started to set in. My eyes burned from staring so intently at the gray mist in front of me. I rolled down my window just a tiny bit, letting the freezing mountain air hit my face to wake me up. The air outside smelled sharply of pine needles and wet earth. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. I told myself I was overreacting to the basement noises and that I was just letting my paranoia get the best of me. I glanced up at the rearview mirror again. This time, my heart skipped a beat. There was a shadow in the reflection. It was not outside the car. It looked like it was sitting directly in the middle of the back seat. I blinked hard, rubbing my tired eyes with the back of my hand. I looked at the mirror again. The shadow was still there. It was dark, formless, and completely still. My immediate thought was that it was just a pile of my clothes or one of the duffel bags I had thrown back there in my rush to pack. But then I remembered clearly that I had put everything inside the trunk. The back seat was completely empty when I left my sister's house. I felt a sudden, sharp chill run down my spine. I quickly twisted my body around to look over my shoulder at the physical back seat. The glow from the dashboard lights provided just enough illumination. There was nothing there. The tan leather seats were completely empty. I let out a shaky breath, feeling incredibly stupid. I turned back around to face the road, gripping the steering wheel again. I told myself it was just a trick of the light. The fog outside mixed with the dim green glow of the dashboard clock must have created a weird reflection on the glass of the mirror. It happens all the time when you drive at night. Your brain tries to make patterns out of shadows, especially when you're running on no sleep. I kept my eyes glued to the road in front of me for the next 10 miles. The road became even steeper, winding back and forth along the edge of the mountain. The fog was so dense now that I felt totally disconnected from the rest of the world. I was just a floating metal box in a sea of gray mist. But no matter how hard I tried to focus on the windshield, the rearview mirror was constantly in the corner of my vision. It sat there, silently demanding my attention. The human brain is a terrible thing when it is afraid. It forces you to look at the exact thing you want to ignore. I could not help it. My eyes flicked up to the little rectangular glass. The shadow was no longer just a shapeless blur. It had formed into the distinct silhouette of a person. I gasped aloud, my foot instinctively slamming down on the brake pedal. The car jerked hard, the tires skidding slightly on the wet asphalt before coming to a complete stop in the middle of the empty lane. My chest heaved up and down as I stared into the mirror. It was a face. It was undeniably a human face, hovering right above the center console in the reflection. It was pale, almost chalky white, and completely devoid of any specific features. The eyes were just dark, hollow pits, and the mouth was a thin, straight line. It was staring directly back at me through the glass. I felt completely paralyzed. My brain could not process what I was seeing. I slowly, agonizingly turned my head and looked over my shoulder into the back seat again. Empty, just the smooth leather and the darkness. I whipped my head back around to the mirror. The face was still there. It did not make any sense. It defied every rule of logic and physics. If there was a reflection, there had to be something physical casting it, but there was nothing, just empty air. Panic completely overrode my rational thoughts. I slammed my foot on the gas pedal, the tires spinning for a split second before catching traction. I did not care about the fog or the dangerous curves anymore. I just needed to get away from whatever was inside my car. I pushed the speedometer up to 60 miles an hour, taking the sharp turns way too fast, the tires squealing against the wet pavement. I refused to look at the mirror. I kept my eyes locked on the tiny patch of road illuminated by my headlights. I told myself it was a hallucination. I told myself that the lack of sleep and the fear from the basement had literally driven me insane. I was having a mental breakdown on a lonely mountain road in British Columbia. That had to be the explanation. But then the temperature inside the car began to drop rapidly. The heater was still blasting on its highest setting, blowing directly onto my legs, but the air filling the cabin felt freezing cold. It was the kind of damp, biting cold that seeps directly into your bones. I shivered violently, my teeth actually starting to chatter. Then I smelled it. It was the exact same smell from the basement apartment, a thick, suffocating odor of damp earth and rotting wood. It filled the car so quickly I actually gagged, raising one hand to cover my mouth while the other desperately gripped the steering wheel. I could not stop myself. My eyes moved to the rearview mirror. The face was no longer in the middle of the back seat. It had moved. It was now sitting directly behind the driver's seat, directly behind me. In the reflection, the pale, hollow face was hovering mere inches from the back of my own headrest. It was so close I could see the faint, gray texture of its skin. And as I watched, completely frozen in terror, the face slowly tilted to the side. The thin, straight line of its mouth slowly curled upward into a wide, unnatural smile. A choked sob escaped my throat. I wanted to pull over. I wanted to throw the car door open and run blindly into the forest. But the logical part of my brain screamed that if I stopped the car, I would be completely defenseless. The only thing keeping me alive was the forward momentum. I kept driving, tears streaming down my hot face, blurring my vision. I could feel a heavy, oppressive presence sitting right behind me. Even though I knew the physical seat was empty, the air behind my neck felt incredibly dense. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my skin crawled with a million tiny needles of dread. Then I heard the sound. It was a soft, rhythmic breathing noise. It sounded exactly like someone exhaling through a piece of wet fabric. It was the same noise I had heard echoing through the floorboards above my bed just a few hours earlier. The breathing was not coming from the back seat. It was coming from right beside my right ear. I let out a completely unhinged scream and swerved the car hard. I almost lost control entirely, the right tires dipping off the pavement and kicking up gravel before I managed to yank the wheel back. I was sobbing hysterically now, begging out loud for it to leave me alone. I looked into the mirror one last time. The face had leaned entirely forward. In the reflection, its pale cheek was practically pressed against my own. The hollow, dark eyes were staring unblinkingly at the side of my face. I could actually see the reflection of my own terrified eyes right next to it. I closed my eyes for a split second, silently praying for the nightmare to end, and slammed the gas pedal all the way to the floor. I drove recklessly through the blinding fog, expecting to crash into a tree or plummet off the edge of the mountain at any second. I did not care. Dying in a crash felt infinitely better than spending another second alone with that thing in the mirror. After what felt like hours of agonizing terror, the road finally leveled out. The thick forest gave way to open land, and the heavy fog began to lift slightly. In the distance, cutting through the gray mist, I saw the bright, beautiful neon glow of a 24-hour gas station. I slammed on the brakes as I pulled into the lot, the car jerking aggressively as I parked directly under the glaring white canopy lights. I threw the car into park, shoved the door open, and practically fell out onto the concrete. The cold night air hit my face, and I gasped for breath like I had been drowning. I ran toward the entrance of the gas station, my legs trembling so violently I could barely stand. The clerk inside gave me a terrified look as I rushed through the sliding glass doors. I must have looked completely insane. My hair was wild, my face was drenched in sweat and tears, and I was shaking uncontrollably. I stood by the front window, leaning against the glass for support, and tried to catch my breath. The bright lights of the store and the awful country music playing from the ceiling speakers helped ground me in reality. I was safe. I was finally out of the dark. I slowly turned my head to look back out the window at my car parked under the canopy. The vehicle was completely illuminated by the bright fluorescent bulbs above. The windows were perfectly clear now that we were out of the thick mountain fog. I could see the entire interior of the sedan from where I stood. The driver's seat was empty. The back seat was completely empty. Everything looked perfectly normal. I let out a long, shaky sigh of relief, wiping the drying tears from my cheeks. It really had just been exhaustion and fear playing awful tricks on my mind. I told myself I would buy a coffee, sit in the brightly lit store for an hour, and then finish the drive once the sun came up. I turned away from the window, feeling almost embarrassed by how badly I had panicked over absolutely nothing. But right before I walked away, something caught my eye. I looked back through the gas station window, staring specifically at my car's rearview mirror. From my angle on the sidewalk, I could clearly see the reflective glass hanging from the windshield. The physical seats inside my car were completely empty. There was no one inside the vehicle. But clearly visible in the small, rectangular glass of the rearview mirror, the pale face was still sitting in the back seat. It was facing forward, staring patiently out the windshield, waiting for me to come back.
Story 6.
Around the time I worked the closing shift at a small museum in Missouri, I started getting strange notifications from my security camera. The weird part was, the camera wasn't even plugged in. It was a small, cheap indoor wireless camera I had bought online a few months prior. I used to keep it sitting casually on the edge of the desk in the staff break room. Management didn't really care about personal items being left out, and I just liked having it there to keep an eye on my backpack and laptop while I was out walking the exhibit floor. But the internal battery had completely died 2 days before this specific night. I remember physically unplugging the charging cable, wrapping it up, and tossing the entire plastic unit into the back of my desk drawer. I hadn't even thought about the camera since. Yet as I was walking through the main lobby, my phone violently vibrated in my pocket with a motion detection alert. I pulled it out and stared blankly at the bright screen. The notification timestamp read exactly 8:45 p.m. I stared at it for a few seconds before swiping the notification away, blamming a strange glitch in the app or some weird cached data error. I tried to just ignore it and move on, but it left a sour, metallic taste in my mouth. I was already feeling a little on edge that night, and looking back now, I think my brain was just desperately looking for a logical reason to leave early. It was like I subconsciously knew that something in that building was fundamentally wrong. My name is Avery, and I was 22 years old at the time. I was living in a quiet suburban town in Missouri, just trying to save up some extra money while taking online college classes. The museum job was supposed to be the easiest, most boring gig in the world. It was a regional history museum, housed inside a massive, imposing brick building that had originally been constructed in the 1920s as a public library. It still had that old, heavy, Gothic architecture. The walls were thick, the ceilings were abnormally high, and the original hardwood floors creaked and groaned loudly, no matter how softly you tried to step. During the day, the place was mostly filled with loud school field trips or quiet retired couples looking for something slow to do on a Tuesday afternoon. It was peaceful if a bit dull. But at night, after the sun went down and the heavy front doors were locked, the atmosphere of the place changed completely. The building suddenly felt way too big for just one person. It felt incredibly hollow, like a massive cave. The exhibits themselves certainly didn't help the creepy vibe either. The main floor was divided into 3 extremely large public galleries. They were filled with old, preserved artifacts that just naturally looked terrifying in the dark. There was one specific display case that always bothered me when I walked past it. It held a large collection of 19th century medical tools. They were laid out neatly on a piece of faded red velvet, looking much more like rusted torture devices than actual instruments of healing. Right next to that display was a life-sized mannequin dressed in a tattered, heavy-wool Civil War uniform. The fabric was badly stained and moth-eaten in several places. They hadn't even bothered to give the mannequin a realistic face, just a smooth, blank oval of pale, shiny plastic. Whenever I swept my flashlight beam across that specific section of the gallery, the shadows would stretch and distort wildly against the walls. It always made it look like the faceless soldier was slowly turning its head to watch me pass. It was clearly just an optical illusion caused by the moving light, but it was always enough to make me walk a little faster every single time I had to check that aisle. My closing routine was always exactly the same, down to the minute. I would lock the main entrance doors at exactly 8 p.m. Then I would wait at the front desk for any remaining stragglers to find their way out to the parking lot. By 8:15 p.m., the building was usually entirely empty. I would then start my final sweep in the front gallery, physically walking through every single aisle to make absolutely sure no one had hidden behind a display case or fallen asleep on a wooden bench. Then I would manually switch off the exhibit lighting at the wall panels, plunging each large section into heavy, suffocating shadows before moving on to the next area. The only sound keeping me company most nights was the noise of my own keychain. I had this big, heavy brass master key on my ring. It was much thicker and heavier than the rest of the keys, and whenever I walked it would swing back and forth, making this distinct, sharp clinking sound against a little metal flashlight I kept attached to my lanyard. Clink, clink, clink. It was a weirdly comforting rhythm. It reminded me that I was the one in control of the building. I was the one with the keys, and the doors were locked from the inside. On this particular Friday night, the weather outside was absolutely terrible. A thick, heavy rain had been falling constantly since the late afternoon. It was that kind of constant, loud drumming rain that completely drowns out all the normal, everyday sounds of the city. You couldn't hear the distant traffic from the nearby highway. You couldn't hear the wind blowing through the trees. Just the relentless, aggressive patter of heavy water against the high, arched glass windows of the museum lobby. It made the inside of the dark building feel strangely isolated, like it was totally disconnected from the rest of the world. By 9:10 p.m., I had fully finished sweeping the 3 main public galleries. I stood at the edge of the large central lobby, looking back into the darkness of the exhibit rooms. Everything was dead quiet. I reached over to the main electrical breaker panel on the wall and flipped the heavy switches for the lobby lights. The overhead fluorescent tubes buzzed loudly for a fraction of a second before dying out completely. The only light left in the massive room came from the dull, orange glow of the emergency exit signs positioned high over the doorways. Now came the part of the shift I hated the absolute most, the service hall. The public galleries were creepy, sure, but they were wide open. You could see all the way across them. The service hall was entirely different. It was a long, incredibly narrow corridor tucked away entirely behind the main exhibit space. It was originally built decades ago for the museum staff to move heavy artifacts between storage rooms and the floor without disturbing the guests. It had absolutely no windows. The walls were painted a dull, institutional gray that seemed to absorb light, and the ceiling was much lower than the rest of the building, making it feel claustrophobic. Lining both sides of the hallway were heavy, solid oak doors. They led to various unused archival rooms, old mechanical closets, and storage spaces that hadn't been properly organized or cleaned out in years. There was no proper ventilation in the corridor, no air conditioning ducts or heating vents. Because of that, the air always felt incredibly heavy, almost thick to breathe in. It smelled faintly of old damp paper, decaying cardboard boxes, undisturbed dust, and something sharply metallic, like dried copper. Walking into that hallway always felt like stepping out of reality and into some forgotten underground bunker. I unlocked the heavy access door leading into the service hall and stepped inside. The door clicked shut heavily behind me, instantly and completely cutting off the sound of the rain against the lobby windows. The silence in the narrow corridor was absolute. It was thick and oppressive, practically pressing against my eardrums. I reached up and flipped the switch for the single row of ceiling lights. They flickered to life slowly, casting harsh, yellow shadows straight down the length of the empty space. My job here was very simple. Just walk down to the very end of the hall, check the back emergency exit door to ensure it was securely barred from the inside, and then turn off the lights on my way back out. It usually took less than 2 minutes total. I started walking, clink, clink, clink. My heavy brass key tapped rhythmically against my flashlight. I kept my eyes focused straight ahead on the glowing red exit sign at the far end of the hall. I never liked looking at the old doors on either side. There was something deeply unsettling about walking past so many closed, dark rooms when you knew for a fact you were the only living person inside the massive building. I was about halfway down the corridor when I heard it. I froze immediately. My right foot was hovering just slightly above the floor, and I slowly lowered it, trying desperately not to make a single sound. I stood completely motionless, holding my breath. I strained my ears, listening intently to the heavy, yellow-lit silence. It had sounded exactly like a knock. A solid, deliberate knock against thick wood. My brain immediately started cycling through every logical explanation it could possibly find. It's a completely natural human reaction. When you hear something terrifying, you desperately try to fit it into a box of normality so you don't panic. I told myself it was just the old building settling. It was a massive brick structure built nearly a century ago. Temperature outside was dropping rapidly because of the heavy rain, so the wooden beams framing the ceiling were probably just contracting in the cold air. Or maybe it was just the ancient plumbing acting up somewhere deep in the walls. Old water pipes can sometimes create a sharp banging noise when the pressure changes. I clung tightly to that thought. I tightened my grip on my heavy metal flashlight, wiped my sweaty palm against my uniform pants, and forced myself to take another cautious step forward. Knock, 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 knock. I stopped dead in my tracks. My heart instantly slammed violently against my ribs. The sound was incredibly clear, and it was loud. It wasn't the muffled, echoing groan of settling wood or the hollow, metallic rattle of old pipes. It was the sharp, distinct sound of heavy knuckles deliberately rapping against a solid wooden door. I stood completely frozen, staring down the empty, yellow-lit hallway. My mind was racing, trying to process what I had just clearly heard. It wasn't a random sequence of sounds, it was a specific pattern, 4 measured, perfectly even knocks. Then after a brief, agonizing pause of maybe 3 seconds, there was one final knock. It sounded like it was coming from just a few doors down on my left side. I knew exactly which room it was. Room 4B. It was an old overflow storage room. We kept mostly broken glass display cases, spare metal shelving units, and old dusty promotional banners in there. It hadn't been opened in months. The lock was notoriously stiff, and the room had absolutely no alternate exits. No windows, no air vents large enough for a person to fit through, nothing. Just 4 solid concrete walls and the heavy oak door facing the hallway. I stood there in the middle of the corridor for what felt like an eternity. Common sense was screaming at me to turn around, walk out of the service hall, lock the access door behind me, and call the police from my car. But another part of me, the part that was terrified of looking stupid and losing my only source of income, hesitated. What if it was just an animal, a raccoon or something that had somehow gotten trapped in the ceiling space and fallen down into the room? If I called the police for a trapped raccoon, the museum director would never let me live it down, and I might get fired for overreacting. I swallowed hard. My throat felt completely dry, like it was coated in sand. I reached down to my lanyard and grabbed my heavy brass master key, wrapping my fingers tightly around the cold metal. I unclipped my heavy flashlight with my other hand, my palms slick with nervous sweat. I took a slow, deep, shaky breath, and I started walking slowly toward room 4B. I didn't make a sound as I moved. I held the keys tight in my fist so they wouldn't clink together. The only noise in the entire hallway was the faint, constant buzzing hum of the old fluorescent lights above my head. I stopped right in front of the door. The thick wood was dark and heavily scuffed near the bottom from years of use. The heavy brass doorknob looked dull and entirely untouched. I slowly leaned my head closer to the wood, pressing my ear almost completely against the cold surface. I closed my eyes tightly and just listened into the room. I fully expected to hear frantic scratching. I expected to hear the fast, scurrying sounds of a panicked animal moving around blindly in the pitch-black dark, but there was nothing, not a single tiny sound, just dead, empty, suffocating silence. I slowly pulled my head back from the door. I raised my fist and hesitated for a second. My hand was shaking so badly I could barely keep my arm steady. I took another breath and I knocked back on the wood. 2 quick taps against the door. I stood there staring at the center of the wood, waiting for any kind of response. The seconds dragged by at an agonizing pace. The silence in the narrow hallway felt like it was getting heavier, physically pressing down on my tense shoulders. Nothing happened. No movement, no sounds, no return knocks. I let out a nervous, almost hysterical little sigh under my breath. I felt incredibly stupid. I had entirely terrified myself over a shifting concrete foundation or a settling air duct. I shook my head, feeling the intense rush of adrenaline slowly start to drain out of my shaky system. I was clearly just being paranoid. The strange camera notification had spooked me earlier, the heavy rain had isolated the building, and my overactive imagination had done all the rest of the work. Just to be absolutely certain, I decided to open the door and take a quick look inside with my flashlight. If I saw that the room was entirely empty, I could finally relax completely and finish my closing shift in peace. I slid the thick brass master key into the keyhole. It was stiff, exactly as I remembered it being. I had to wiggle it back and forth and apply a lot of physical pressure before the heavy deadbolt finally gave way with a loud, sharp, metallic clack. The sound echoed harshly in the perfectly quiet hallway. I turned the cold doorknob, pushed my weight hard against the heavy wood, and swung the door open. I immediately shined my bright flashlight directly into the room. The intense beam cut easily through the pitch-black darkness, illuminating thousands of tiny, floating dust particles swirling around in the stagnant air. The small room was exactly as I had pictured it. Piles of broken wooden shelves were stacked haphazardly in the far corners. A few large, incredibly dusty canvas tarps covered old museum displays in the center. There was a strong, noticeable smell of deep mildew and old cardboard. I swept the flashlight beam slowly from the left concrete wall, across the back of the small room and over to the right side. I checked behind the draped tarps. I checked under the broken wooden tables. Nothing. The room was completely and utterly empty. The thick layer of gray dust on the concrete floor was totally undisturbed. There were no fresh footprints, no small animal tracks, absolutely nothing to suggest anything had been moving around inside. I felt a massive wave of pure relief wash over me, but it was almost instantly followed by a feeling of deep, unsettling confusion. If the room was entirely empty, where exactly had the knocking come from? It had sounded so distinct. It was right at the door. I knew for a fact I hadn't imagined it. I stood in the open doorway for another long moment, shining my light into the dark corners one last time, just to be totally certain. I was just about to reach for the handle to pull the door shut and lock it again when I heard it. Knock, 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 knock. My breath completely caught in my throat. My entire body went rigidly stiff. The sound hadn't come from inside the dark storage room. It hadn't come from the heavy door I was currently holding onto. It came from directly behind me. I stood totally paralyzed in the doorway, staring blindly into the dusty storage room, my mind completely and utterly blanked. Panic, pure and unfiltered, hit me like a physical heavy weight right in my chest. The pattern was exactly the same heavy volume, the same distinct measured rhythm, 4 hard knocks. Then the dreadful, agonizing pause. 3 exact seconds passed. Knock. The final heavy hit. I slowly, almost mechanically, turned my head to look back over my shoulder into the bright hallway. The long corridor was still entirely empty. The harsh yellow ceiling lights cast long, distorted shadows along the floor, but there was absolutely no one standing there. No figure, no person, no animals. But the terrifying sound had been so incredibly close. It sounded exactly like it had come from the door of the room directly across from me. Room 4. My wide eyes locked onto the solid oak door just across the hall. I couldn't move a single muscle. My legs felt like they had been suddenly poured with wet concrete. I wanted to run. I desperately wanted to sprint toward the lobby exit door and never look back, but the absolute terror kept me firmly glued to the floorboards. I just stared intensely at the old door, waiting. For a long moment, absolutely nothing happened. The museum remained dead quiet. Then the exact same pattern started again, but this time it wasn't on the door directly across from me. Knock, 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 knock. It was coming from the door right next to that one, closer to the main lobby exit. Pause. Knock. It was moving. Whatever unseen thing was making that heavy sound was moving down the long hallway, heading directly toward the main lobby door, heading right toward my only way out of the service hall. That horrible realization instantly broke my physical paralysis. I dropped the cold doorknob of the storage room, not even bothering to pull it shut or lock it, and stepped fully back out into the center of the hallway. I didn't run. I knew deep down that if I started running, whatever was playing this twisted, terrifying game would know I was completely terrified. I didn't want to show it weakness. I don't know exactly why, but walking fast felt like a desperate way to retain some tiny shred of personal control over the situation. I quickly turned to my right and started furiously power walking down the corridor. My heart was thudding so violently in my chest I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I held my heavy metal flashlight up tight like a weapon, the bright beam bouncing erratically against the blank gray walls as I moved. Knock, 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 knock. The loud sound hit the door directly to my left-right as I passed it. It was incredibly loud this time. It sounded genuinely angry. It didn't sound like knuckles anymore. It sounded like someone was violently hitting the thick wood with the flat of their heavy hand. Hard, the entire old door violently rattled in its wooden frame. I let out a quiet, involuntary gasp. I walked much faster, my heavy work shoes squeaking loudly against the polished floorboards. Pause and knock. The final aggressive hit sounded like it came directly from the solid wall right beside my head. I violently flinched, almost dropping my flashlight onto the floor. I couldn't look left or right anymore. I kept my wide eyes completely locked on the glowing red exit sign over the metal door leading back out to the main lobby. It was only about 30 feet away now, 20 feet. The overhead yellow lights suddenly began to flicker violently. They buzzed incredibly loudly, dimming all the way down to a dull, terrifying brown before flaring rapidly back to bright yellow. The stale air in the hallway suddenly felt freezing cold. It wasn't just a slight, normal chill. It was a deep, biting, unnatural cold that cut straight through my thin uniform shirt and made the hairs on my arms stand up. Knock, 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 knock. It was on the door immediately to my right now. The aggressive sound was completely deafening, echoing endlessly in the tight, narrow space. The sheer force behind it made the heavy oak shudder visibly. I could physically feel the vibration of the hard hits traveling through the floorboards and into my shoes. It was keeping perfect pace with me. It was matching my walking speed exactly, staying just right out of my peripheral vision, perfectly hidden behind the solid walls. I broke my own rule. I started running. I totally abandoned any pretense of trying to stay calm. I blindly sprinted the last 15 feet toward the lobby door. My panicked breathing was incredibly ragged and loud in the small space. My keys whipped around wildly on my lanyard, but I couldn't hear the comforting, familiar clink of the brass anymore. Every instinct in my body was screaming that if I turned my head, even for a fraction of a second, I would see someone running right beside me. I could feel a terrifying, cold pressure right against the back of my neck. the distinct sensation of someone standing far too close, reaching out just inches from my shirt collar. I squeezed my eyes shut for a split second, silently begging my heavy legs to move faster. I reached the heavy metal access door and slammed my shoulder violently against the push bar. It flew open with a massive, loud crash. I aggressively stumbled through the doorway, almost falling completely forward onto the tiled floor of the main lobby. I spun around instantly, grabbed the handle of the heavy metal door, and pulled it completely shut with all my strength. The heavy latch clicked into place securely. The vast, empty silence of the main lobby instantly rushed in around me. The only sound in the huge room was my own frantic, gasping breath. I backed away from the metal door slowly, never taking my wide eyes off the small, rectangular window set into it. The glass was reinforced with thick, crisscrossing wire mesh. I stared hard through the mesh into the yellow-lit service hall. It was totally empty. The narrow corridor stretched out long and quiet. The overhead lights had stopped flickering. Everything looked completely normal. I stood there alone in the dark lobby, trembling uncontrollably. My cold hands were shaking so violently I had to grip my heavy flashlight with both hands just to keep from dropping it. I waited. I stared intently at the glass window, fully expecting a pale face to suddenly press hard against the glass. I expected the metal door handle to rattle violently. Nothing happened. 5 incredibly long minutes slowly passed. The massive spike of adrenaline in my system finally started to crash hard, leaving me feeling physically sick, weak, and entirely exhausted. The huge museum was entirely silent again. The faint, drumming sound of the heavy rain outside had returned, pattering softly against the large front windows. I swallowed hard, trying to force some moisture back into my dry mouth. It was over. Whatever bizarre thing had been in that hallway, whatever unnatural presence had been following me, had stopped exactly at the door. I desperately told myself it was fine. I told myself I just needed to quickly grab my things from the staff break room, lock the glass front doors, and drive straight home. I would quit first thing in the morning. I would never, ever set foot inside this creepy building again. I finally turned my back to the service hall door and started walking slowly across the large, dark lobby toward the front exit. I felt incredibly exposed walking alone in the massive open space, but I just wanted to leave immediately. I walked toward the front desk, keeping my tired eyes fixed on the glass front doors leading out to the wet parking lot. I didn't care about my laptop, my college notes, or my unplugged camera. I just needed to grab my backpack from under the counter and leave. I walked slowly around the dark edge of the front desk. Knock, 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 knock. I froze instantly. The breath completely vanished from my lungs. The heavy sound hadn't come from the distant service hall. It hadn't come from the walls behind me. It came from directly underneath the wooden front desk, from the exact pitch-black spot where I was just about to reach my hand in for my bag. I didn't move a single inch. I didn't breathe. I just stared straight down into the absolute pitch-black shadows beneath the wooden counter. I waited in pure terror for the long pause. I waited for the final heavy knock. But it never came. I didn't reach down for my backpack. I didn't grab anything. I slowly backed away from the desk, turned completely around, pushed hard through the main glass exit doors, and ran blindly out into the pouring, freezing rain. I ran all the way across the wet asphalt to my car, locked the doors instantly, and drove home in complete, trembling silence. I called the museum director the very next morning and quit over the phone. I lied and told him I had a massive family emergency and had to move entirely out of state immediately. I never bothered to explain what actually happened. He was incredibly angry about the main doors being left unlocked all night, but he eventually mailed me my final paycheck. I never went back to get my things. I still live in Missouri today, but I absolutely refuse to drive anywhere near that specific part of town. Sometimes, when I'm entirely alone in my small apartment late at night and the house is completely quiet, I hear the distinct sound of a heavy brass key clinking against metal. It's faint, but it's always there. And whenever I hear it, I just sit entirely still in the dark, staring intensely at my front door, silently praying that I never have to hear 4 knocks again. Story 7. This happened while I was house-sitting for my aunt in Toronto. The creaking floors didn't bother me until they started following me. My aunt traveled a lot for her job, usually out of the country for weeks at a time. She had this massive, incredibly old house in a quiet neighborhood just outside the downtown core. It was the kind of place with dark, heavy wood trim, high ceilings, and floorboards that groaned under your weight no matter how lightly you tried to walk. I was in my early 20s at the time, taking a gap year and trying to figure my life out. Having an entire house to myself felt like a luxury. I didn't mind the strange noises the house made at night. I spent the first few days just getting used to the way the building settled. It constantly creaked and popped as the temperature changed. After a while, it just became background noise. It was normal. The only real downside to staying there was the commute. I didn't own a car, so I relied entirely on the city's public transit system. Toronto has a massive subway network, but my aunt's house was located a good 15-minute walk from the nearest station. During the day, it was a pleasant walk through a nice neighborhood, but late at night, the area felt completely isolated. The streets emptied out, the houses went dark, and the silence could honestly feel a little overwhelming. It was a Thursday night in late November. The weather had already turned bitterly cold, the kind of freezing wind that cuts right through your jacket and makes your eyes water. I had gone out earlier in the evening to meet up with a few old friends from high school. We met at a pub downtown, ordered some food, and spent hours just catching up. I completely lost track of time. It wasn't until the bartender started stacking chairs that I finally checked my phone. It was almost 1:30. I said my goodbyes and started the long walk toward the downtown subway station. The wind was brutal. The streets were completely dead. Usually even at that hour you'd see a cab pass by or maybe a late-night delivery driver. But that night there was absolutely nothing. Just empty, frost-covered sidewalks and the dull orange glow of the streetlights. I kept my head down, fighting against the biting cold, just focusing on putting one foot in front of the other. The walk felt like it took twice as long as usual. By the time I finally saw the illuminated concrete stairs leading down into the subway station, my hands were entirely numb. I hurried down the steps, relieved as the blast of warm, stale air hit my face. The station smelled like old dust, dry heat, and something vaguely metallic. It was completely deserted. The ticket booths were closed and shuttered in the dark. The bright fluorescent lights overhead hummed loudly, casting harsh shadows across the empty tile floors. It always felt strange to me, standing in a massive underground space meant for thousands of people, and being the absolute only one there. My footsteps echoed loudly against the walls as I walked toward the turnstiles. I swiped my transit card and walked down the next set of stairs to the boarding platform. It was dead silent. There was only the low, continuous hum of the lights and the distant, hollow sound of air pushing through the dark tunnels. I checked the glowing digital display hanging above the platform. The next train arriving was the very last one of the night. If I missed it, I would have been stuck figuring out an incredibly expensive cab ride home. I stood near the edge of the yellow line, staring blankly into the pitch-black tunnel, just waiting to see the headlights. After what felt like an eternity, I finally felt a faint vibration in the concrete under my boots. A deep rumble echoed from the tunnel, slowly growing louder. Then the dual headlights pierced through the darkness. The train pulled into the station with a loud, piercing squeal of metal brakes. The heavy doors slid open with a mechanical clunk. I stepped onto the train, completely exhausted, and just wanted to shut my eyes for the ride. I had boarded the very last car of the train. It was just an old habit of mine, mostly because the last car was usually the least crowded. The interior was brightly lit, the harsh white light reflecting off the hard plastic seats and the stainless steel poles. The heat in the car was cranked up extremely high, making the air feel thick and heavy. I walked about halfway down the empty aisle and slumped into a window seat. I unzipped my heavy jacket, let out a long breath, and allowed the deep fatigue to wash over my body. The warning chime sounded and the doors slid shut. The train lurched forward, slowly gaining speed as it disappeared back into the dark tunnel. The rhythmic clacking of the wheels against the steel tracks was hypnotic. It was the perfect, steady white noise. Combined with the suffocating warmth of the train car and the absolute exhaustion in my muscles, I couldn't keep my eyes open. I leaned my head against the cold, vibrating glass of the window. I told myself I would only rest my eyes for a minute. Just a quick break from the harsh lights. I jolted awake suddenly. My neck was cramping terribly and my mouth felt like sandpaper. I blinked a few times, trying to clear the heavy fog of sleep from my brain, feeling completely disoriented. The train was still moving, swaying gently side to side in the darkness of the tunnel. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. The bright screen blinded me for a second. When my eyes finally adjusted, I saw the time. It was 2:45 a.m. My stomach completely dropped. I stared at the screen, trying to process the numbers. I had been asleep for over an hour. A sharp wave of panic flared up in my chest. I quickly looked up at the digital route map above the doors. The little red indicator light was blinking at a station name I barely recognized. I had completely missed my stop. I was miles past my aunt's neighborhood, somewhere near the very end of the subway line, deep in a part of the city I wasn't familiar with at all. I rubbed my face, feeling a surge of frustration. I looked around the brightly lit car, trying to figure out what to do. That was when I noticed I wasn't alone. Sitting at the very back of the car in the last row of seats was another person. I hadn't noticed them when I first boarded, or maybe they had gotten on while I was asleep. They were slumped over, wearing a dark, oversized winter coat. Their head was tilted down, their face completely obscured by the collar of the coat and a dark beanie. They were sitting perfectly still, unnaturally still, not looking at a phone, not reading a book, just staring down at the floor. It was a little creepy, but you see strange people on the subway late at night all the time. I tried to ignore it. I turned my attention back to the window, staring at my own faint reflection in the glass as the dark tunnel rushed by outside. I figured I would just get off at the next station, cross over to the other platform, and wait for a train heading back the other way. But then I remembered it was the last train of the night. There wouldn't be another one going back. I was going to be stranded. The train began to slow down. The high-pitched screech of the brakes filled the car. We pulled into a poorly lit, grimy-looking station. The doors chimed and slid open. I sat there trying to decide if I should get off and look for a cab or just ride it to the end of the line. Nobody got on the train. The platform outside was completely empty. The warning chime sounded again and the doors closed. Just as the train started to move, I casually glanced back over my shoulder. The person in the dark coat was no longer sitting in the back row. They were now sitting about 4 rows closer to me. I felt a sudden cold knot form in my stomach. I hadn't heard them stand up. I hadn't heard footsteps. The train car was completely silent except for the mechanical hum of the engine. How did they move without making a single sound? I stared at them for a few seconds. They were still in the exact same slumped posture, head down, perfectly motionless. It was as if they had just vanished from the back seat and reappeared in the new one. I quickly turned back around, my heart starting to beat a little faster. I told myself I was just being paranoid. I was sleep deprived and stressed about missing my stop. I reasoned that the noise of the train pulling into the station must have covered the sound of them walking. People move seats all the time. It was weird, but it wasn't impossible. I took a deep breath and tried to force my muscles to relax. The train continued through the dark tunnel. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered briefly, buzzing loudly. The silence inside the car was starting to feel incredibly oppressive. I kept my eyes fixed forward, but my entire body was tense. I was acutely aware of the space behind me. Every slight bump or sway of the train made me flinch. I wanted to look back again, just to make sure they were still sitting there, but I was too afraid to turn my head. A few minutes later, the train started to decelerate again. We were approaching the next station. I decided I was going to get off. I didn't care where I was, I just wanted off this specific train car. The brakes squealed loudly. The train slowly rolled to a stop along an empty, dimly lit platform. The doors chimed and slid open. A rush of cold, damp air filled the car. I looked at the open doors, mentally preparing to stand up and walk out, but an overwhelming sense of dread pinned me to my seat. I felt an intense, burning feeling on the back of my neck, the distinct, terrifying sensation of being watched. Slowly, against my better judgment, I turned my head to look back. The person was now sitting directly in the middle of the train car, only a few rows away from me. My breath caught in my throat. I completely froze. The distance between us had been cut in half again, and just like before, I hadn't heard a single sound. I hadn't seen them walk down the aisle. They were still sitting in the exact same slumped, lifeless position, head down, hands hidden in their dark coat. It defied all logic. It was impossible. The doors chimed and slammed shut. The train jolted forward. I was trapped in the car with them again. Total panic set in. My hands started shaking uncontrollably. I gripped the edges of my plastic seat so hard my knuckles turned white. The train picked up speed, plunging back into the blackness of the tunnel. I didn't look away this time. I stared at my faint reflection in the window glass, angling my head so I could vaguely see the area behind me in the reflection. I refused to blink. I just watched the dark blur of the figure in the glass. The lights in the train car suddenly flickered and died. We were plunged into absolute pitch-black darkness for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 3 seconds. The train continued rushing forward in the dark. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I couldn't hear anything over the deafening roar of the wheels on the tracks. I pressed my back hard against the window, terrified that when the lights came back on, they would be sitting right next to me. The fluorescent tubes buzzed loudly and flickered back to life. The harsh white light flooded the car again. I immediately looked at the window reflection. The dark shape in the glass was massive. I violently twisted my body around to look down the aisle. They were sitting 1 row behind me, on the opposite side of the aisle. I almost screamed. They were close enough that I could see the frayed fabric of their dark coat. I could see the worn wool of the beanie pulled down over their face, but I couldn't hear them breathing. I couldn't see their chest moving. They were sitting completely rigid, still facing the floor. The unnatural stillness of their body was the most terrifying thing I had ever seen. I jumped out of my seat. I didn't care that the train was still moving rapidly through the tunnel. I stumbled down the aisle, putting as much distance between us as possible until I reached the doors at the very front of the car. I pressed my back against the metal doors, my chest heaving as I struggled to catch my breath. I stared down the length of the car at the figure. They didn't move. They didn't react to me running. They just sat there. The train finally began to slow down. The brakes screamed against the tracks. I grabbed the metal handrail tightly, waiting for the exact second the train stopped. We pulled into a station that looked older and more decrepit than the others. The lighting was terrible, casting long, dark shadows across the cracked tile floor. The train stopped completely. The doors chimed. The second they slid open, I bolted. I burst out onto the concrete platform, my boots slapping loudly against the floor. I didn't care about anything except getting away from that car. The freezing underground air filled my lungs, feeling like ice. I took a few rapid steps toward the exit stairs and then stopped, my heart hammering against my ribs. I heard a sound. Behind me on the platform, a heavy, wet scrape of a shoe against the concrete. My entire body went numb. The sound was distinct. It wasn't the train settling. It wasn't an echo. It was a footstep. Someone had stepped off the train directly behind me. I stood paralyzed for a moment, the survival instinct screaming at me to just run up the stairs without looking back. But human curiosity, or maybe just sheer terror, forced me to turn around. I slowly pivoted on my heel, expecting to see the slumped figure in the dark coat standing mere inches from my face. I looked. There was no one there. The platform was completely empty. Confused and terrified, I looked through the open doors into the train car I had just escaped from. I looked at the seat one row behind where I had been sitting. It was vacant. I quickly scanned the entire length of the brightly lit car. It was completely empty. The person in the dark coat was gone. They hadn't walked past me. They weren't on the platform. They had simply vanished. The automated warning chime echoed through the empty station. The doors slid shut, and the last train of the night slowly accelerated into the dark tunnel, leaving me completely alone on the silent platform. I didn't wait around to try and understand it. I turned and sprinted up the concrete stairs. I hit the turnstiles at a full run, jumping over them because I couldn't get my freezing hands to work the gate. I burst out of the station doors into the freezing city air. I had no idea where I was, so I just pulled out my phone, opened my map app, and started walking as fast as humanly possible toward my aunt's neighborhood. The walk took over an hour. It was the most terrifying hour of my life. Every shadow stretching across the sidewalk looked like a hunched figure in a coat. Every gust of wind rushing through the alleys sounded like heavy breathing. I constantly checked over my shoulder, convinced I was being followed. The paranoia was absolutely suffocating. By the time I finally recognized the streets of my aunt's neighborhood, my legs were trembling, and I was covered in a freezing cold sweat. I practically ran up the driveway and onto the front porch. I fumbled with the keys with numb, shaking fingers, dropping them once before finally getting the deadbolt open. I shoved the heavy wooden door open, slipped inside, and slammed it shut behind me. I locked the deadbolt, fastened the chain, and leaned my forehead against the cold wood of the door, taking deep, shuddering breaths. The house was completely dark and perfectly silent. The dense, familiar smell of old wood and dust was incredibly comforting. I was safe. I had made it back. I told myself my exhausted brain had just been playing horrific tricks on me in the subway. It was a combination of sleep deprivation, stress, and the eerie atmosphere of the late-night city. None of it was real. I pushed off the door and walked slowly through the dark living room, heading toward the stairs. The old floorboards groaned under my boots, a familiar, normal sound that grounded me back in reality. I walked up the stairs to the guest bedroom, took off my heavy jacket, and sat down on the edge of the bed in the dark. I sat there in the silence, letting my heart rate slowly return to normal. The adrenaline was fading, leaving behind an incredibly deep, heavy exhaustion. I ran my hands through my hair and let out a long sigh of relief. Then I heard it. Downstairs, in the living room I had just walked through. A single heavy creak of a floorboard. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. I stared wide-eyed at the dark doorway of my bedroom. The house always creaked. I desperately reminded myself. It was just the wood settling in the cold. It was normal. There were a few seconds of agonizing silence. Then I heard another creak. This one sounded different. It was closer to the hallway. I sat perfectly still on the bed, my entire body rigid with terror. Another sound echoed through the quiet house. A distinct, heavy groan of wood protesting under a concentrated weight. It came from the very bottom step of the staircase. Then another creak from the second step. It was slow, methodical, the distinct, unmistakable sound of uneven, heavy footsteps slowly walking up the stairs. I realized with a sickening drop in my stomach that whatever was in that subway car hadn't vanished when I looked back at the empty platform. It had just found a way to follow me without being seen. And I had led it straight into the house. Story 8. I used to take late-night walks during our family reunion in rural Idaho. One night, I realized someone else had been walking the exact same route as me for weeks. My family is huge, and every summer we rent out a cluster of small cabins near the edge of a massive state park. It is supposed to be a bonding experience where everyone catches up and spends time together. but if I am being completely honest, it usually just ends up being loud, chaotic, and exhausting. I am the kind of person who needs my own space to recharge after a long day of socializing. So I would wait until everyone else was asleep, usually around midnight. Then I would slip out of my cabin to walk the winding dirt paths connecting the rental properties. The air up there is incredibly crisp, and it always smells strongly of damp pine needles and cold earth. For the first few years we did this, those walks were easily my favorite part of the trip. The absolute silence of the woods was deeply comforting to me. But things changed during the summer I turned 22. I had been taking my usual route, a wide loop that passed by an empty maintenance shed and circled back behind the main cabins. It was a heavily overcast night, and the moonlight was barely pushing through the thick clouds. I remember stopping near the edge of the tree line to fix my loose shoelace. When I looked down at the ground, I noticed a strange set of footprints in the damp mud. They were massive, unusually wide, and entirely bare. The footprints were pressed deep into the heavy soil, right over the top of the sneaker prints I had left the night before. Someone or something had been following my exact path through the dark, and based on how many overlapping tracks there were, they had been doing it for the entire trip. I completely stopped taking my night walks after that terrifying discovery. I tried to convince myself it was just a strange local hiker, or maybe someone from a neighboring property who liked to walk barefoot in the dark. It sounded ridiculous even in my own head, but I desperately needed an excuse to feel safe. Fast forward 3 years to our most recent family reunion. We rented the exact same cluster of cabins in the Idaho woods. This time I made absolutely sure to claim cabin 6 for myself. It was the furthest one from the main group, situated at the very end of a long, winding gravel driveway. I did not care that it was isolated from the rest of my family. I just wanted to be far away from my cousins and their loud kids so I could finally have some absolute quiet. Cabin 6 had a very unique and strange layout compared to the others. The ground in that specific area sloped sharply downward toward an old, dry riverbed. Because of the steep incline, the front half of the cabin rested normally on the solid dirt. However, the back half of the cabin was entirely suspended in the air. Thick wooden pylons held up the back deck and the master bedroom to keep it level. If you were standing at the back bedroom window looking out into the woods, you were easily 15 feet off the ground. It felt a bit like being inside a treehouse. I actually liked that feeling of elevation. It made me feel secure, knowing that my bedroom was essentially floating high above the forest floor. There was no way anyone could just walk up and look inside my room. The first 2 days of the trip were perfectly normal and relatively boring. I spent the daylight hours putting on a fake smile, eating burnt hot dogs, and making awkward small talk with relatives I barely remembered. By the time the sun went down, my social battery was completely drained. I would politely excuse myself, hike the quarter-mile up the dark gravel path to cabin 6, and lock the heavy wooden door behind me. Once inside, the deep silence of the woods would just wrap around me like a heavy blanket. It was so incredibly quiet you could hear the blood rushing in your own ears. I didn't even bother turning on the television in the living room. I would just take a warm shower, make a hot cup of tea, and crawl into the large bed with a good mystery novel. It was the third night when the atmosphere outside started to feel noticeably heavy. The temperature had dropped significantly after sunset, and a thick, creeping fog had rolled in from the dry riverbed below. I remember stepping out onto the front porch for a brief moment to breathe in the freezing air. The woods just looked incredibly different that night. The trees seemed much closer together, and the dense fog made the shadows stretch and distort in weird, unnatural ways. The air felt damp and heavy, almost like breathing in cold water. The crickets had completely stopped chirping. Usually the woods are alive with the sounds of insects and nocturnal animals, but that night the silence was totally unnatural. It felt like the entire forest was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I suddenly felt very exposed standing out there on the open porch. I quickly went back inside, locked the deadbolt, and double-checked the latches on every single window in the cabin. I got into bed around 11:30 p.m. I had a small reading lamp clipped to my headboard, casting a warm yellow circle of light over my heavy blankets. The rest of the large bedroom was completely dark. My bed was pushed up against the back wall, right beneath that large window overlooking the steep slope. I had the curtains pulled entirely open because I usually liked looking out at the stars before falling asleep. But with the fog so thick outside, it was just a solid, impenetrable wall of gray outside the glass. I was reading my book, desperately trying to get lost in the story and ignore the creeping feeling of unease. The cabin was dead silent, aside from the occasional loud pop and creak of the old wood settling in the freezing cold. Around 1 a.m., my eyes were finally getting heavy and losing focus on the words. I was just about to mark my page and reach up to turn off the lamp when I heard it. It was a very faint sound coming directly from the glass right above my head. It was a soft, rhythmic tap. Tap, tap, tap. I instantly froze, my eyes darting up from the pages of my book and staring at the ceiling. The sound was incredibly light, almost exactly like a fingernail gently flicking the hard pane. I held my breath, waiting in the silence to hear it again. A few agonizing seconds passed in total quiet. I let out a slow, shaky exhale, immediately telling myself I was just being paranoid and easily spooked. I tried to rationalize the sound in my head. It is just a loose branch, I thought to myself. The wind is simply blowing a tree branch against the side of the wooden cabin. It made perfect, logical sense for a house in the middle of the woods. But then a sudden, freezing realization washed over me. When I had looked at the back of the cabin from the outside earlier that afternoon, I specifically noticed that the trees had been cleared far away from the deck. There were absolutely no branches within 20 feet of that specific window. The nearest tall pine tree was way down at the very bottom of the steep slope. There was nothing out there that could naturally be blowing against the glass. As soon as my brain processed that horrifying fact, the tapping started again. Tap, tap, tap. This time the sound was a little bit louder and far more deliberate. It did not sound random or erratic like a branch caught in the wind. It sounded exactly like someone patiently trying to get my attention. My heart started pounding against my ribs so violently I thought it might actually crack them. I slowly and carefully closed my book, trying my hardest not to make a single audible sound. I didn't want whatever was outside to know I was awake and listening. I just laid there flat on my back, staring up at the dark reflection in the glass, absolutely terrified to move a muscle. I couldn't see anything clearly through the window at all. Because my small reading lamp was turned on, the glass was acting exactly like a one-way mirror. All I could see was the bright reflection of my own pale, terrified face and the yellow blankets pulled tightly up to my chin. Beyond my reflection, the darkness outside was an impenetrable, suffocating void. Whoever or whatever was out there could see perfectly into my illuminated room, but I was completely blind to them. They could comfortably observe every tiny movement I made from the safety of the dark. The feeling of being intently watched was so intense it literally made the skin on my arms crawl. It felt exactly like the time I had found those massive footprints on the dirt trail years ago. The tapping abruptly stopped for a third time. The heavy silence that followed the sound was somehow even worse than the tapping itself. It was thick, suffocating, and incredibly tense. I strained my ears to their absolute limit, desperately trying to hear footsteps, rustling leaves, or anything that would give away a location. But there was absolutely nothing, just the deafening, mocking quiet of the Idaho woods. I honestly started to wonder if I was just losing my mind from sleep deprivation. Maybe the old, drafty cabin was just making strange, metallic noises as the temperature continued to drop toward freezing. I desperately wanted to believe that comfortable lie. I tried to force my rigid muscles to relax, taking incredibly slow, deep breaths through my nose. Then the sound violently changed. It wasn't a gentle tap this time. It was a slow, agonizing, continuous scrape. It sounded like thick flesh and dirty fingernails dragging heavily against the hard glass. It started near the very top right corner of the large window and slowly pulled downward. The terrible squeaking sound of the friction sent a violent, uncontrollable shiver down my entire spine. Someone was actually out there in the fog. Someone was intentionally running their bare hand down the outside of my bedroom window. But my panicked brain couldn't process how that was physically possible. The window was 15 feet off the ground. There was no balcony outside my bedroom. There was no ladder, no scaffolding, and no lower roof to stand on. Just a straight, sheer drop to the rocky forest floor far below. Blind panic completely took over my entire body. I knew I couldn't just lie there bathed in the light like a trapped specimen in a glass jar. I had to turn off the lamp immediately. But the plastic switch was on the cord, dangling over the side of the bed, right next to the window pane. If I moved my arm, the person hiding outside would instantly see me reach for it. The sickening scraping sound continued, moving horizontally across the glass now. It was a slow, deliberate, exploring motion. It sounded exactly like someone dragging their hand across the cold surface, trying to find a weak point or a loose frame to pry open. I knew I couldn't stay frozen in bed forever. I had to plunge the room into darkness so my eyes could adjust and see out. I took a sharp, desperate breath, threw the heavy blankets off my legs, and lunged wildly for the dangling cord. I aggressively clicked the small plastic switch, and the room instantly went pitch black. The sudden absence of light was totally blinding for a brief moment. I scrambled off the mattress, awkwardly backing away toward the bedroom door. The old floorboards creaked loudly under my bare feet, and instantly the wet scraping on the glass completely stopped. They knew I had moved from the bed. They knew I was up and fully alert. I pressed my back hard against the cold wall near the doorway, my chest heaving with silent, ragged breaths. I was gripping the wooden doorframe so hard my fingers physically ached. As my eyes slowly adjusted to the sudden, overwhelming darkness, the window gradually became visible again. The thick fog outside was catching the incredibly faint moonlight, turning the large glass pane into a glowing, murky gray rectangle against the black wall. I stood there pinned against the doorway for what felt like hours, not daring to move a muscle or make a single sound. I was waiting for a horrifying face to suddenly press against the pane. I was waiting for the glass to violently shatter inward, but nothing happened at all. The cabin remained completely, utterly silent. Eventually, a tiny, foolish shred of courage broke through my paralyzing terror. I needed to know what was out there in the dark. I needed to know if I was just imagining things or if I was in real danger. I kept my back pressed tightly to the wall and slowly inched my way around the perimeter of the dark room. I was moving toward the window at a wide angle. I figured if I approached from the side of the frame, I could cautiously peek out without exposing myself too much to whatever was outside. Every single step felt like walking through deep, heavy water. The old floorboards seemed incredibly loud in the dead, tense quiet of the cabin. When I finally reached the very edge of the wooden window frame, I stopped moving. I closed my eyes tightly for a second, silently praying that I would look out and see absolutely nothing but the fog. I took a deep, shaky breath and leaned my head forward, pressing my cold cheek against the wood of the frame. I looked out through the glass, peering down into the foggy woods below. The mist was swirling slowly around the thick wooden pylons holding up the room. I frantically scanned the darkness, looking for a silhouette, a shadow, or any slight sign of movement, but the woods were completely empty. There was absolutely no one standing down there in the dirt. A massive, overwhelming wave of relief washed over my trembling body. I let out a long, shaky breath and let the back of my head drop against the wall. I really was just being wildly paranoid. The sound must have been a large bird, or maybe a heavy raccoon climbing the wooden siding of the cabin. I had completely worked myself into a state of sheer, irrational panic over nothing at all. I turned my head to look at the window directly, planning to quickly close the curtains and force myself to go back to sleep. But as I looked straight at the glass, the faint moonlight caught something strange on the surface. It was something that made my blood run instantly, freezing cold. There, pressed firmly onto the outside of the pane, were distinct handprints, but they weren't normal human handprints. They were massive, just like the horrible footprints I had found in the mud all those years ago. The fingers were impossibly long, ending in sharp, pointed tips. And they weren't facing upward, as if someone had reached up to touch the glass from the ground below. They were facing downward. The prints were smeared from the very top edge of the exterior window frame, dragging straight down toward the middle of the glass. The heavy condensation on the outside was wiped away in thick, clear lines, showing exactly where those unnaturally long fingers had slid violently against the pane. My mind completely blanked out in sheer terror. I couldn't comprehend what I was looking at. To make those distinct marks pointing downward from the very top of the frame, someone would have had to be leaning over the edge of the roof. Or they would have to be incredibly, unnaturally tall, standing on the ground 15 feet below and reaching all the way up over the window. Neither option made any logical sense. It completely defied reality. But the greasy, smeared handprints were undeniably real, and they were fresh. The moisture from the heavy fog was only just beginning to settle back over the cleared streaks on the glass. I didn't turn the reading light back on. I didn't even think about getting back into bed. I slowly backed out of the room, keeping my eyes locked on that horrible smudge on the window until I hit the hallway wall. I blindly grabbed my car keys off the kitchen counter, slipped into my boots without bothering to tie the laces, and snatched my heavy coat. I didn't care about my clothes, my expensive books, or any of my personal belongings left behind. I just needed to get out of that cabin immediately. I unlocked the heavy front door, yanked it open, and ran to my car as fast as my shaking legs could physically carry me. The desperate drive down the winding dirt road was an absolute blur. I kept nervously checking my rearview mirror, completely terrified that something impossibly tall was going to step out of the dense trees right behind my car. I didn't stop driving until I reached an all-night diner near the main highway, miles away from the state park. I sat shivering in a brightly lit booth for hours, completely paralyzed by lingering fear. I watched the sun finally come up through the diner window, but the morning daylight didn't make me feel any better at all. I called my parents later that morning from the parking lot. I flatly told them I had a sudden emergency back home and had to leave the reunion immediately. I knew they thought I was just making up a rude excuse to leave, but I didn't care what they thought. I asked my dad if he could pack up my remaining things from cabin 6 and bring them back with him when the trip was over. I didn't tell him why I left so suddenly in the middle of the night. I honestly couldn't find the right words to explain what happened without sounding completely insane. When my dad finally returned my bags a few days later, he complained loudly about the maintenance staff at the cabins. He casually told me that when he went up to cabin 6 to get my things, he noticed the metal gutters on the roof above the back window were completely crushed. The heavy aluminum was twisted and violently bent downward. It looked exactly as if something incredibly heavy had gripped the very edge of the roof with massive hands and forcefully pulled itself up. I never went back to Idaho after that trip. I strictly do not take late-night walks anymore, no matter where I am staying. I try my hardest not to think about what was outside my window that night in the woods, but every single time it gets foggy outside, I see those impossibly long fingers dragging slowly across the glass in my mind. The scariest part isn't just knowing that something unknown was out there in the dark. The scariest part is knowing it was already resting at the top of the window, peering down into my room, long before I ever heard the very first tap. Story 9. My roommate traveled a lot for work around the time I took an overnight inventory job at a refrigerated warehouse. So when I heard him talking in his room at 3 a.m., I knew something was wrong. He wasn't home. That night terrified me so badly that I couldn't stand being alone in our apartment anymore. The silence of the empty rooms made me intensely paranoid. I constantly felt like someone was standing just out of my line of sight. That lingering fear was the only reason I started looking for a night shift job in the first place. I just desperately wanted an excuse to be out of the house while it was dark outside. I ended up getting hired for an overnight inventory position at a massive wholesale food storage facility just off the interstate. The pay was surprisingly decent, and more importantly, it kept my mind entirely occupied until the sun came up. The warehouse was one of those massive, windowless concrete and steel buildings you drive past on the highway without ever really looking at. It was an industrial distribution hub. They stored massive pallets of wholesale food there, mostly frozen meats, heavy dairy pallets, and produce that got shipped out to chain restaurants all across the region. Because it was a dedicated refrigerated facility, the temperature inside the building was always kept brutally cold. The front section of the warehouse was held at a crisp 38 degrees, but the back section, where the deep freeze pallets were stored, was strictly kept at a steady negative 10 degrees. You had to wear heavy insulated coveralls, thick thermal gloves, and a heavy winter hat just to survive a standard 8-hour shift. My specific job was simple, but it was incredibly tedious and physically exhausting. I had to walk slowly up and down the massive concrete aisles with a heavy handheld barcode scanner. I was supposed to scan every single pallet, count the individual boxes, and make sure the physical inventory perfectly matched what the computer system showed. It was mindless, repetitive work. My shift always started at 11 p.m. and ended at 7 in the morning. For the first hour or so, there were usually a few late-night delivery truck drivers hanging around the loading dock. The night manager, an older guy named Dave, would stay in the front office until midnight to make sure the final late shipments got loaded properly. But exactly at 12 a.m., the heavy steel bay doors would roll shut and electronically lock for the night. Dave would pack up his thermos, give me a tired nod, and drive home. From midnight until 6 a.m., I was completely alone inside a pitch-black building the size of 2 football fields. At first, the intense isolation was exactly what I wanted. I didn't want to talk to anyone, and I didn't want to think about my empty apartment. I just wanted to put my head down, do my tedious work, and collect my paycheck at the end of the week. The warehouse was so loud that it naturally drowned out my own anxious thoughts. There were dozens of massive industrial refrigeration units hanging suspended from the high ceiling. They constantly hummed with this deep, vibrating mechanical roar that you could literally feel rattling in your teeth. Every 20 minutes or so, one of the massive cooling compressors would kick on with a loud, sudden bang that echoed violently through the empty concrete aisles. The first few times it happened during my first week, I jumped completely out of my skin. But after a couple of weeks of working there, I slowly got used to it. It just became part of the normal background noise of the job. I had a very specific, unchanging routine every single night. I would always start in the warmer front section, working my way slowly through the dairy and produce aisles. The metal shelving units were 4 stories high, stacked heavy with wooden pallets wrapped tightly in layers of clear industrial plastic. The lighting inside the warehouse was absolutely terrible. The company used those cheap, industrial motion sensor lights to save on their electricity bill. That meant the long aisles were completely pitch black until you physically walked into them. As soon as you stepped into the opening of an aisle, the lights would click on in sequence with a sharp, electrical buzzing sound, illuminating the cold concrete floor in a harsh, sickly yellow glow. But the sensors were old and incredibly faulty. They only stayed on for about 5 minutes at a time. If you stood still for too long while counting a large stack of boxes, the lights would suddenly shut off, plunging you instantly into total darkness. You had to wave your arms around wildly or step quickly out into the main walkway just to get them to turn back on. I absolutely hated when that happened. There's something deeply unsettling about being unexpectedly swallowed by heavy darkness in a freezing, empty warehouse. It always made the hair on the back of my neck stand up, no matter how many times it happened to me. It was a Tuesday night in mid-November when things finally started to feel deeply wrong. The weather outside the warehouse was completely awful. It had been raining heavily all afternoon, and as the sun went down, the temperature plummeted, turning the rain into a thick layer of freezing ice. When Dave left at midnight, he told me to securely lock the heavy metal door to the front break room behind him. He zipped up his thick jacket and told me that absolutely nobody was coming in tonight because of the iced-over roads. He told me to just finish scanning the back stacks and that I could sleep in the warm office if I managed to finish my count early. I nodded, locked the deadbolt behind him, and listened to the heavy sound of his truck driving slowly out of the icy parking lot. The faint sound of his engine quickly faded into the freezing rain, leaving me completely alone with the heavy humming of the massive ceiling fans. I grabbed my heavy scanner, a wooden clipboard, and my thickest insulated gloves. I had to tackle the deep freeze section that night. We called them the back stacks. It was easily my least favorite part of the entire warehouse, not just because of the painful negative 10-degree temperature, but because it was so incredibly far away from the front doors. It took about 5 full minutes of walking just to reach the back of the massive building. The aisles back there were much narrower, packed tighter with towering, unsteady boxes of frozen wholesale meat. The old motion sensors in that specific section were even worse than the ones in the front. I pushed heavily through the thick plastic thermal flaps that separated the deep freeze from the rest of the warehouse. The temperature drop hit me instantly like a physical punch to the chest. My breath immediately plumed into the freezing air like thick white smoke. The intense cold began seeping through my insulated coveralls within seconds of stepping inside. I started my nightly count in aisle 14. The heavy scanner beeped a sharp, high-pitched tone every single time I successfully hit a barcode. It was a simple rhythm. Scan the barcode, wait for the beep, write down the number, move to the next pallet, repeat. It was probably around 1:15 a.m. when I distinctly noticed the first strange thing. I was about halfway down the long aisle, struggling to read a faded, icy label on a crushed cardboard box. The motion light directly above me was flickering slightly, casting long, weirdly distorted shadows through the metal grating of the towering shelves. I was staring hard at the label when I felt it, a sudden, sharp draft of air hitting the exposed back of my neck. It wasn't just the normal cold air of the room. The whole room was cold. This felt entirely different. It felt incredibly targeted. It felt exactly like a concentrated, deliberate push of air, pressing right against my bare skin in the small gap between my coat collar and my winter hat. I stopped scanning immediately and turned around. The long aisle behind me was completely empty. The stained concrete floor stretched far back to the main walkway, clearly illuminated by the harsh yellow light. Absolutely nothing was moving. I reached up slowly and rubbed the back of my neck, feeling the lingering chill. I forced myself to rationalize it. I figured it was just one of the massive overhead cooling fans kicking on in a weird, unexpected direction. I turned back around to the frozen pallet, scanned the barcode, and kept moving down the line. But just a few minutes later, the scanner completely died. The battery just gave out instantly without any low-power warning, which was incredibly weird because I had personally left it on the charger in the office all day. The glowing digital screen just went totally black. I groaned out loud in frustration. The sound of my own voice felt strangely loud and out of place in the empty, freezing aisle. I shoved the dead plastic scanner into my coat pocket and started walking all the way back toward the front office to grab the spare battery. As I reached the very end of aisle 14, the motion lights behind me clicked off with a loud snap. Total darkness quickly swallowed the aisle. I didn't look back into the blackness. I just kept my head down and kept walking toward the plastic thermal flaps. I finally reached the break room, grabbed the fully charged spare battery from the desk charger, and quickly swapped it out. The scanner happily booted back up with a cheerful beep. I took a quick sip of lukewarm coffee from my thermos and checked my phone screen. It was almost 2:15 a.m. I really didn't want to go back out into the deep freeze. I felt physically tired, and there was a strange, heavy knot of pure anxiety sitting directly in my stomach. I couldn't rationally explain why, but I suddenly felt deeply, uncomfortably exposed. I tried my hardest to shake the feeling off. I told myself that I was just letting my past apartment paranoia get the better of me. I walked slowly back across the massive warehouse. The main central walkway was well lit, but the endless rows of dark, silent aisles on either side looked like gaping black mouths waiting in the shadows. Every single time I walked past one of the dark openings, I forced myself to look straight ahead. I pushed heavily through the plastic flaps and stepped back into the deep freeze. The bitter cold hit me even harder this time, instantly numbing my cheeks. I walked right past aisle 14 and turned left into aisle 15. The lights buzzed on with their familiar electrical hum. I raised the scanner and started working again. The steady, rhythmic beeping slowly helped to calm my frayed nerves. I managed to get through the first 3 massive pallets fairly quickly. I was carefully counting a messy stack of boxes on the 4th pallet when the massive ceiling compressor directly above me suddenly shut off. It didn't just cycle down slowly like it usually did. It completely, abruptly stopped dead. The sudden absence of the deep, roaring mechanical hum was genuinely shocking. The heavy silence that immediately rushed into the room was thick and suffocating. It felt almost like the air pressure in the room had violently shifted. I stood completely frozen, holding the plastic scanner rigidly in the air. The only sound left in the massive building was the faint, rhythmic dripping of condensation somewhere far away and the rapid sound of my own anxious breathing. I waited silently for the compressor to kick back on. It usually only paused for a few brief seconds before roaring back to life, but it firmly stayed off. The agonizing silence dragged on. 10 seconds passed, 20 long seconds. And then I finally heard it. It was a sound so deeply out of place that my terrified brain couldn't even process what it was at first. It was a slow, incredibly wet, heavy breath. It sounded exactly like someone deliberately exhaling through a wide-open mouth. It was a long, drawn-out sigh that eventually ended in a slight, sickly rattling wheeze. The breath was incredibly loud. It was terrifyingly close. It sounded like it was coming directly from the next aisle over, aisle 16. My heart instantly slammed painfully against my ribs. I lowered the scanner slowly, trying desperately not to make a single sound. I stood completely still, staring blankly at the thick metal racks of frozen boxes that were separating me from the adjacent aisle. I strained my ears and listened closely. For a few agonizing seconds, there was absolutely nothing, just the high-pitched ringing in my own terrified ears. Then it clearly happened again. Inhale. A slow, shuddering, desperate intake of cold air, followed immediately by another long, raspy, wet exhale. Someone was inside the warehouse with me. Someone was standing perfectly still in the total darkness of aisle 16, just a few feet away from me on the other side of the heavy shelves. My mind immediately raced with impossibility. The warehouse was securely locked from the inside. The heavy steel bay doors were bolted down. The front glass door required an encrypted employee keycard to open. Nobody could have possibly gotten inside without me hearing an alarm. "Hello," I called out blindly into the cold air. My voice cracked terribly. It sounded pathetic, weak, and clearly terrified. The heavy breathing stopped instantly. The silence that quickly followed was completely agonizing. I stood perfectly still and waited for any kind of answer. I waited for Dave to yell back, thinking maybe he had driven back for something he forgot. I waited for a freezing homeless person who had somehow sneaked inside to nervously speak up. There was nothing, just total, crushing, heavy silence. I took a very slow, quiet step backward toward the safety of the main walkway. The thick rubber sole of my work boot squeaked slightly loudly against the freezing concrete. The sharp sound was incredibly loud in the deeply quiet room. Immediately I heard a distinct shifting sound coming from the next aisle over. It was the rough sound of heavy fabric brushing tightly against a cardboard box. Whoever was in there, they were physically moving, but they weren't walking away toward the exit. The sound moved perfectly parallel to me. They were slowly keeping exact pace with me on the other side of the dividing shelf. Pure panic flared hotly in my chest. I turned quickly and walked much faster toward the end of the aisle. The motion light above me flickered aggressively as I moved. I finally reached the end of the shelving unit and stepped out into the open space of the main walkway. I quickly turned my head to look straight down into aisle 16. The overhead lights in there were completely off. The aisle was pitch black. I couldn't see anything past the first few feet of pale concrete floor. "I'm calling the police right now," I said loudly into the darkness. I tried desperately to sound angry and authoritative instead of terrified. There was absolutely no response, just the dark, completely empty aisle staring blankly back at me. I stood there frozen for a very long time. Eventually, the massive ceiling compressor above me finally clicked back on with a terrifyingly loud bang, making me physically jump in fright. The deep mechanical hum quickly filled the freezing room once again. I felt a massive, rushing wave of relief wash over my entire body. The familiar loud noise instantly made everything feel a little more normal again. I tried incredibly hard to convince myself that I was just exhausted and losing my mind. I told myself that the creepy sound of the breathing was just a faulty air pressure valve releasing gas on the old cooling system. It made logical sense. These industrial machines were incredibly old. They hissed, sputtered, and leaked air all the time. The fabric brushing sound was probably just a loose piece of heavy plastic wrapping blowing in the strong air current. I took a deep, shaky breath and rubbed my freezing face vigorously. I was letting my overactive imagination completely ruin my work shift. I still had a job to strictly do. If I didn't fully finish scanning the back stacks, Dave would definitely write me up in the morning. I tightly gripped my scanner and forced myself to walk quickly past the dark, gaping opening of aisle 16. I refused to look into the darkness. I moved quickly down to aisle 17 and turned the sharp corner. The lights immediately clicked on. Everything looked completely normal and intensely boring. Towers of frozen boxes, splintered wooden pallets, the same freezing concrete floor. I raised the heavy scanner and forcefully started working again. My bare hands were visibly shaking slightly, but I forced my panicked mind to focus entirely on the tiny numbers. I successfully scanned 10 heavy pallets without stopping once. I was actually starting to feel a little bit better. The steady, predictable rhythm of the physical work was slowly grounding me back in reality. I moved steadily to the deep back half of the long aisle, far away from the main walkway. I was reaching high up to awkwardly scan a battered box on the third storage tier when my heavy boot accidentally kicked something hard on the floor. It skittered sharply across the icy concrete with a surprisingly loud, wooden clatter. I quickly looked down at my feet. It was just a broken, jagged piece of heavy wood from a completely smashed pallet, just a splintered, frozen chunk of cheap oak. I lazily kicked it far out of the way under the heavy bottom shelf so nobody would trip on it later. I raised my hand and scanned the high box. Beep. As soon as the electronic beep faded from the air, I clearly heard it again, directly behind me. It wasn't echoing from the next aisle over. It wasn't drifting across the massive warehouse. It was standing directly behind me, a slow, incredibly wet, rattling exhale. The horrific sound was so incredibly close that I could literally feel the physical vibration of it pushing through the freezing air. It was the unmistakable sound of ruined lungs desperately struggling to push air out of a throat. Every single tense muscle in my freezing body locked up completely tight. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't turn my heavy head around. My terrified brain was screaming wildly at me to run, but my numb legs simply wouldn't move an inch. The heavy humming of the massive refrigeration unit was still going loudly, but the terrifying breathing was loud enough to cut right through the mechanical noise. Inhale a wet, shuddering, desperate gasp. Exhale a long, horribly broken, rattling wheeze. It sounded deeply wrong. It sounded distinctly human, but heavy, wet, and physically damaged, like someone who had been violently struggling to breathe for days. Slowly, painfully slowly, I forced my stiff neck to turn so I could look over my trembling shoulder. The long concrete aisle was entirely empty. There was absolutely no one standing anywhere behind me. The harsh, buzzing yellow light perfectly illuminated the entire long stretch of flat concrete. There was nothing there except frozen pallets and cardboard boxes. But the terrible breathing absolutely didn't stop. It seamlessly continued, slow and incredibly rhythmic, seemingly coming from the thin, empty air hovering right beside my left ear. I stumbled violently backward, hitting my shoulder hard against the metal rack of the shelving unit. Sharp pain shot quickly up my cold arm, but I didn't care at all. I dropped the heavy scanner in sheer panic. It hit the freezing floor hard and the glass screen instantly shattered. I didn't stop for a second to pick it up. I bolted blindly. I ran recklessly down the long aisle as fast as I possibly could in the incredibly heavy coveralls. My steel-toed boots slapped loudly and frantically against the hard floor. The violently cold air burned my lungs deeply as I desperately gasped for breath. As I sprinted in sheer terror, the overhead motion lights above me suddenly started shutting off. It definitely wasn't the normal 5-minute electronic timer. They were clicking loudly off one by one, immediately right behind me, almost as if the heavy darkness itself was aggressively chasing me down the length of the aisle. I burst out of the end of aisle 17 and slid wildly into the main walkway. I absolutely didn't look back into the blackness. I just ran straight ahead for the heavy plastic flaps. I pushed violently through them, practically tearing the thick thermal plastic off their metal hinges. I stumbled clumsily into the slightly warmer front section of the warehouse and just kept running blindly. I didn't slow down until I finally reached the front break room. I slammed the heavy metal door aggressively shut behind me and immediately threw the thick metal deadbolt into place. My numb hands were shaking so violently in terror that I could barely force the lock to turn. I backed slowly away from the locked door, panting heavily in the silence. The small break room felt like a tiny sanctuary. It was brightly lit, wonderfully warm, and thankfully had absolutely no windows looking out into the pitch-black warehouse. I quickly grabbed the heavy wooden desk chair and shoved it violently underneath the metal door handle for extra security. Then I collapsed weakly onto the small, cheap couch in the corner, holding my pounding head tightly in my trembling hands. I was completely terrified out of my mind. Absolutely nothing made logical sense. I had clearly heard it standing right behind me. I had physically felt the cold, lingering presence of someone standing right there, but the brightly lit aisle had been completely empty. I sat completely frozen there for maybe 20 long minutes, just trying desperately to slow my racing heart rate. I pulled my phone out of my coat pocket with a shaking hand. It was almost 3:30 a.m. I desperately wanted to call the local police. I actually pulled up the emergency dialer, but I hesitated. What exactly would I tell the dispatcher? That I heard invisible breathing, but nobody was physically there. They would immediately think I was crazy. Dave would definitely fire me on the spot for calling the cops over nothing. I slowly looked over at the small, outdated security monitor sitting on the edge of the manager's desk. It was a cheap, grainy, black and white camera feed that slowly cycled automatically through 4 different security cameras placed around the warehouse. 2 cameras covered the exterior loading dock, 1 camera covered the front employee entrance, and 1 final camera covered the long main walkway deep in the back stacks. I stood up slowly on shaking legs and walked hesitantly over to the wooden desk. I stared blankly at the grainy monitor screen. The live feed was currently showing the front entrance, completely empty. It slowly switched over to the exterior loading dock, empty steel doors. It slowly switched to the deep freeze back stacks. The security camera angle was mounted very high up on the concrete wall, looking far down the long, straight main walkway. The overhead motion lights were completely off. The grainy screen was mostly pitch dark, just showing the vague, slightly lighter outlines of the massive metal shelves in the night vision mode. I leaned much closer to the glowing screen, tightly squinting at the low-quality image. Way down at the very distant end of the dark walkway, right near the opening of aisle 17, something was slightly moving. It was incredibly hard to see clearly in the terrible low light. It was just a vague, dark, shifting shape seamlessly blending into the heavy shadows, but it was definitely shifting back and forth. It looked roughly like a person, but the physical proportions were slightly, horrifyingly wrong. It looked far too tall, and it was standing perfectly, unnaturally still right at the edge of the heavy darkness, just barely outside the limited range of the camera's infrared night vision. I watched it intensely, completely holding my breath in pure fear. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the tall shape leaned its upper body forward out of the thick shadows. It didn't step or walk, it just sort of glided smoothly forward, slowly moving its pale form into the very dim light spilling softly from the distant main walkway. My stomach dropped completely out of my body. The tall figure absolutely wasn't wearing thick insulated employee coveralls. It looked like it was wearing a remarkably thin, ragged, tattered hospital gown. Its dangling limbs were sickly pale and painfully, unnaturally thin. The camera feed abruptly clicked and switched back automatically to the front entrance. "No," I whispered frantically, desperately tapping my fingers against the plastic monitor. "No, switch back right now." It took 30 agonizingly long seconds for the programmed feed to slowly cycle back through the loading dock cameras again. When the screen finally flickered and switched back to the back stacks camera, the long walkway was completely empty. The pale, tall figure was totally gone. I stepped quickly back from the desk, my entire body trembling uncontrollably. I was leaving immediately. I didn't care at all about the inventory job. I didn't care about Dave screaming at me. I didn't care about the heavily shattered scanner on the floor. I was getting out of that freezing building right this exact second. I grabbed my heavy car keys and my backpack from the desk. I walked quickly over to the break room door and carefully pulled the wooden chair away from the metal handle. I unlocked the heavy deadbolt as quietly as I possibly could. I took a deep, stabilizing breath, mentally preparing myself to sprint straight to the front glass exit door without stopping for anything. I pulled the heavy metal door open fast. Standing directly on the other side of the doorway, completely blocking my exit path from floor to ceiling, was a towering, solid wall of heavy wooden pallets. I stared blindly at it in sheer, uncomprehending disbelief. Someone had used the silent electric forklift to perfectly stack 5 incredibly heavy wooden pallets directly in front of the break room door. They were stacked absolutely perfectly flush against the metal frame. I pushed desperately against the rough wood with all of my body strength. It didn't budge a single inch. Hundreds and hundreds of pounds of solid, freezing oak were securely trapping me inside the tiny room. Pure, unadulterated panic finally took completely over my mind. I slammed my bleeding fists violently against the hard wood, screaming loudly for anyone to help me. I knew deep down it was totally useless. The warehouse office was heavily soundproofed from the noisy exterior. Nobody outside could possibly hear me screaming. I backed far away from the blocked door, hyperventilating heavily. How in the world had they done that without making a single sound? I hadn't heard the warning beep of the electric forklift at all. The heavy lifting machines were incredibly loud, but I had sat there and heard absolutely nothing. I desperately grabbed my phone from my pocket to immediately call the police. My shaking thumb hovered wildly over the emergency dial button. Then I clearly heard it again, inside the tiny break room. A slow, incredibly wet, rattling exhale. It was coming directly from the completely dark corner of the small room, right behind the long row of metal employee lockers. I froze entirely. The phone slipped smoothly out of my heavily sweating, shaking hand and clattered loudly onto the hard linoleum floor. Inhale a wet, shuddering, impossibly deep gasp. Exhale a long, horribly broken, wet wheeze. It was significantly louder than it had been out in the aisle. It sounded thick and heavy, exactly like thick fluid was trapped deep inside a pair of completely ruined lungs. I slowly backed up quietly until my tense shoulders hit the wooden pallets blocking the breakroom door. I had absolutely nowhere left to run or hide. I was physically trapped inside a tiny, locked room with whatever horrifying thing was making that awful sound. The slow, wet breathing started slowly getting closer. It was slowly moving out from behind the metal lockers. I couldn't see anything at all in the dark shadows of the corner, but I could clearly hear the slow, agonizing, dragging shuffle of bare, pale feet sliding across the linoleum floor. I closed my eyes incredibly tight. I squeezed them violently shut so hard that bright colors rapidly exploded behind my eyelids in the darkness. I didn't want to see it. I absolutely didn't want to look at whatever pale, towering thing was in the tiny room with me. The wet, heavy breathing finally stopped right directly in front of me. I could literally feel the freezing, unnatural cold radiating powerfully off whatever was standing directly over me. The ambient temperature in the warm break room had plummeted instantly to freezing. I could physically feel a horribly cold, damp, wet breath hitting the skin of my face. I waited silently for cold hands to grab me in the dark. I waited to be violently attacked. I stood completely helpless there, trembling violently in the cold, with my eyes clamped shut, just silently waiting for the terrifying end. But absolutely nothing happened. The freezing, wet breath just lingered heavily on my sweaty face for a few long, agonizing seconds, and then the horrifying breathing slowly started to fade. It didn't sound like it physically moved away. It just started slowly sounding slightly fainter, quieter and quieter, until it faded away completely into the total silence of the small room. I stood completely frozen against that door with my eyes tightly closed for 4 straight, agonizing hours. I didn't dare move a single muscle in my aching body until I finally heard the loud, heavy sound of the front warehouse door heavily unlocking at 6 a.m. I distinctly heard heavy work boots walking quickly toward the break room. I clearly heard Dave swearing loudly and angrily about the equipment. Then I heard the loud warning beep of the electric forklift starting up. A few agonizing minutes later, the massive wooden pallets were finally dragged harshly away from the door. Dave yanked the metal door open violently. He looked incredibly angry, but when he finally saw the pure terror on my face, his annoyed expression immediately changed to deep confusion. He asked me what the hell had happened and why I had locked myself inside. I didn't answer him a single word. I simply pushed violently past him, ran blindly out the front glass door, and got immediately into my freezing car. I drove away recklessly without ever looking back once. I never went back to that dark warehouse. I absolutely never asked them for my final paycheck. I immediately blocked Dave's phone number when he tried calling me later that afternoon to ask where I was. I still don't know what was in that massive freezing building with me that terrible night. I don't know how it moved heavy pallets without making a sound, or how it physically vanished into thin air while locked inside a tiny room with me. But a few months later, I randomly ended up talking to a guy who used to do heavy maintenance at that exact same facility years ago. I didn't tell him a single word about what happened to me. I just casually asked if the huge place had any kind of weird history attached to it. He quietly told me that about 5 years ago, a brand new overnight worker had gotten accidentally completely locked deep inside the deep freeze section over a very long holiday weekend. The old motion lights had completely failed. The emergency backup generators had never kicked on. The guy had wandered around desperately in the pitch black, negative 10-degree cold for 3 entire days before they finally found him on Monday morning. He casually said the guy obviously didn't make it, but what deeply bothered the maintenance crew the absolute most was exactly where they eventually found the frozen body. He hadn't died anywhere near the front thermal doors desperately trying to get out. They found him completely huddled in the absolute deepest, darkest back corner of the massive warehouse, far down at the very dead end of aisle 17. And scattered completely all around his frozen body were the sharp, jagged chunks of splintered oak from a broken wooden pallet he had desperately tried to rip apart with his freezing, bare hands.
Story 10.
I found a hidden folder on my laptop one morning while helping a friend close up a tiny old cinema in Kentucky. When I opened it, the pictures inside showed me sleeping every single night. The images were terrifying on their own, but it was the dark background of those photos that truly made my blood run cold. Because standing in the darkest corner of my bedroom in every single picture was a tall, motionless shadow. It was the exact same dark, towering shape I had seen just days earlier, standing in the hallway outside the theater's projection room. My name is Sierra. At the time this all happened, I was 22 years old and living in a very small, quiet town in rural Kentucky. There wasn't much to do in our town, and there were very few places to work. My best friend, Chloe, was lucky enough that her family owned the local movie theater. It was a tiny, single-screen cinema that had been built back in the 1940s. It was the kind of place that still had an old marquee out front with missing letters, and a ticket booth made of dark wood and frosted glass. Since the theater was struggling financially, Chloe's parents couldn't afford to hire a large staff. They mostly ran it themselves during the day, but on Friday and Saturday nights when they wanted to go home early, they would leave Chloe in charge of closing up the building. Chloe didn't like being in that massive old building by herself late at night. So she would usually ask me to come hang out with her during the final showing, and in exchange for free movies and popcorn, I would help her clean up and lock the doors. I always liked the theater, but it was an incredibly creepy place after hours. When the place was full of people and the bright lights were on, it had a charming, nostalgic feel to it. But the moment the last customer walked out those heavy brass doors and the main lights were switched off, the entire atmosphere of the building changed completely. The silence in that place was almost heavy. It felt like the building itself was holding its breath. The lobby floor was covered in this faded, patterned carpet that hid decades' worth of soda stains. The walls were lined with old velvet drapes that collected dust and made the air smell perpetually stale. But the most unsettling part of the building wasn't the lobby, or even the massive auditorium where the movie played. The absolute worst part of the theater was the second floor. To get to the second floor, you had to go through a heavy wooden door located in a dark alcove near the public restrooms. Behind that door was a steep, narrow set of wooden stairs that creaked loudly with every single step you took. At the top of those stairs was a long, narrow hallway. The walls up there were covered in peeling wallpaper, and the only light came from a few flickering fluorescent tubes on the ceiling. At the very end of that long hallway was the projection room. It was a cramped, intensely hot room filled with massive, ancient film projectors that hummed loudly when they were running. Even though the theater had switched to digital projectors years ago, the old equipment was still sitting up there, gathering dust in the dark. I had always hated going up to the second floor. It always felt completely isolated from the rest of the building. It felt like a place where you could scream at the top of your lungs, and no one downstairs would ever hear you. The night everything happened was a cold Friday in late November. The weather outside was awful. It had been raining heavily all evening, which meant very few people had decided to come out to the movies. We were showing an old horror film for a late-night special event, and the turnout was completely miserable. There were maybe 6 people in the entire auditorium for the final showing. The movie was scheduled to end at around 11:45 p.m. Chloe, and I spent the last hour of the film sitting behind the glass candy counter in the lobby, talking quietly and waiting for the time to pass. I remember looking out the large glass windows at the front of the lobby. The street outside was completely dead. There were no cars driving by, and the streetlights were reflecting off the wet pavement. We were completely alone in the center of town. When the movie finally ended, the heavy auditorium doors swung open, and the few remaining customers slowly trickled out into the lobby. They were all quiet, looking tired as they zipped up their jackets and walked out into the cold rain. Chloe stood by the front entrance, locking the heavy glass doors the moment the last person stepped outside. She turned the deadbolt with a loud click, and immediately the profound silence of the empty theater settled over us. Our routine was always the same. Chloe would handle the cash register and wipe down the concession stand, while I would take a trash bag and a broom into the main auditorium to clean up whatever mess the customers had left behind. I grabbed my supplies and pushed open the doors to the theater. The massive room was dimly lit by the small aisle lights on the floor. The giant screen at the front was blank and dark. I started walking down the slanted aisles, sweeping up spilled popcorn and picking up empty soda cups. It was tedious work, and the floors were slightly sticky beneath my shoes. But as I moved deeper into the auditorium, I started to feel a strange sensation crawling up the back of my neck. It was that distinct, uncomfortable feeling of being watched. I stopped sweeping for a moment and stood completely still in the middle of the aisle. I looked around the massive, empty room. There were hundreds of faded red velvet seats surrounding me, all completely empty. But the feeling of eyes burning into the back of my head was overwhelming. I looked up toward the back of the room, toward the small square window of the projection room located high up on the wall. The glass was dark. There was no light on inside. I tried to brush off the feeling. I told myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me because we had just watched a horror movie. The building was old, it was drafty, and the shadows created by the dim aisle lights were naturally playing tricks on my eyes. I forced myself to look down at the floor and continued sweeping. But my heart was beating slightly faster now, and I found myself rushing through the aisles, desperate to get back out to the brightly lit lobby with Chloe. When I finally finished cleaning the auditorium, I tossed the heavy trash bag into the bin by the doors and practically ran back out into the lobby. Chloe was finishing up wiping down the glass counter. She looked up at me and smiled, clearly relieved that we were almost done for the night. She grabbed her car keys from behind the register and let out a tired sigh. She told me that her dad had probably left the main breaker on upstairs in the projection room. He always forgot to flip it off before he left. She asked if I minded running up there to shut it off and making sure the door was locked. She just needed to finish counting the register drawer, and then we could finally leave. I completely froze. The absolute last thing I wanted to do in that moment was walk up those dark, steep stairs by myself. My mind instantly flashed back to that awful feeling of being watched in the auditorium just minutes earlier. I wanted to tell her no. I wanted to tell her to do it herself. But I knew she hated going up there just as much as I did, and I was supposed to be there to help her. I swallowed the knot in my throat and nodded slowly. I asked her if it was just the main breaker. She nodded, handing me the heavy ring of brass keys that unlocked the various doors around the building. They felt cold and heavy in my palm. I took a deep breath, turned away from the bright lights of the lobby, and started walking toward the dark alcove near the restrooms. The hallway leading to the stairs was much darker than the rest of the lobby. The carpet here was older, and the air smelled strongly of harsh chemical cleaners mixed with mildew. I reached the heavy wooden door that led to the second floor. There was no window on the door, just a solid slab of dark wood with a tarnished brass handle. I grabbed the handle and pulled it open. The hinges let out a long, painful groan that echoed down the hallway. I stepped into the stairwell. It was pitch black, except for the weak, flickering light spilling down from the hallway at the very top of the stairs. I reached out and felt for the light switch on the wall, but when I flicked it, nothing happened. The bulb in the stairwell must have burned out. I let out a frustrated sigh. I really didn't want to walk up these stairs in the dark, but I knew Chloe was waiting on me, and I just wanted to go home. I grabbed the wobbly wooden handrail and started climbing. The stairs were incredibly steep, and they creaked violently under my weight. With every step I took, the temperature in the air seemed to drop. It was noticeably colder in the stairwell than it was in the lobby. The air felt thick and heavy in my lungs. I kept my eyes focused on the faint light at the top of the landing, practically holding my breath as I climbed higher and higher away from the safety of the ground floor. When I finally reached the top landing, I stepped out into the second floor hallway. I paused for a moment to catch my breath and let my eyes adjust to the lighting. The hallway was incredibly long and narrow. The fluorescent lights overhead were old and failing. One tube near the middle of the hall was buzzing loudly and flickering rapidly, casting strange, erratic shadows along the peeling wallpaper. The light barely reached the far end of the hallway where the projection room door was located. I looked down the long corridor, preparing to make the walk to the very end. But as my eyes focused on the dark area outside the projection room door, my heart completely stopped in my chest. All the air left my lungs in a single, silent gasp. Standing at the very end of the hallway, directly in front of the projection room door, was a figure. It was standing completely still, shrouded in the heavy shadows where the overhead light couldn't reach. My mind immediately scrambled to make sense of what I was seeing. It looked like a person, a very tall person. They had to be at least 6'4", maybe taller. They were wearing something completely black, like a heavy winter coat that draped down over their frame. They were facing away from me, staring directly at the closed door of the projection room. My first rational thought was that a customer must have somehow gotten lost. Sometimes people wandered off looking for the restrooms and ended up going through the wrong doors. But the door to the stairwell had been closed, and the stairs creaked so loudly that Chloe and I would have definitely heard someone walking up here while we were in the lobby. The logic simply wasn't making any sense. I stood frozen at the top of the stairs, gripping the heavy ring of keys so tightly that the metal was digging painfully into my skin. I waited for the person to move. I expected them to turn around, maybe look embarrassed, and apologize for wandering into a restricted area. But they didn't move an inch. They didn't even shift their weight. They stood with an unnatural, rigid stillness that made my skin crawl. It was like looking at a mannequin. I realized I needed to say something. I couldn't just stand there staring at them forever. I cleared my dry throat and forced myself to speak. I called out to them, saying the theater was closed and they needed to come downstairs. My voice echoed loudly down the narrow, empty hallway. I waited for a response. I waited for them to start walking toward me, but nothing happened. The figure remained absolutely, terrifyingly motionless. A wave of irritation washed over me, temporarily overpowering my fear. I thought maybe they were wearing headphones, or maybe they were just ignoring me. I took one hesitant step forward, moving slightly deeper into the hallway. The floorboard groaned loudly under my shoe. Still, the figure did not react. They didn't turn their head. They didn't even flinch at the sound of the creaking wood. I stopped walking. I was now about 20 feet away from the shape. The silence in the hallway felt completely suffocating. The only sound was the harsh, erratic buzzing of the failing fluorescent light above my head. I narrowed my eyes, trying desperately to make out any identifying features in the gloom. I looked for hair, a collar, the shape of a shoe, but there was nothing. The more I stared at it, the more wrong it looked. The proportions of the figure were entirely unnatural. The shoulders were strangely narrow, almost slumped inward, while the torso seemed elongated. And the darkness of the figure wasn't just the color of a coat. It was a complete, consuming blackness that seemed to absorb the faint light around it. It didn't look like a physical person wearing clothes. It looked like a dense, three-dimensional shadow that had somehow detached itself from the wall. My breathing became shallow and rapid. My brain was screaming at me to turn around and run back down the stairs, but my legs felt like they were made of lead. I was paralyzed by a deep, primal sense of dread. I tried to convince myself that it was just an optical illusion. Maybe someone had left a tall stack of boxes near the door, and the shadows were just playing tricks on my tired eyes. I desperately wanted to believe that. Suddenly, the sharp, vibrating buzz of my cell phone went off in my back pocket. The sudden noise in the dead silence of the hallway made me physically jump. I gasped out loud, nearly dropping the heavy ring of keys on the floor. I quickly fumbled for my phone, yanking it out of my pocket. I looked at the bright screen. It was Chloe calling me. I didn't take my eyes off the tall, dark figure at the end of the hall. I kept my gaze locked on it as I pressed the answer button and slowly brought the phone up to my ear. I whispered a quiet hello, my voice trembling so badly I could barely form the word. I didn't want to speak too loudly. I didn't want the thing to know I was talking about it. Chloe's voice came through the speaker, sounding completely normal and relaxed. The contrast between her casual tone and the sheer terror I was feeling was incredibly jarring. She asked if I was almost done up there, mentioning that she had finished the register and wanted to lock up and get out of the freezing lobby. I swallowed hard, my eyes wide and unblinking as I stared at the dark shape. I whispered into the phone, my voice cracking, telling her there was someone up here. I explained that I thought a customer got left behind, that they were just standing by the projection room door and wouldn't answer me. I waited for her to sound alarmed. I waited for her to tell me to come downstairs immediately. Instead, there was a long pause on the other end of the line. When Chloe finally spoke again, she didn't sound scared. She just sounded confused. She slowly asked what I was talking about. She said she had just looked up the stairwell a second ago to see if I was coming down, and she didn't see anyone up there. She told me she just saw me leave my long black jacket hanging on the wall outside the projection room. My entire body went completely numb. The blood drained rapidly from my face, and a feeling of pure cold horror washed over me. I wasn't wearing a jacket. I hadn't brought a jacket to the theater at all that night. I was only wearing a thin gray sweater. I felt dizzy. The hallway seemed to tilt slightly around me. I breathed into the phone, my voice dropping to a barely audible rasp, telling her I didn't bring a jacket tonight and I wasn't wearing black. Another heavy pause followed. The silence on the phone felt deafening. When Chloe spoke again, her casual tone was completely gone. Her voice was thin, tight, and filled with sudden panic as she asked me what that tall black thing hanging on the wall was. I slowly lowered the phone away from my ear. I didn't hang up. I just let my arm drop to my side as I stared in absolute terror at the figure at the end of the hall. It wasn't a person standing there. It wasn't a customer who had gotten lost. Chloe had seen it from the bottom of the stairs and assumed it was a coat hanging on a hook, but there were no hooks on that wall. It was something hovering right against the peeling wallpaper, and as that horrifying realization settled into my brain, the dark shape slowly began to move. It didn't turn around like a normal person would. Instead, the top portion of the shadow, the part that should have been a head, slowly shifted its angle, turning toward me. There was no face, there were no eyes, just a shifting, swirling mass of pure darkness. But even without eyes, I could feel it looking directly at me. The feeling of its attention was suffocating. It felt like a physical weight pressing down on my chest, filled with an intense, radiating malice. The air around me suddenly grew freezing cold, so cold that I could see my own breath puffing out in small white clouds in the dim light. Then the most terrifying thing of all happened. The shape slowly began to peel itself off the wall. It didn't take steps, it didn't have feet. It just glided forward, detaching smoothly from the plaster and moving into the center of the hallway. As it moved away from the wall, it began to stretch, growing even taller, its dark mass expanding toward the ceiling until it was towering over everything. I didn't process anything else. Pure, blind survival instinct finally kicked in and shattered my paralysis. I dropped the heavy ring of brass keys right there on the floor. They hit the wood with a loud, clanging crash that echoed down the hall. I spun around, my sneakers squeaking violently against the floorboards, and I ran. I threw myself down the dark, steep staircase. I flew down the wooden steps, taking them 2 or 3 at a time in the pitch black. I practically slammed my entire body into the heavy wooden door at the bottom, bursting out into the dim light of the back hallway. I scrambled into the main lobby, panting heavily, tears of absolute panic streaming down my face. Chloe took one look at my expression and immediately dropped her purse on the floor. She didn't ask me any questions. She didn't need to. She could see the sheer, unadulterated terror in my eyes. I grabbed her arm firmly, my fingers digging into her sleeve, and I dragged her aggressively toward the front entrance. We didn't bother turning off the rest of the lobby lights. We didn't even grab Chloe's purse. We just shoved open the heavy glass doors and ran out into the freezing, pouring rain. We scrambled into Chloe's car, slamming the doors shut behind us and locking them instantly. Chloe started the engine with shaking hands, her tires squealing against the wet pavement as she peeled out of the parking lot and sped down the empty street. We sat in her car a few blocks away, parked under a street lamp, completely silent except for the sound of our heavy breathing and the rain hitting the windshield. When I finally found my voice, I told her exactly what I had seen upstairs. I told her how the shadow had moved, how it had peeled itself away from the wall. Chloe was crying by the time I finished. She refused to go back inside the building that night. Chloe's parents had to go in the next morning to lock up properly and retrieve the keys I had dropped on the second floor. They claimed they didn't find anything unusual up there, just an empty hallway and a locked projection room. But Chloe and I both knew better. I never stepped foot inside that theater again. I completely refused. A few months later, her parents ended up selling the building to a developer, and it was permanently closed down. I thought that was the end of it. I thought whatever dark, unnatural presence was haunting the second floor of that cinema was finally behind me. I thought I had managed to escape it simply by walking away and never going back. But that brings me back to the very beginning of this story, because some things don't just stay where you find them. Sometimes, when you notice them, they notice you back. A few weeks after the incident at the theater, I began feeling inexplicably exhausted during the day. I constantly felt like I was being watched in my own apartment. That's when I found that hidden folder buried in the files of my laptop. I have no idea how the software was installed, or how the camera was even activating without the indicator light turning on. I scrolled through dozens of pictures, all taken in the dead of night, all showing me fast asleep in my bed. But it wasn't the violation of privacy that made me drop my computer on the floor. It was the background. In every single photo, standing perfectly still in the darkest corner of my bedroom, was that exact same tall, featureless shadow. The figure from the projection room hadn't stayed in the theater. It had followed me home. And judging by the fresh timestamp on the very last photo I viewed, it is still standing there right now. Story 11. It was the first long drive home I spent completely alone. I thought the silence would be peaceful, until I realized it wasn't silence at all. I was 22 at the time, driving back from visiting some college friends up in the northern part of the state. My route took me straight down through rural Texas. If you have ever driven through the heart of Texas in the middle of the night, you know exactly how isolating it can be. It is not just dark. It is a heavy, suffocating kind of dark that seems to swallow your headlights the second they leave the front of your car. There are no streetlights out there. There are no neighborhoods, no glowing billboards, and no other cars. For miles and miles, the only things you can see are the reflective yellow lines on the asphalt and the endless stretch of flat, empty land on either side of the highway. I had been driving for nearly 5 hours straight. The fatigue was really starting to settle into my bones. My lower back ached from sitting in the same position, and my eyes felt dry and heavy. The hypnotic, repetitive rhythm of the road was making me zone out. I kept catching myself staring blankly at the white dashed lines, my mind drifting into a dull haze. To keep myself awake, I had rolled the driver's side window down a few inches. The night air was thick and humid, smelling strongly of dry dirt and exhaust. It blew loudly through the crack in the window, but the noise was not enough to keep my brain alert. I tried messing with the radio, hoping to find a late-night talk show or some loud music. I hit the scan button, watching the numbers jump across the digital display, but there was nothing. Every single station was just a wall of harsh, hissing static. There was not a single clear frequency out there in the middle of nowhere. I eventually gave up and clicked the radio off entirely. When the static cut out, the silence in the car felt immediate and heavy. At first, it was somewhat relaxing. It was just me, the steady hum of my engine, and the low rumble of the tires on the pavement. But after another 45 minutes of driving through complete emptiness, the quiet started to play tricks on me. It started to feel like I was the only person left on the entire planet. I found myself frequently checking my rearview mirror, desperately hoping to see the distant headlights of another car. Just something to prove that the rest of the world still existed outside my dusty windshield. But the mirror was completely black. I was entirely alone. It was around 3 a.m. when the situation became uncomfortable. My gas tank was hovering dangerously close to the empty line, and the warning light had just illuminated on my dashboard. On top of that, my bladder was completely full. I had consumed 2 massive iced coffees earlier in the evening to force myself to stay awake, and my body was finally demanding a break. I started anxiously scanning the dark horizon for any sign of civilization. I just needed a single glowing sign, a rest stop, a diner, a gas station, anything. For what felt like an eternity, there was absolutely nothing, just the endless, oppressive darkness. I was starting to experience genuine panic. My cell phone had lost all bars of service over an hour ago. If my car ran out of gas out here on this abandoned stretch of highway, I would be completely stranded until the sun came up. The thought made my chest tighten with anxiety. I gripped the leather steering wheel much harder than necessary and leaned forward, squinting nervously into the blackness. Finally, miles up ahead, I saw a faint break in the dark. A hazy, flickering yellow glow was rising just above the distant tree line. It looked like a beacon. As I sped closer, the blurry light sharpened into the shape of a massive gas station sign standing tall by the side of the road. The plastic casing on the sign was cracked and severely faded. Only half of the fluorescent bulbs inside were actually working, leaving some of the letters completely dark. It looked incredibly run down, like the kind of forgotten roadside stop that had not been renovated in 30 years. But the lights under the main awning were on. It was open. I immediately flicked my blinker on and slowed down, pulling off the smooth highway and onto the rough, uneven concrete of the station's parking lot. My car bumped and rattled violently over the deep cracks in the pavement as I pulled up to one of the ancient-looking pumps. The station itself was a small, square building constructed from cheap cinder blocks. The white paint on the exterior walls was peeling off in large, jagged flakes. The bright fluorescent tubes mounted under the metal awning were buzzing incredibly loudly. It was that distinct, aggressive electrical hum that sounds like an angry swarm of bees in the dead of night. I put my car in park and twisted the key, turning off the engine. The sudden absence of the engine noise made the night outside feel even more still and quiet. I sat there in the driver's seat for a long moment, just staring out my window at the building. Something about the place felt incredibly off to me. It was not a specific detail I could easily explain. The atmosphere just felt entirely wrong. It was too quiet, too isolated. It felt like I had driven onto a movie set after all the actors had gone home. I shook my head, blaming my unease on exhaustion, and grabbed my wallet from the center console. I pushed my car door open and stepped out into the night. The Texas heat hit me instantly. Even at 3 a.m., the air was thick, heavy, and suffocating. The only sounds in the entire world were the metal clicking of my car engine slowly cooling down and the harsh, vibrating buzz of the overhead lights. I looked slowly around the parking lot. It was completely deserted. There was not a single other car parked by the pumps. There were no semi-trucks resting in the gravel lot out back, no other weary travelers stopping to stretch their legs. It was just me and the empty gas station. I walked cautiously toward the front entrance. The glass double doors were smudged with greasy fingerprints and covered in sticky residue from old promotional flyers that had been scraped away long ago. Through the dirty glass, I could see the bright, overly harsh lighting of the interior. The narrow aisles were crammed with dusty bags of chips and faded cardboard boxes. I grabbed the thick metal handle and pulled the heavy glass door open. A tiny, tarnished bell attached to the top of the door frame jingled cheerfully. The high-pitched sound was shockingly loud in the quiet night, echoing sharply through the small store and announcing my arrival to anyone inside. I stepped over the threshold, and a powerful blast of aggressive air conditioning immediately hit my face. It was freezing inside the store. The extreme contrast from the humid outdoor air actually made me shiver violently. The very first thing I noticed was the smell. It was a potent, deeply unpleasant mixture of stale coffee that had been sitting on a burner for hours, old stale cigarette smoke, and a very sharp, distinct scent of cheap industrial pine cleaner. It was the kind of artificial chemical smell that coats the back of your throat and makes your eyes water slightly. I rubbed my bare arms, trying to warm up, and scanned the room for the cashier. The main front counter was entirely empty. A bulky, outdated cash register sat on the scratched laminate surface, surrounded by messy displays of cheap plastic lighters and rolls of dusty scratch-off lottery tickets, but there was absolutely no one standing behind it. I hesitated right by the entrance. I really did not want to go wandering around a strange, isolated store in the middle of the night without the employee knowing I was walking around. "Hello," I called out into the store. My voice sounded incredibly weak and raspy from lack of use. It did not travel very far down the aisles. I stood perfectly still for several seconds, listening closely. The only response was the low, steady mechanical hum of the large glass drink coolers lining the entire back wall. I slowly started walking down the main center aisle, my sneakers squeaking faintly against the faded, scuffed linoleum floor. I peered around the end of a tall metal shelf stocked with generic motor oil and windshield wiper fluid. That was when I finally saw him. The store clerk was at the very back corner of the shop, kneeling down on the floor directly in front of the bottom shelf. He was slowly restocking heavy cans of soup from a cardboard box. He appeared to be a man in his late 50s. He had very thin, messy gray hair and was wearing a faded blue uniform shirt that hung loosely on his frame, looking at least 2 sizes too big for him. He was moving incredibly slowly. He was methodically pulling a single can out of the box, staring at it for a second, and then placing it on the metal shelf with deliberate, exaggerated care. He did not turn around when I walked down the aisle toward him. He did not seem to have heard the loud bell ringing when I opened the front door, nor did he react to my voice when I had called out just moments before. He was entirely consumed by his mundane task. I cleared my throat rather loudly as I stepped closer to him. The clerk stopped moving. He very slowly turned his head over his shoulder and looked up at me from the floor. His face was pale, and his dark eyes looked incredibly heavy and completely devoid of any life or emotion. He looked just as exhausted and drained as I felt. He did not offer a friendly customer service smile. He did not ask if I needed help finding anything. He did not say a single word. He just stared blankly at my face for 2 agonizingly long seconds, gave a very slow, almost imperceptible nod of his head, and then silently turned his attention back to his cardboard box of soup cans. I nodded back awkwardly, even though he was no longer looking in my direction. The brief interaction made my skin crawl slightly. It was unnatural, but I quickly brushed it off in my mind. Working the graveyard shift alone at a rural gas station probably did strange things to a person's social skills. "Just going to use the restroom," I mumbled aloud, speaking more to myself than to him. He did not offer any response to acknowledge he had heard me. I turned away and kept walking toward the far back corner of the building. There was a short, very narrow hallway branching off from the main retail floor. The cinder block walls in this tight corridor were painted a sickly, peeling shade of pale yellow. The bright overhead lights from the store did not reach all the way down here, leaving the hallway cast in deep, murky shadows. At the very end of the corridor there were 2 heavy, solid wooden doors. The dark paint on them was chipped away around the edges, exposing bare wood underneath. The small, tarnished metal plaques screwed into the center of the doors indicating men and women were deeply scratched and barely readable. I stepped up to the door marked men and pushed my hand against the wood. The door was surprisingly heavy. It scraped harshly against the uneven floor tiles as I forced it open, making a loud, agonizing grating sound that made my teeth ache. I stepped into the room and let the heavy door swing shut behind me. It closed on its own with a deep, final thud that instantly severed the faint, comforting hum of the drink coolers from out in the store. The silence inside the bathroom was absolute. It was immediate and suffocating. It was a completely different kind of quiet than the isolation inside my car. This was a trapped, dead kind of silence that pressed heavily against my ears. The lighting in the room was terrible. There was only a single, long fluorescent light fixture mounted on the ceiling, but half of the plastic casing was cracked, and one of the bulbs was completely burnt out. The remaining bulb was flickering sporadically. It cast long, jumping shadows that danced erratically across the filthy walls. The room was covered in grimy, off-white square tiles. The floor was made of much smaller, hexagonal tiles that were stained dark gray with years of accumulated dirt. They looked like they had not been properly mopped or deep cleaned in a decade. The sharp, chemical smell of the cheap pine cleaner was incredibly strong in here. It was so concentrated that it actually burned the inside of my nose when I took a breath. I stood completely still just inside the doorway for a few seconds, taking the depressing room in. The bathroom was fairly large for a gas station. There was a row of 3 dirty porcelain sinks mounted on the left wall, positioned directly beneath a long, severely cracked mirror. On the right side of the room, there were 3 toilet stalls. The stall partitions and doors were made of cheap, dented gray metal. They went almost all the way down to the floor, leaving only a small gap of maybe 3 or 4 inches at the very bottom. I glanced casually down the short row of stalls. The gray metal doors to the first stall, the one closest to the entrance, and the third stall at the far end were standing completely wide open, pushed all the way back against their partitions. The door to the middle stall was pushed open slightly, hanging ajar by about a foot. I scanned the room entirely. I was completely alone. The bathroom was entirely empty. I walked slowly across the dirty tiles over to the middle stall. I placed my hand flat against the gray metal door and pushed it the rest of the way open. The rusted hinges shrieked incredibly loudly in the silent room. Inside, it was just a standard, depressing, poorly maintained toilet. I stepped inside the cramped space and grabbed the edge of the heavy metal door, pulling it firmly shut behind me. I reached up and slid the thick metal deadbolt latch across the track. It locked into the receiving slot with a loud, sharp metallic snap. I stood there in the confined space for a moment, letting out a long, heavy sigh. I was finally off the dark highway for a few minutes. I was out of my cramped car. I could just relax for a second before getting back behind the wheel. I reached down toward the zipper on my jeans. That was exactly when the strange sound started. It was so incredibly faint at first that I honestly thought my exhausted brain was imagining things. It was just a very soft, dry, rustling noise. I paused all of my movements, keeping my hands perfectly still. I held my breath and strained my ears, listening intently to the quiet room. There it was again, a dry, hushed sound. It sounded exactly like dry autumn leaves rubbing together in a soft wind. But there was no wind inside this windowless cinder block room, and as the sound continued to flutter in the quiet air, it slowly began to take a specific shape. It began to form a distinct rhythm. It began to form actual syllables. It was whispering. The whispering was coming directly from the stall right next to me, the first stall, the one situated closest to the bathroom entrance. I froze completely solid. A massive lump instantly formed in my throat, cutting off my air. I had not heard anyone else walk into the bathroom. The heavy wooden door leading out to the hallway had not made that horrible, loud scraping sound against the floor tiles. The rusted metal hinges of the stall doors had not shrieked. I had been inside the bathroom for less than 60 seconds, and I knew for an absolute fact that the entire room was completely empty when I walked in. I had literally just seen the open doors with my own 2 eyes. But there was absolutely no denying what my ears were picking up. Someone or something was inside the stall directly to my left. The whispering was incredibly low in volume. It was hushed and deeply urgent. It sounded exactly like a person talking rapidly into a cell phone, trying desperately to keep their voice down so they would not be overheard. I could not make out a single specific word being spoken. It was just a continuous, unbroken stream of frantic, breathy murmurs flowing rapidly together. My heart immediately started to beat much faster, thumping heavily against my ribs. A sudden, cold prickle of nervous sweat broke out across the back of my neck. My rational mind desperately tried to piece together a logical explanation. Maybe a person had been inside that stall the entire time, standing balancing on top of the toilet seat so I would not see their feet under the door. But why would anyone possibly do that? Maybe the old clerk from the store had followed me in. But the clerk was a sluggish, tired old man, and these whispers sounded completely different. They sounded sharp, fast, and intensely energetic. "Hello," I said out loud. My own voice came out as just a shaky, pathetic whisper itself. I swallowed hard, cleared my dry throat, and tried again, projecting my voice slightly louder this time. "Is someone in there?" The urgent whispering from the next stall stopped instantly. The silence that aggressively slammed back down into the room was absolutely terrifying. It felt incredibly heavy, thick, and suffocating. I stood perfectly still inside my locked stall, my wide eyes locked firmly on the dented gray metal wall that divided us. I could hear the blood rushing loudly through my ears. I waited anxiously for a normal human response. I waited for a polite apology, an embarrassed cough, or the basic, expected sound of a shoe shifting against the dirty tiles. Anything to signify a normal person was standing on the other side of the metal sheet. Nothing happened. It was absolute dead silence. Very slowly, terrified of making a single sound, I lowered my gaze down to the floor. The open gap beneath the metal partition dividing our stalls was only about 3 inches high. If an adult human being was standing normally in the adjacent stall, I would absolutely be able to see the very tips of their shoes or the bottoms of their pants. At the very least, I would see a dark shadow cast across the floor, blocking out the flickering overhead fluorescent light. I carefully, painfully, slowly lowered my body down into a deep crouch. My stiff knees cracked slightly in the deathly quiet room, the sound making me wince. I pressed my face dangerously close to the cold, filthy floor tiles and peered cautiously underneath the gray metal partition into the first stall. My stomach completely dropped out of my body. There were no feet, there were no boots or sneakers. The small, rectangular patch of hexagonal tile floor I could clearly see in the adjacent stall was completely empty. More terrifying than that, the floor was entirely dry and heavily covered in undisturbed dust. If a real person had just walked inside from the humid Texas night to use the restroom, they absolutely would have left faint, damp shoe prints or at least scuff marks in the thick dirt. But the thick layer of dust on those tiles was perfectly smooth and entirely untouched. Nobody was in the next stall. I stood back up slowly, my legs trembling violently beneath my weight. My mind was racing out of control, violently rejecting what I was seeing and desperately trying to reconcile it with what I had just clearly heard. "You are just deeply exhausted," I told myself firmly in my head. "The sleep deprivation is finally causing you to experience auditory hallucinations. You are hearing the old air conditioning vents vibrating. You are hearing the high-pressure water moving through the old, rusted plumbing in the cinder block walls." I closed my eyes tightly and tried with every ounce of willpower I had to convince myself it was just old, noisy pipes. I took a deep, incredibly shaky breath, preparing to reach forward, slide the heavy metal latch open, and immediately leave the building. Then the whispering started again. This time it was not faint, it was not coming from across the adjacent space. It was much, much louder. And it was no longer coming from the other side of the metal partition. It sounded exactly like it was hovering directly next to my left ear, right inside my own locked stall. The voice was incredibly harsh, dry, and raspy. It was aggressively spilling out a rapid, manic, frantic stream of overlapping words I completely failed to understand. It did not sound human anymore. The tone of the voice was completely flat, lacking any normal human emotion or inflection, but the sheer speed of the words was chaotic and intensely aggressive. It felt like the invisible presence was physically pressing itself tightly against me in the cramped space. Pure, unfiltered panic violently seized my entire body. My primitive flight response kicked in with an explosive, uncontrollable force. I did not care about using the restroom anymore. I did not care about finding a rational explanation. I did not care about anything except escaping that tiny, enclosed metal box immediately. I frantically slapped my shaking right hand against the thick metal latch and violently yanked the bolt backward. I threw my entire body weight hard against the gray metal stall door. The rusted hinges shrieked in protest as I stumbled clumsily forward out into the open center of the bathroom. I spun around aggressively, my hands clenched tightly into fists, fully expecting to see a physical person standing right behind me. I fully expected to see some deranged person hiding in the corner, playing a twisted, elaborate prank. But the bathroom was exactly as it had been when I first walked in. The single fluorescent light tube was still flickering erratically on the ceiling. The incredibly harsh, burning smell of cheap pine cleaner was still thick in the cold air. And every single metal stall door in the room was completely, entirely wide open. The door to the first stall, where the hushed whispering had initially originated, was pushed flat against the wall. The door to the third stall remained fully open, and the door to my stall, the middle one, was swinging slightly on its rusted hinges for my violent, panicked exit. I stared blankly at the three open doors, my exhausted brain completely unable to process the impossible visual information. I had physically locked my door. I knew with absolute certainty that I had slid that heavy bolt across the track. I had heard the loud metallic snap, and I had seen the other two doors standing completely open when I walked inside. How could someone possibly be whispering frantically right beside my ear if the physical doors were all wide open? Where could a human being possibly be hiding in an empty cinder block room? The aggressive whispering was entirely gone now. The heavy, suffocating, dead silence had aggressively returned, pressing down heavily on my shoulders. I stood frozen in place in the exact center of the dirty floor, my breathing incredibly shallow, rapid, and loud. My terrified eyes darted frantically around the room, staring into the dark, shadowed corners, looking at the large, cracked mirror over the sinks, and scanning the empty, open stalls. I felt completely, totally exposed. I felt a very heavy, distinct sensation that I was being intensely watched from every single angle in the empty room. I did not wait another second to investigate the situation any further. I began backing away very slowly toward the heavy wooden door leading back out to the narrow hallway. I absolutely refused to turn my back on the open stalls until my trembling hand finally brushed against the cold metal door handle. The second I felt the metal, I ripped the heavy wooden door open and bolted sprinting down the narrow, peeling yellow hallway. I burst aggressively out onto the main retail floor, my rubber sneakers squeaking incredibly loudly against the scuffed linoleum. The bright, harsh, unbroken lighting of the main store aisles was almost completely blinding after spending time in the dim, violently flickering bathroom. I was breathing incredibly heavily, and cold sweat was dripping rapidly down my forehead and the back of my neck. I looked frantically toward the far back corner of the store. The old clerk was still there. He was still kneeling down on the scuffed floor in the exact same spot. He was currently holding a single heavy metal can of soup in his hand, slowly reaching his arm out to carefully place it on the very bottom shelf. He had not moved an inch from that specific location. He had not turned his head or changed his slow, methodical pace. If any living person had somehow run out of that bathroom before me, the clerk absolutely would have seen them. He would have had to physically step out of the way to let them pass down the aisle. If someone had been silently hiding in the narrow yellow hallway, they would have had to walk directly past him to exit the building. But the old man was completely, entirely unfazed. He was acting exactly as he had been 5 agonizing minutes ago. I did not say a word to him. I practically jogged down the center aisle straight toward the front glass door. I refused to look back over my shoulder toward the hallway. I hit the heavy glass double door hard with my shoulder, forcefully shoving it open into the night. The tiny, tarnished bell jingled happily and cheerfully above my head, creating a deeply mocking contrast to the sheer terror racing violently through my veins. The thick, humid, suffocating Texas night air wrapped heavily around my shivering body as I sprinted desperately across the cracked concrete of the empty parking lot. The loud, aggressive buzz of the exterior fluorescent lights felt incredibly deafening now. I frantically fumbled in my pockets for my car keys. My hands were shaking so aggressively I almost dropped the metal ring into the dirt. I finally managed to jam the key into the door lock, yanked the door open, threw my body violently into the driver's seat, and slammed the heavy car door shut behind me. I immediately hit the power lock button on the armrest. I jammed the ignition key in and twisted it hard. My car engine roared aggressively to life. I threw the gear shift into reverse, my tires loudly squealing and spinning against the old concrete, and peeled backwards out of the parking spot. I threw the car into drive and violently accelerated out of the lot, barely even slowing down before aggressively merging back onto the pitch-black rural highway. I pushed my right foot heavily down on the accelerator pedal, desperate to put as much physical distance between myself and that flickering, isolated neon sign as humanly possible. I did not care at all about the legal speed limit. I just needed to get far away from that place. For the first 20 straight miles down that dark road, I absolutely could not stop checking my rearview mirror. Every few seconds my eyes would dart up. I half expected to see a dark, human shape sitting silently in my backseat. I kept nervously glancing over at the empty passenger seat next to me, my terrified mind playing horrible visual tricks on me in the darkness of the cabin. The silence inside the car was no longer peaceful. It felt incredibly threatening. It felt dangerous. I immediately reached forward and violently twisted the radio knob, turning the volume dial up as high as it would go, blasting the harsh, hissing white static through the speakers just to completely drown out the quiet. It has been several years since that terrifying night. I still take occasional late-night road trips when I have to, but I absolutely never take those isolated, empty back roads through rural Texas anymore. I strictly stick to the major, heavily populated interstate highways. I only stop at massive, brightly lit commercial rest stops that are packed full of other travelers. I try my best not to think about that specific gas station too often. Whenever the memory creeps into my mind, I desperately try to rationalize it away. I constantly tell myself it was just a severe case of sleep deprivation. I tell myself it was just my deeply exhausted brain hallucinating random sounds in a creepy, unfamiliar environment. I try hard to believe that the acoustics inside that cinder block bathroom were just weird, or that the wind was somehow whistling strangely through an unseen crack in the outer wall. But deep down in my gut, I know the actual truth. I vividly remember the sharp, burning, distinct scent of that cheap pine cleaner. I clearly remember the exact tone and pitch of that urgent, manic, aggressive whispering right next to my left ear. And I remember the absolute most unsettling, terrifying detail of that entire night. When I had violently yanked the metal latch back, pushed my way out of that cramped stall in a blind, terrified panic, and stood in the center of the room staring in horror at all 3 doors hanging wide open. The heavy metal door of the middle stall, the exact one I had just been locked inside of, was swinging gently back and forth on its rusted hinges. But the thick metal deadbolt latch, the heavy bolt I had distinctly slid across to secure myself inside, was still firmly in the locked position. Story 12. Back in Chicago, I worked the night shift at a gas station. I used to think the scariest thing I'd see was a drunk customer. I was wrong. I had that job for over 2 years, and it completely ruined my sense of normal time. I was so used to being awake when the rest of the world was fast asleep. My shift started at 10 at night and ended at 6 in the morning. When you work those hours, you get used to the isolation. You learn to handle the silence. I worked at a small, poorly lit station right off a major highway on the outskirts of the city. Most nights it was just me, the humming fluorescent lights and the smell of stale coffee. I dealt with all kinds of strange people. I saw exhausted truck drivers who looked like they hadn't slept in days. I saw people wandering in off the street muttering to themselves. I even had a guy once stand outside by the ice machine for 2 straight hours without moving a single muscle. I used to pride myself on being tough. I thought that job had completely stripped away my ability to be scared of the dark. I figured that once you've spent hundreds of nights completely alone in a glass box on a deserted road, you've seen it all. I really believed that the worst things in the world were just unpredictable people. But I was entirely wrong, because the scariest thing that ever happened to me didn't happen at that gas station. It didn't happen out on some lonely highway, and it didn't involve a weird customer. It happened inside my own apartment building, on a morning when I was just trying to leave for a trip. At the time, I was living in a massive, older high-rise building closer to the heart of Chicago. It was one of those towering, brutalist concrete structures built back in the 70s. From the outside, it just looked like a giant gray block reaching up into the sky. It wasn't pretty, but the rent was cheap, and that was the only thing I cared about back then. I lived all the way up on the 14th floor. The building was notoriously poorly maintained. The heating pipes would randomly bang against the walls in the middle of the night, sounding exactly like someone hitting the metal with a heavy wrench. The wallpaper in the lobby was peeling at the corners, and the hallways always had this lingering smell of old dust and cheap cleaning chemicals. But the worst part about the building was the elevators. There were 4 elevator shafts in the central lobby, but management only ever kept 2 of them running to save on maintenance costs, and even those 2 were completely unreliable. They were ancient. The metal doors were heavily scratched, and the interior cab always smelled faintly of burnt electrical wire. When you rode in them, you could actually feel the old cables vibrating through the floor beneath your feet. It was late January, right in the dead of winter. If you've never been to Chicago in January, it's hard to describe the cold. It's the kind of freezing wind that cuts right through your heavy winter coat and makes your bones ache. The wind would whip off the lake and slam against the side of my building, so hard that the cheap glass in my windows would actually rattle in their frames. I had booked a flight to go back home to Ohio for my younger sister's wedding. Because I was trying to save money, I had purchased the absolute cheapest ticket I could find. That meant my flight was scheduled to depart at 6 in the morning. To make a 6 o'clock flight at a major airport, you have to be there incredibly early. I had scheduled an Uber to pick me up right in front of my building at exactly 4 in the morning. I knew that trying to get an Uber at that hour during a freezing winter night could take a while, so I didn't want to risk being late. The night before the flight, I barely slept at all. I have always had a lot of anxiety about sleeping through my alarm, especially when I have somewhere important to be. I spent most of the night just tossing and turning in my bed. Every time I closed my eyes, I would suddenly jerk awake, terrified that I had missed my alarm and ruined the entire trip. I listened to the wind howling against the glass. The apartment was freezing. The radiators were barely putting out any heat at all. I remember staring up at the dark ceiling, just waiting for the hours to pass. When my phone alarm finally went off at 3:15 in the morning, it felt like a relief. I reached over, shut off the blaring sound, and dragged myself out from under the warm blankets. The apartment was dead silent. There is a very specific type of quiet that settles over a massive city around 3 in the morning. The traffic outside had completely stopped. There were no sirens, no voices, no sounds of life at all. It felt like I was the only person left awake in the entire world. I walked into the bathroom and splashed some freezing cold water on my face. I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked exhausted. I had dark circles under my eyes and my skin looked pale under the harsh bathroom light. I just wanted to get this trip over with. I wanted to get to the airport, get on the plane, and sleep for the entire flight. I spent the next 20 minutes doing a final check of my apartment. I made sure the stove was off. I checked that the windows were locked. I packed the last few items into my bathroom bag and zipped my suitcase shut. I grabbed my heavy winter coat, wrapped a thick scarf around my neck, and put on my gloves. I pulled the handle up on my suitcase and rolled it toward the front door. I stepped out into the hallway and pulled the heavy wooden door shut behind me. I locked the deadbolt and double-checked the handle. The loud click of the lock echoed down the long, empty corridor. The hallway on the 14th floor was incredibly long and unnervingly quiet. The walls were painted a dull, sickly yellow color, and the floor was covered in a dark green patterned carpet that absorbed almost all the sound. The only noise was the low, constant hum of the fluorescent lights running along the ceiling. A few of the bulbs were burning out, so the light flickered constantly, casting weird, shifting shadows against the closed doors of my neighbors' apartments. I started walking toward the elevator bay at the center of the building. The small plastic wheels of my suitcase sank into the cheap carpet, making a soft, dragging sound as I walked. It felt strange being out in the hallway at that hour. Usually there was some sign of life. You would hear a television playing faintly through a door or smell someone cooking dinner. But at 3:45 in the morning, the silence was absolute. It felt heavy. It felt like I wasn't supposed to be out there. I reached the central elevator lobby and pressed the down button on the wall panel. The plastic button lit up with a dull, yellowish glow. I stood there and waited. I pulled out my phone and checked the time. My Uber was still 15 minutes away, but the app showed the driver was already navigating through the empty streets toward my building. I put my phone back in my pocket and stared up at the digital floor indicator above the elevator doors. The building was so quiet that I could clearly hear the heavy steel cables grinding and shifting deep inside the dark shaft. I watched the red digital numbers slowly change as the elevator car made its way up from the ground floor. 2, 4, 7, 10, 12. The elevator finally arrived at my floor with a loud, sudden chime that actually made me flinch. The heavy metal doors groaned and slowly slid apart. The elevator car was completely empty. The interior walls were lined with these cheap, scuffed mirrors, so the first thing I saw was my own tired reflection staring back at me. The overhead light inside the car was painfully bright compared to the dim hallway. I pulled my suitcase inside and turned around to face the doors. I reached out and pressed the button marked with a large L for the lobby. The doors shuddered for a second and then slowly slid completely shut. The lock engaged with a heavy, metallic clank. For a moment, the elevator just sat there. It didn't move. I shifted my weight nervously, wondering if the old machine had finally broken down completely. I really didn't want to get trapped inside an elevator at 4 in the morning. I was just about to press the lobby button a second time when the car suddenly lurched. It dropped slightly, making my stomach do a small flip, and then began its long descent. I leaned back against the mirrored wall and watched the digital floor indicator above the door. The numbers started ticking down in a steady rhythm. 13, 12, 11, 10. The ride was incredibly loud. The metal car rattled and shook within the concrete shaft. Cold air was blowing down through the vents in the ceiling, carrying that familiar smell of burnt dust and grease.
9, 8, 7, 6.
I closed my eyes for a second, just resting my head against the cool glass of the mirror. I was mentally running through my checklist for the airport. ID, boarding pass, phone, charger. Everything was in my bag. I just needed to get through the lobby doors and into the warm car waiting outside.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I opened my eyes and reached out to grab the handle of my suitcase, bracing myself to step out into the bright, familiar lobby. The digital display flashed the number 1. But the elevator didn't slow down. There was no familiar chime. The brakes didn't engage. The car didn't stop. I frowned, staring up at the screen in confusion. The number 1 vanished completely from the display. The screen went blank for a fraction of a second. And then a small, bright red letter appeared. P1. My heart skipped a beat. The elevator was bypassing the lobby entirely. We were going down into the parking garage. The building did have a subterranean parking structure. It was built directly beneath the main tower, going 3 separate levels deep into the earth. P1, P2, and P3. I didn't own a car, so I never had any reason to go down into the garage, but I knew all about it from the other tenants in the building. The upper 2 levels, P1 and P2, were standard underground parking. They were dimly lit, concrete spaces filled with the residents' vehicles. But the lowest level, P3, was completely abandoned. It had a terrible history of severe flooding during heavy spring rainstorms. A few years before I moved in, the water damage had gotten so bad that the concrete pillars started showing signs of structural stress. The management company eventually realized it was too expensive to fix the drainage issues. They simply moved everyone's assigned parking spots to the upper levels, permanently closed off P3, and completely shut off the power grid to that specific floor to save money. It was just a massive, empty, freezing concrete cavern sitting deep underground in the total pitch black. The elevator continued to drop.
The screen flashed P2.
I instinctively reached out and jammed my finger against the lobby button again. I pressed it hard, holding it down, hoping to somehow override the system, but the plastic button just felt loose and unresponsive. The elevator was still moving down. The air inside the car felt noticeably colder now. The mechanical grinding noise of the cables seemed to get louder, echoing off the concrete walls of the underground shaft. Then, with a sudden, violently rough jolt, the elevator car slammed to a complete stop. The impact was so harsh I actually lost my balance and had to grab the metal handrail to keep from falling over. My suitcase tipped over onto its side and hit the floor with a loud smack. I stood completely still, breathing heavily, staring up at the digital display. The screen glowed with a bright, solid red text.
Pi 3.
We were at the very bottom, the lowest, abandoned level of the garage. I waited for the doors to open, but nothing happened. For a long, agonizing moment, the elevator just sat there in total silence. The loud rattling of the cables had stopped. The humming of the motors was gone. There was absolutely no sound at all. I slowly let go of the handrail. My hands were shaking slightly. I told myself it was just a glitch. The old electronics had finally failed, and the elevator had simply dropped to the lowest possible point on the track. It was just a stupid mechanical error. I reached forward toward the control panel, intending to press the emergency call button. But before my finger could touch the metal plate, the heavy steel doors began to move. They groaned loudly, grinding against their tracks, and slowly slid apart. I instantly stepped backward, pushing myself as far into the corner of the elevator car as I could possibly go. I was staring out into pure, absolute darkness. It wasn't just dim, it was a suffocating, total blackness. The overhead light from inside the elevator car spilled out onto the concrete floor for maybe 5 or 6 feet, illuminating a small patch of cracked, stained ground. Beyond that tiny square of light, there was nothing. It was like looking directly into a physical wall of shadows. A wave of freezing, damp air rolled into the elevator. It smelled absolutely repulsive. It was a thick, heavy scent of stagnant water, rotting drywall, and old engine grease. The air felt incredibly heavy in my lungs. I didn't move a single muscle. I stood completely frozen in the back corner, my eyes wide, trying desperately to see anything in the dark. The silence down there was unnatural. The underground walls were so thick that absolutely no sound from the city above could reach down here. It was a dead, hollow silence that actually made my ears ring. I waited for the doors to close on their own. Usually, if you didn't step through the sensor, the elevator doors would shut automatically after about 10 seconds. I counted the seconds in my head, 1, 2, 3, 4. The doors stayed wide open.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Nothing, they didn't even twitch. It was as if the mechanical system had completely died the moment the doors fully opened. My heart was pounding so hard against my ribs that I could feel it in my throat. The primal, instinctual part of my brain was screaming at me that I was in severe danger. The bright light of the elevator made me a perfect target. Anyone or anything standing out in that massive, pitch-black garage could see me perfectly clearly, but I wouldn't be able to see them at all until they stepped right into the light. I took a tiny, hesitant step forward and reached out with a trembling hand. I desperately jabbed the door close button. I pushed it in as far as it would go. The button clicked, but the doors didn't move. I pressed it again and again. I started mashing my thumb against the plastic, panic slowly rising in my chest. "Come on," I whispered out loud. My voice sounded weak and pathetic, instantly swallowed up by the massive, empty space of the garage. I pressed the lobby button again. I pressed the emergency call button. Nothing worked. The elevator was completely dead. I stepped back away from the open doorway, my breathing becoming shallow and rapid. I was trapped. I was going to have to pull out my phone and call the emergency dispatcher to come get me out. I reached into my heavy coat pocket to grab my phone. And that was exactly when I heard it. It was faint at first, coming from somewhere deep inside the blackness, far beyond the reach of the elevator's light.
It was a sharp, distinct scuffing sound,
like the heavy rubber sole of a boot dragging across raw concrete. I stopped breathing entirely. My hand froze inside my pocket. I strained my ears, desperately hoping I had just imagined it, or trying to convince myself it was just a piece of loose pipe settling somewhere in the dark.
But then I heard it again. A deliberate, heavy footstep.
It echoed loudly through the empty underground cavern. The sound bounced off the concrete pillars and the low ceiling, making it impossible to tell exactly which direction it was coming from. But there was no mistaking what the sound was. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't the building shifting. It was a person. Someone was out there, walking around in the completely dark, abandoned, flooded sublevel at 4 in the morning. Another footstep echoed out, and then another. Step, pause, step. Whoever it was, they were walking incredibly slowly, deliberately. And with every single step, the sound grew slightly louder. They were moving toward the elevator. Pure, unadulterated terror flooded my entire body. My legs felt like they were made of lead. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. All I could do was stare out into the solid black void and listen to the slow, heavy approach of the unseen footsteps. They were getting closer. I could hear the faint, wet splashing sound as their shoes stepped through the shallow puddles of stagnant water covering the floor. Splash, step, splash, step. The realization of my situation hit me with the force of a physical blow. The power to this entire floor had been permanently shut off for years. There were absolutely no emergency lights, no exit signs, no windows. It was pitch black. Which meant whoever was out there was walking completely blind in the dark. Unless they were looking directly at the only source of light in the entire massive room. They had seen the elevator doors open. They had seen the bright, yellowish light spill out onto the concrete, and now they were walking straight toward it. I snapped out of my frozen state. I threw myself violently against the control panel. I started smashing my entire palm against the door close button over and over again. I was hitting it so hard that my hand was actually stinging. Close, 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 please close, I begged through clenched teeth, my voice shaking uncontrollably. The footsteps suddenly stopped. The horrible silence returned. It was suffocating. I kept my hand pressed firmly against the plastic button, staring wide-eyed into the dark. I didn't know how close they were. They could have been 50 feet away, or they could have been standing just an inch beyond the edge of the light, watching me panic. That terrible pause lasted for maybe 5 full seconds. And then the sound changed. The slow, deliberate footsteps didn't resume. Instead, the silence was shattered by a sudden, explosive burst of noise. Slap, 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 slap. They weren't walking anymore, they were sprinting. Whoever was out there had broken into a full, dead run, charging directly toward the open elevator doors. The sound of their shoes slapping furiously against the wet concrete was deafening. The echoes overlapped, creating a chaotic, terrifying roar of approaching footsteps. They were moving impossibly fast. The splashing sounds were getting louder with every fraction of a second. They were right there. They were almost at the light. I screamed. I couldn't help it. I screamed and slammed my fist onto the control board. Finally, miraculously, the old mechanical gears groaned. The heavy metal doors jerked violently and began to slide shut. But they were moving agonizingly slow. The gap between the doors was shrinking, but not fast enough. The running footsteps were right outside now. The sheer volume of the sound meant they were mere feet away. I pressed myself as hard as I could into the back corner of the mirrored walls, curling my arms up over my chest in a desperate attempt to protect myself. The doors were just inches apart. The sliver of darkness was closing. In that final split second, just before the metal edges met, I saw something. A sudden, violent flash of movement cut through the tiny gap of blackness. It was a blur of motion, right at the very threshold where the light met the dark. I couldn't make out a face or clothes or any defining details. It was just the horrifying confirmation that someone was physically right there, throwing themselves toward the opening. The doors clanged shut with a loud, metallic crash. Less than a second later, the entire elevator car shook. There was a massive, sickening thud against the outside of the steel doors. It was the heavy, blunt impact of a human body slamming full force into the metal, right where the opening had been just a moment before. The sound was incredibly loud. Whoever it was had literally thrown themselves at the gap, trying to get inside before it sealed, and had violently crashed into the solid steel. I flinched, burying my face in my arms, expecting the metal doors to dent or pry open. But then the elevator jolted. The cables ground harshly above me, and the car suddenly shot upward. I fell to my knees as the force of the sudden ascent pushed me down. I stayed on the floor, gasping for air, clutching my chest as my heart hammered frantically. I watched the red digital display above the door. P2, P1. The elevator came to a smooth, normal stop. The pleasant, familiar chime rang out brightly. The doors slid open, revealing the warm, fully lit, perfectly normal lobby of my building. I didn't hesitate for a single second. I scrambled to my feet, grabbed the handle of my fallen suitcase, and bolted out of the elevator. I didn't look back at the open doors. I didn't care if I left anything behind. I dragged my heavy bag across the lobby tile and shoved my way through the front glass doors of the building. The freezing Chicago wind hit my face like a physical slap, but I had never been so grateful to be cold. My Uber was idling right at the curb, the exhaust glowing thick white in the frozen street lights. I practically threw my suitcase into the trunk, climbed into the back seat, and locked the doors immediately. The driver asked me if I was okay, noting how pale and out of breath I looked. I just nodded and told him to please drive to the airport as fast as he legally could. I made my flight. I spent the next few hours sitting on the brightly lit airplane, entirely surrounded by normal people, just staring blankly out the window. My hands didn't stop shaking until we were completely out of Illinois airspace. I spent the entire wedding weekend trying to convince myself that my mind was playing tricks on me. I tried to rationalize it. I told myself it was just a squatter who had found a way down there to get out of the freezing cold, and I had simply startled them. It was a terrifying experience, but there had to be a logical explanation. A week later, I flew back to Chicago. As soon as I dropped my bags off in my apartment, I went straight down to the ground floor to speak with the building manager. I found him sitting in his small office off the lobby. I sat down and told him exactly what had happened. I told him about the elevator glitch, dropping down to P3, and the terrifying sound of someone sprinting toward the open doors in the pitch black. I expected him to brush it off, or tell me he would call the police to clear out any trespassers hiding down there. Instead, the color completely drained from his face. He sat back in his chair and stared at me with an expression of genuine horror. He apologized profusely for the elevator glitch. He explained that when the temperature drops drastically in the winter, the old pneumatic weight sensors sometimes fail, causing the car to sink to the absolute bottom of the shaft until the system resets itself. But then he told me the single detail that completely shattered any logical explanation I had constructed in my head. The detail that still makes my blood run cold whenever I think about it. He told me that there was absolutely no way a squatter, a homeless person, or any normal trespasser could have been down there. When the building management officially condemned the P3 level 2 years prior, they didn't just turn off the lights. They completely sealed it off to prevent the massive liability of someone getting hurt in the flooded dark. The heavy, fireproof steel doors leading down to the P3 level from the emergency stairwells had been permanently welded shut and heavily padlocked from the outside. There was literally no foot access to that floor anymore. No stairs, no open doors, no ramps. The only possible way for a physical human being to end up down on that abandoned, flooded level in the pitch black was if they had managed to manually pry open the elevator doors on a higher floor, and climbed straight down the greasy, open elevator cables in the dark, descending all the way down into the subterranean abyss themselves. I never rode that elevator again. I moved out of that apartment building the very next month. I paid the penalty to break my lease early, packed all my belongings into boxes, and left Chicago entirely. To this day, whenever I have to step inside an empty elevator late at night, I press myself as firmly into the back corner as possible. I stare intensely at the glowing numbers on the screen above the door, praying that they stop exactly where they are supposed to. Because I know now that the most terrifying things aren't the drunk strangers wandering into a gas station. The truly terrifying things are the ones waiting quietly in the absolute dark, just hoping that eventually a door will open. Story 13. This happened during a high school field trip to an old hostel-style lodge in New Mexico. Everyone was afraid of what was outside, but my fear came from inside my own house. Well, it wasn't exactly my house. It was a massive, converted estate that our school had rented out entirely for the week. We were supposed to treat it like our home base, a place to sleep and eat between long days out in the desert. It was my junior year of high school, and my earth science class had taken a very long bus ride out to the middle of nowhere. I am Eli, by the way. I was never really the type of kid to get scared easily. I grew up in the suburbs where the worst thing you might hear at night was a stray raccoon knocking over a garbage can. I liked facts, dirt, rocks, and things you could prove. So when people asked me if I believed in ghosts or the paranormal, my answer was always a quick, solid no. That is why this whole experience messes with my head so badly. Out there in New Mexico, the isolation was heavy. It was a different kind of quiet. The kind of quiet that makes your ears ring, where the silence feels almost like a physical weight pressing against the side of your head. The lodge itself was incredibly old. The teachers told us it used to be some sort of boarding house for miners way back in the early 1900s before being converted into a hostel-style getaway. It sat at the very end of a winding dirt road, surrounded by miles of dry brush and flat, cracked earth. There were no streetlights, no neighboring buildings, and barely any cell service. When the sun went down, the darkness outside was absolute. It felt like stepping off the edge of the planet. That was why everyone was so focused on the outside. People were constantly joking about coyotes, mountain lions, or whatever else might be wandering around in the desert night. We were specifically told to keep the ground floor windows locked at all times, but looking back, the outside was the absolute last thing we needed to worry about. When we first arrived that afternoon, we were all given our room assignments and told to unpack. The inside of the lodge was a confusing maze of dark wood paneling, faded floral carpets, and narrow hallways that seemed to stretch on much longer than they naturally should have. The air inside always felt a little too still, and it smelled distinctly like old paper and dried lavender. My room was located on the second floor, right near the middle of the long north wing. Because it was an old hostel setup, the bedrooms did not have their own private bathrooms. Instead, there was a large, cold communal bathroom located about halfway down the corridor, right next to the stairwell. I remember specifically looking down the length of that hallway on our very first day. I only noticed it because it was so strangely designed. If you stood at my bedroom door and looked to the left, the hallway continued past the communal bathroom, past a few more empty bedrooms, and then it just abruptly stopped. It ended completely in a flat, blank wall covered in the exact same ugly floral wallpaper as the rest of the corridor. There was no window, no exit sign, just a dead end. I remember thinking it was terrible architecture, like they had planned to build another wing but just ran out of money and gave up halfway through. I pointed it out to my friends, joking about the hallway to nowhere. I didn't think much of it at the time. It was just a quirky detail of an old, poorly designed building. The first 2 days of the trip were physically exhausting. We spent hours out in the harsh sun, hitting rocks with small hammers, digging up soil samples, and writing down pages of notes. By the time we got back to the lodge each evening, most of us were completely drained of energy. After dinner, people would hang out in the main lounge for a bit, but by 10:30 p.m., the teachers were eagerly ushering everyone up to their respective rooms. The rules were strict. Once you were in your room for the night, you stayed there. The only exception was if you desperately needed to use the communal bathroom down the hall. It was the third night of the trip when things completely changed. We had just finished a long, grueling day of hiking up a steep ridge, and my legs were aching terribly. I shared a room with 2 other guys from my class, Mark and David. As soon as lights out was called at exactly 11 p.m., they were out cold. I could hear their steady breathing from the other side of the room within 10 minutes. I was incredibly tired, but for some unknown reason, I just couldn't fall asleep. I laid there flat on my back, staring up at the dark ceiling. David was a heavy sleeper who snored with this rhythmic, rattling sound that usually drove me crazy. Mark was a sleep talker, occasionally mumbling random words that made absolutely no sense. Normally, I would put in my earbuds and listen to music to drown them out and find some peace. But we weren't allowed to use our phones after lights out, and my earbuds were packed away in my heavy duffel bag across the room. So I just had to lie there in the dark and listen to it. But after an hour or so, even their breathing faded into the background, overtaken by the sheer oppressive weight of the lodge itself. Old buildings don't just settle quietly, they speak. The wooden beams contracted in the dropping desert temperatures, making sharp, snapping sounds that echoed through the plaster walls. Wind outside began to howl, throwing handfuls of loose sand against the single pane glass of our bedroom window. It felt like the elements themselves were trying to find a way inside. I tried rolling over, adjusting my pillow. I tried pulling the heavy, scratchy wool blanket entirely over my head to muffle the noise. Nothing worked. The air in the room felt incredibly dry and uncomfortably warm, sticking to my skin. I laid there for what felt like hours, listening to the wind and the groaning wood. Eventually, I realized I needed to use the bathroom. I had been trying my best to ignore it, hoping I would just fall asleep and deal with it in the morning, but the uncomfortable feeling was only getting worse. I grabbed my phone from the small wooden nightstand and tapped the dark screen to check the time. It was 2:14 a.m. The bright artificial light of the screen made my tired eyes water instantly. I let out a quiet, frustrated sigh and pushed the heavy blanket off my legs. The exposed wooden floorboards at the edge of the rug were freezing cold against my bare feet as I stood up. I didn't bother putting my shoes or socks on. I figured I would just be quick, slip in and out, and be back in bed within 2 minutes. I quietly unlocked our bedroom door, trying my absolute best not to turn the old brass knob too quickly so it wouldn't squeak and wake up Mark or David. It clicked softly, and I pulled the heavy door open just enough to slip out into the silent hallway. The corridor was incredibly dark. The main overhead lights were turned off for the night, leaving the hallway bathed in deep shadows. The only illumination came from a single, dimly lit emergency exit sign near the stairwell, casting a faint, eerie red glow across the ugly floral carpet. The air out in the hallway was significantly colder than in my stuffy bedroom. It felt like walking directly into a meat refrigerator. I shivered instantly, wrapping my arms around my chest as I started walking slowly toward the communal bathroom. Every single step I took seemed far too loud. The old floorboards beneath the thin carpet groaned and protested under my weight. I kept looking nervously over my shoulder, feeling that strange, irrational sense of total vulnerability you get when you are the only person awake in a massive, dark house. It felt like eyes were pressing into my back. I finally made it to the bathroom and pushed the heavy wooden door open with my shoulder. The bright fluorescent lights flickered to life automatically, buzzing loudly and momentarily blinding me. I stood there in the doorway for a second, squinting and letting my eyes adjust to the harsh white light. The bathroom was completely empty, of course. It was all cheap white tiles, metal stalls, and a row of basic sinks. I stood there for a moment, just listening to the hum of the fluorescent tubes. There was a faint, rhythmic dripping sound coming from the sink furthest down the line. I used the restroom quickly, then walked over to the nearest sink and turned the hot water tap. The pipes shuddered violently inside the wall, letting out a loud, groaning shriek before spitting out a stream of rusty, brown water that eventually faded to a cloudy clear. I washed my hands, then splashed some of the freezing cold water on my face to try and wake myself up a bit. The cold water felt shocking but good. I grabbed a rough brown paper towel from the metal dispenser, dried my face roughly, and looked at my reflection. The mirror was incredibly old, the silver backing peeling away at the corners, giving my reflection a distorted, almost fractured look. My eyes were heavily bloodshot, and my skin looked pale, almost sickly under the artificial overhead lighting. I remember clearly thinking to myself that I just needed to go back to sleep, get through the next few days, and I could finally go home to normalcy. I threw the damp paper towel in the trash can and walked back over to the bathroom door. I pulled the door open and stepped back out into the freezing, dimly lit hallway. The heavy bathroom door swung shut automatically behind me with a loud, echoing thud that made me jump. I winced, holding my breath, hoping the loud noise hadn't woken up any of the teachers sleeping on the ground floor. The deep silence rushed back in immediately, feeling heavier and more oppressive than before. I turned to my right to head back down the hall to my room. My room was only about 4 doors down the corridor. It should have been a completely uneventful 5-second walk. But as I turned my body, my eyes naturally drifted all the way down the corridor, past my room, toward the dead end. I stopped completely in my tracks. My heart gave a strange, painfully hard thump against my ribs. Something was horribly wrong. The red glow from the distant exit sign didn't reach all the way down there, leaving the end of the hall bathed in thick, impenetrable shadows. But even in the darkness, my eyes could clearly see that the blank wall wasn't a blank wall anymore. Where there had only been flat floral wallpaper just that afternoon, there was now a door. I blinked hard, rubbing my eyes forcefully with my knuckles, utterly convinced that my tired brain was just playing tricks on me in the dark. I took a slow, hesitant step forward, squinting intensely into the gloom, but the image simply did not change. It was a heavy, dark wooden door. It looked old, much older than the standard bedroom doors lining the rest of the hall. It had a thick, tarnished brass doorknob that somehow caught a tiny, almost impossible sliver of moonlight filtering up from a window down in the stairwell. My mind immediately started racing, desperately trying to find a logical, rational explanation. Had that door always been there? No, that was completely impossible. I specifically remembered looking at the blank wall on the first day. I had actively pointed it out to Mark, joking about how stupid it looked. We had both stared directly at the flat, empty wall. There was absolutely no door there before. It was solid drywall, so how could there physically be one standing there now? A deep, freezing sense of dread started to pool heavily in my stomach. Every natural survival instinct I had was screaming at me to just turn around, run back into my room, lock the door, and hide under my heavy blankets until sunrise, but I couldn't move. I was completely frozen there in the exact middle of the hallway, staring at the impossible door. It was like it was actively pulling my attention, forcing me to look at it against my will. I took another slow, shaking step forward. My breathing was shallow and completely uneven. The air in the hallway felt even colder now, dropping to an almost icy temperature that made my teeth chatter softly. I slowly walked past my own closed bedroom door. I didn't stop. I honestly do not know why I didn't stop. It was a terrible mix of intense, morbid curiosity and a sickening kind of terror. I felt like I needed to know what I was looking at. I needed to physically prove to myself that it was just a trick of the shadows, or a weird maintenance closet I had somehow completely overlooked during the day. As I got closer to the end of the hall, the details of the strange door became much clearer. It wasn't just a plain door, it looked ancient and out of place. The wood was a dark, bruised mahogany, completely clashing against the faded floral wallpaper of the lodge. It looked incredibly heavy and solid, like the kind of door you would find in the basement of an old stone church. There were deep, jagged scratches near the very bottom, carved roughly into the wood. The scratches did not look random, they looked frantic and desperate, like an animal had been trapped inside, tearing fiercely at the wood until its claws gave out. And the smell, as I stood about 10 feet away from it, the smell hit me like a physical wave. It was an overpowering, disgusting stench. It wasn't the dusty, lavender scent of the rest of the lodge. It was a damp, deeply metallic smell mixed with wet soil and something distinctly rotten. It smelled exactly like old pennies and turned earth. It was so remarkably strong I instinctively had to lift the collar of my t-shirt over my nose to stop myself from physically gagging. My eyes actually watered from the stench, blurring my vision slightly. I stopped about 5 feet from the door. I was close enough now to clearly see the intricate, dirty details on the brass knob. It was shaped very strangely, almost like an elongated teardrop, heavily tarnished and black in the grooves. The silence in the hallway at that exact moment was totally deafening. I stood there, holding my breath, just staring blankly at the wood. I fully expected it to just disappear. I expected to blink and wake up in my bed, but I was fully awake. I could feel the freezing floorboards under my toes. And then the heavy brass knob moved. It wasn't a sudden, violent twist. It was a slow, incredibly deliberate turning. The brass knob rotated downward with a harsh, piercing metallic squeak. The high-pitched sound was so loud in the dead quiet hallway that it made my entire body jerk back. My heart instantly started hammering wildly in my throat. I watched, completely paralyzed with fear, as the knob reached the very end of its rotation, held there for a terrifying second, and then slowly twisted back up to its original position. Someone was standing on the other side. I couldn't breathe. I desperately wanted to scream, to yell for Mr. Harrison, but my throat was completely dry and constricted. I stood there, staring at the brass knob, waiting for the heavy door to swing outward, but it didn't open. Instead, the knob simply started to turn again, slowly, back and forth, jiggling slightly within the mechanism, like whoever or whatever was behind it was testing the lock. Testing to see if it would give, or maybe waiting to see if I would reach out and open it for them. Then the sound drastically changed. Mixed in with the horrible squeaking of the metal, I heard something else leaking through the tiny gaps around the warped doorframe. It was a soft, incredibly wet sound, a slow, heavy, rattling breathing. It did not sound human in the slightest. The breaths were far too long, drawn out into deep, fluid-filled wheezes. It sounded exactly like something massive was pressing its face right up against the crack of the door, actively smelling the air, smelling me standing there. The air temperature around me plummeted so fast I could actually see my own terrified breath puffing out in small white clouds in the dim red light. The damp, metallic smell grew overwhelmingly strong, making my stomach churn violently. The brass knob continued to twist back and forth, a little faster now, with more urgency. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The wet, rattling breathing grew louder, accompanied by a soft, agonizing scraping sound against the wood on the other side, like long fingernails slowly dragging down the length of the door panels. My physical paralysis finally broke. I took a sudden, jerky step backward, putting distance between me and the wood. The floorboard under my foot let out a loud, sharp creak. The twisting of the knob stopped instantly. The rattling breathing ceased completely. Total, absolute, dead silence fell over the hallway once again. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I spun around so fast I nearly lost my footing and sprinted blindly back down the hall. I didn't care about making noise anymore. I ran as fast as my freezing bare feet could possibly carry me over the carpet. I practically threw my entire body weight at my bedroom door, grabbing the handle forcefully and shoving it open. I stumbled inside the dark room, slammed the door shut behind me, and twisted the lock with a loud, frantic click. I stood in the pitch black of my room, my chest heaving up and down, my entire body shaking uncontrollably from the adrenaline. Mark and David were still fast asleep, completely unaware of the nightmare that had just happened 30 feet away. I slowly backed away from the door until my trembling legs hit the soft edge of my bed. I collapsed onto the mattress, pulling my knees tightly up to my chest. I stared endlessly at our locked bedroom door, absolutely terrified that our knob was going to start turning next. Terrified that the wet, rattling breathing was going to start hissing from the gap under our door. I stayed locked in that exact position for almost 20 agonizing minutes. Every single shadow in the room looked like a tall figure watching me. Every gust of wind rattling the window sounded exactly like a scraping fingernail. I kept waiting to hear heavy footsteps coming slowly down the hall, stopping right outside our room, but nothing came. The lodge remained totally dead silent. Eventually, the sheer blinding panic began to subside just enough, replaced by a desperate, childish need for an adult. I couldn't just stay in the room knowing that something impossible was at the end of the hall. I needed to tell someone. Our science teacher, Mr. Harrison, was sleeping in a room on the ground floor, right near the main lobby. I knew it was a massive risk to leave my room again, to step back out into that terrifying hallway, but the idea of staying trapped up there with that thing nearby felt infinitely worse. I forced myself to stand up on shaking legs. I quickly put on my sneakers this time, tightly tying the laces, not wanting to be barefoot if I had to run for my life again. I took a deep, shuddering breath, unlocked my door, and peeked cautiously out into the hallway. The corridor looked exactly the same. The red exit sign cast its faint, bloody glow. I did not look to the left. I refused to look toward the dead end. I kept my eyes fixed straight ahead, stepped quickly out of the room, and bolted straight for the stairwell. I took the wooden stairs 2 at a time, nearly tripping over my own feet in my desperate rush to get down to the safety of the ground floor. I found Mr. Harrison's room at the end of the lobby and started knocking on his door. Not a polite, quiet tap, but a frantic, rapid pounding with my fist. It took almost a full minute, but finally the door swung open. Mr. Harrison stood there in his plaid pajamas, his hair completely messy, looking incredibly annoyed, confused, and groggy. "Eli, what on earth are you doing awake? It's almost 3 in the morning," he grumbled, rubbing his tired eyes under his glasses. "Mr. Harrison, there's someone upstairs," I blurted out instantly. My voice was shaking so badly I could barely form the complete words. "At the end of the north wing, there's a door. Someone is actively trying to get out." He frowned deeply, his sleepy annoyance quickly shifting to genuine confusion. "A door? What are you talking about, Eli? There are no rooms at the end of the north wing. It's just a solid structural wall." "I know," I pleaded, my voice rising in panic. "I know it's supposed to be a blank wall, but there is a heavy door there right now, and I clearly heard someone breathing behind it. I saw the brass knob turning. You have to come look, please, you have to." He stared at me for a long, silent moment, probably trying to mentally decide if I was sleepwalking, sick, or playing some kind of elaborate, stupid prank. But my pale face must have shown exactly how genuinely terrified I was. He sighed heavily, turning back into his dark room to grab a heavy, black metal flashlight off his dresser. "All right, Eli, show me," he said. His tone was much more serious now. He didn't believe in ghosts or magic doors, but he knew the area well, and he knew that drifters or trespassers sometimes broke into these old empty buildings out here in the desert. I nervously led the way back up the stairs, staying very close behind him. His incredibly bright flashlight beam cut sharply through the darkness of the stairwell, casting moving, jagged shadows on the walls. We reached the second-floor landing and he paused, shining the powerful light straight down the north wing. The beam brightly illuminated the faded floral carpet, the standard bedroom doors, and the entrance to the communal bathroom. "Okay, just stay behind me," he whispered firmly, holding the heavy flashlight steady at shoulder height. He started walking slowly and methodically down the hallway. I followed a few feet back, my heart loudly pounding in my ears all over again. We passed the bathroom, we passed my closed bedroom door. The temperature in the hallway actually felt completely normal now. The freezing, icy chill was gone. The disgusting metallic, damp smell had completely vanished from the air. As we slowly approached the end of the corridor, Mr. Harrison raised the flashlight beam to fully illuminate the dead end. I tightly braced myself. I was terrified of what the bright light would reveal. I fully expected to see the dark, scratched mahogany wood. I expected to see the tarnished brass knob actively turning. But as the bright white light hit the very end of the hall, there was absolutely nothing. It was just the wall. The flat, unbroken wall covered perfectly in the ugly, faded floral wallpaper. There was no heavy wooden door. There was no warped doorframe. There were no frantic scratch marks. It was exactly as it had been when we first arrived that afternoon. A completely solid, structurally sound, incredibly boring dead end. Mr. Harrison walked right up to the wall, confused. He ran his bare hand over the wallpaper, knocking firmly on it with his knuckles. It sounded completely solid, with drywall over wooden studs. He shined the flashlight down at the baseboards. The carpet met the wall seamlessly. There was absolutely no physical indication whatsoever that a door had ever existed there. He turned back to me, lowering the bright flashlight slightly so it wasn't in my eyes. His expression was a heavy mixture of relief and deep irritation. "Eli," he said softly, keeping his voice down so as not to wake the other sleeping students. "There is absolutely nothing here. It's just a solid wall." I stood there staring blankly at the ugly wallpaper, feeling like my own mind was violently tearing itself apart. "It was here," I whispered defensively, my voice trembling. I swear to you, Mr. Harrison, I was standing exactly where you are right now. It was a heavy wooden door. The knob was physically turning. He sighed again, stepping away from the wall and putting a heavy, comforting hand on my shaking shoulder. Look, Eli, you're exhausted. We've been doing a lot of hard physical work in the sun, and the high altitude out here can really mess with your sleep cycle. You probably had a vivid waking dream or a night terror. The human brain can do incredibly weird things when you're overtired and in a new place. I desperately wanted to argue with him. I wanted to loudly tell him about the wet, rattling breathing, about the distinct smell of wet copper and rotten earth. But what was the point? The physical evidence was entirely gone. The wall was undeniably solid. If I kept pushing the issue, he would just think I was having a mental breakdown and call my parents to pick me up. Yeah, I finally muttered in defeat, looking down at my shoes. Yeah, maybe you're right, I'm just really tired. He kindly walked me back down the hall to my room and waited outside to make sure I got safely back into bed. He told me through the crack in the door that he would stay awake in his room for a while and keep an ear out, just in case I heard any more strange noises, but I knew he was just humoring a scared kid. He pulled my door fully closed, and I listened to his heavy footsteps fading down the hallway as he headed back to the stairs. I obviously did not sleep for the rest of the night. I laid in my bed, completely rigid and tense, staring endlessly at my locked bedroom door until the sun finally started to rise and the dull gray light of morning crept through the window. Every single time I closed my tired eyes, I vividly saw that tarnished brass knob slowly turning back and forth in the darkness. We spent 3 more agonizing days at that remote lodge. I never went to the communal bathroom alone at night again, choosing to simply hold it until sunrise no matter how much it hurt. During the day, whenever we walked down that hallway to leave, my friends would pass the blank wall without a second thought. But every single time I looked at it, I felt a deep, sickening lurch in the very pit of my stomach. I would stare intensely at the floral pattern, looking for the faint outline of a hidden frame, looking for any slight imperfection in the drywall. But there was never anything there. It was just a wall. The field trip eventually ended, and we happily packed our bags onto the hot buses to head back home. As the old lodge slowly disappeared from view in the dusty, shimmering distance, I felt a massive wave of pure relief wash over me. I was finally leaving it behind. I was going back to my normal, boring life, to my normal neighborhood, where the walls always stayed solid and doors didn't impossibly appear out of nowhere in the middle of the night. The long drive back to the suburbs was quiet for me. While the rest of my classmates laughed, shared snacks, and talked loudly about the trip, I sat alone by the window with my headphones on, staring blankly out at the passing desert. The flat, barren landscape seemed deeply sinister to me now. I couldn't stop thinking about the vast emptiness out there and the terrifying things that could easily be hiding in the dark, forgotten corners of the world, completely out of sight. I never told my parents about what actually happened that night. I never told Mark or David. I knew exactly how they would react. They would look at me the exact same way Mr. Harrison did. They would give me that sympathetic, slightly patronizing smile and confidently tell me it was just a bad dream. But a dream doesn't leave physical evidence. A dream doesn't smell like wet earth and old blood. There is one very small detail that keeps me awake some nights. One terrifying thing that I never told Mr. Harrison, because I didn't actually notice it until the final morning we were leaving. As we were carrying our heavy bags down the hallway to load up the bus, I accidentally dropped my phone charger. It bounced on the floor and rolled a few feet away, stopping right near the wooden baseboard of the blank wall at the very end of the north wing. I quickly walked over to pick it up. As I crouched down, my face came within just a few inches of the floral carpet. There was a small, faint indentation pressed deeply into the thick fibers of the rug. It ran in a perfect, smooth semicircle across the floor, starting right at the edge of the baseboard and curving outward into the hall. It was the exact kind of heavy drag mark a warped, uneven wooden door would leave if it was slowly opened inward toward the hallway. I never mentioned the mark to anyone. I just picked up my charger, stood up, and walked away without looking back. I still don't know what was waiting behind that wall, but I know it wasn't a hallucination. Whatever it was locked away in a room that completely vanished in the daylight, and worst of all, it was actively trying to get out. Story 14. It was the first night on the cruise ship I spent completely alone. I thought the silence would be peaceful, until I realized it wasn't silence at all. I was on a 4-day cruise sailing off the coast of Florida. It was supposed to be a fun, relaxing getaway with my best friend. We had booked the trip months in advance, but 2 days before we were supposed to leave, she had a family emergency and had to cancel. I debated just staying home, but the tickets were non-refundable. I figured a few days of sun, reading by the pool, and ocean air would still be good for me. I didn't realize how isolating a massive ship could feel when you don't know a single person on board. My cabin was down on deck 2. I had booked an interior stateroom to save money. If you have never been on a cruise, an interior room means there are absolutely no windows. There's no natural light, no way to see the weather, and no concept of what time it is. When you turn off the main light switch by the door, the darkness is absolute. It is a thick, heavy blackness that almost feels like it presses down on you. I usually don't struggle with small spaces, but that night, lying in that pitch-black room, the walls felt like they were slowly closing in. I tried everything to fall asleep. I adjusted the pillows, I turned over a dozen times, but my brain was wide awake. The digital clock on the bedside table glowed a harsh red. It read 11:30 p.m. The silence in the room wasn't really silent. The air conditioning unit above the bed had a constant, low rattle. Beneath that, I could feel the deep, steady vibration of the ship's massive engines churning through the water. It was a strange, industrial hum that traveled right up through the mattress. I lay there listening to it, feeling completely disconnected from the rest of the world. By 11:45 p.m., I couldn't take it anymore. The room felt entirely too stuffy. I felt this sudden, overwhelming need to just breathe some real, fresh air. I decided to take a walk up to one of the open decks. I figured the ocean breeze would cool me down and help me clear my head so I could finally sleep. I threw off the heavy blanket and swung my legs out of bed. I pulled a gray hoodie over my t-shirt and slipped on a pair of comfortable sneakers. I grabbed my room key card and my phone from the nightstand, slipping them both into my hoodie pocket. I opened the heavy cabin door and stepped out into the hallway. The contrast between my dark, quiet room and the bright corridor was startling. The hallway stretched out endlessly in both directions. The doors were identical, lined up perfectly along walls covered in slightly outdated, patterned wallpaper. The carpet had this dizzying geometric design that messed with your eyes if you stared at it too long. What struck me the most was how deserted it was. During the day, these hallways are chaotic. You constantly hear people talking, kids running, housekeeping carts rolling around, and doors slamming shut. But at night, the silence out there is heavy. It felt like I was the only person left on a ghost ship. I started walking toward the midship elevators. My sneakers made a soft squeaking sound against the carpet. Every time I passed a closed door, I found myself walking a little quieter, trying not to disturb anyone. I reached the elevator lobby and pressed the up button. The chime of the elevator arriving sounded incredibly loud in the empty space. The metallic door slid open and I stepped inside. The walls of the elevator were lined with mirrors. I stood there, looking at my own reflection under the bright, unflattering fluorescent lights. I looked tired, my eyes slightly red from lack of sleep. I pressed the button for deck 7. As the elevator moved upward, I felt the slight sway of the ship side to side. It is a feeling you get used to during the day, but at night, when you are alone in a metal box, it reminds you that you are floating over thousands of feet of dark, open ocean. The digital display blinked as we passed the lower floors, deck 3, deck 4. Then the elevator started to slow down. The display showed we were at deck 5. The familiar bell chimed and the doors slowly slid open. I stepped back a little, making room for whoever was about to get on. But there was no one there. The hallway on deck 5 looked exactly like mine, but the lights were dimmed to a low, amber glow. It looked like a maintenance level or a crew area. There wasn't a single person standing in the lobby. I waited for a few seconds, assuming someone was maybe rushing down the hall to catch the doors. I listened carefully. There were no footsteps, no voices, just the faint, distant hum of the ship. I leaned forward and pressed the door close button. It felt like it took forever for the metal doors to finally obey and slide shut. It was a minor thing, just a glitch in the system maybe, but it put a slight edge on my nerves. The elevator continued its climb and finally stopped at deck 7. This is the promenade deck. It is an outdoor walkway that wraps around the entire exterior of the ship. It is mostly used for jogging during the day or taking casual strolls. Suspended directly above it are the massive orange lifeboats. I stepped out of the elevator lobby and walked toward the heavy glass doors that led outside. The air conditioning in this area was freezing. Right before the exit, there was an indoor stairwell that led down to the main pool. I could faintly smell the sharp, chemical scent of pool chlorine drifting up from below. It was a very distinct, sterile smell. I grabbed the thick metal handle of the exterior door. It was surprisingly heavy, designed to stay shut against strong ocean winds. I had to use both hands and put my body weight into it to push it open. As soon as there was a crack, the wind rushed in, whistling through the gap. I stepped out onto the wooden planks of deck 7, and the heavy door slammed shut behind me with a solid thud. The change in atmosphere was immediate. The air was incredibly humid, thick, and heavy with the scent of salt water. The wind was much stronger than I expected, whipping my hair around my face. It took my eyes a moment to adjust to the darkness. The only illumination came from a row of dim, yellow lights spaced out along the bulkhead. Above me, the massive lifeboats hung in the shadows, blocking out most of the night sky. The deck was lined with white lounge chairs, all neatly stacked or arranged facing the ocean. I walked slowly over to the railing. I gripped the cold, damp metal and looked out. There was nothing out there, just an endless, pitch-black void. You couldn't even see where the ocean ended and the sky began. The only thing visible were the white caps of the waves crashing against the side of the hull directly below me. The sheer scale of the ocean at night is terrifying if you really think about it. You are on a floating island surrounded by a dark, bottomless desert of water. Staring out into that blackness made me feel incredibly small and entirely isolated. I turned away from the railing and decided to just sit for a few minutes. I found a lounge chair under one of the dim yellow lights. It was tucked slightly behind a metal pillar, offering a bit of shelter from the strongest gusts of wind. I sat down, leaning back against the plastic mesh. I pulled my phone out of my hoodie pocket. I pressed the screen to check the time. It was exactly midnight. The signal bars at the top of the screen were completely empty. There was no cell service out here in the middle of the ocean. I was only connected to the ship's basic, limited Wi-Fi network, which barely worked for anything more than sending a plain text message. I opened my photo gallery, just absent-mindedly scrolling through the pictures I had taken earlier that day by the pool. I was trying to focus on something normal to shake off the slight feeling of unease that had settled over me since the elevator ride. I rested my hands in my lap, still holding the phone, and just listened to the rhythmic sound of the waves. It was actually starting to work. The repetitive noise of the ocean was beginning to make me feel sleepy. My eyelids were getting heavy. I thought about heading back down to my windowless room. Suddenly, my phone vibrated hard against my leg. The screen lit up, casting a bright, harsh glow in the dim area. I looked down, completely confused. My phone was ringing. Someone was calling me. My first thought was that it had to be an emergency. Who else would call me after midnight when they knew I was on a cruise? I brought the phone closer to my face, squinting against the bright screen. There was no name, there was no phone number. The caller ID simply displayed the word unknown in plain, white text on a black background. I sat there staring at it while it vibrated in my hand. How was I even getting a phone call? I had zero cell service. Unless someone was calling over an internet app using the ship's spotty Wi-Fi, it shouldn't have been physically possible. Even then, the connection was terrible. My thumb hovered over the red decline button. Every instinct in my body was telling me to ignore it. It was late, I was alone on a dark deck, and the whole situation felt wrong. But human curiosity is a very strong, stupid thing. A small part of my brain worried it might be my friend who had canceled, calling with terrible news. Before I could talk myself out of it, I swiped the green button to answer. I brought the phone to my right ear. I didn't say anything at first, I just listened. At first, there was only static. It wasn't the sharp, electronic crackle of a bad connection. It sounded thick and airy. It sounded exactly like wind blowing directly across a microphone, but the wind wasn't coming from around me on the deck. It was coming from inside the speaker. "Hello," I said. My voice sounded weak and shaky. It was instantly swallowed up by the vast space of the open deck. There was no response, just the continuous, muffled sound of the wind through the speaker. I pulled the phone away from my ear and looked at the screen. The call timer was ticking upward. 6 seconds, 7 seconds. It was definitely an active call. I placed the phone back against my ear, pressing it a little tighter this time. "Is someone there? Who is this?" I asked, speaking a little louder. The rushing wind sound on the other end seemed to dip for a second, and then I heard breathing. It was very faint. I had to strain to hear it over the noise of the real ocean around me. It was slow, deliberate breathing, an inhale followed by a shaky exhale. I froze. A sudden cold wave of dread washed over my chest. I stopped moving completely. I even stopped breathing for a moment just to listen closer. The person on the other end stopped breathing too. I slowly took a breath in. The speaker crackled and a breath came through the phone. It was slightly delayed, maybe by a fraction of a second, but it matched mine. I exhaled sharply. The speaker echoed the exact same sharp exhale. Panic started to squeeze my lungs. It wasn't just someone matching my rhythm. The tone, the slight rasp in the throat, the way the air caught, it sounded familiar. It sounded like me. "Stop," I whispered into the phone. A second later, a voice whispered back through the speaker, "Stop." It was my voice. I was absolutely certain of it. It wasn't a recording playing back what I just said. The inflection was slightly different. It sounded sadder, emptier, like a hollow echo of my own voice talking directly back to me. My hands started to shake so violently I almost dropped the phone. My mind couldn't process what was happening. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't a wrong number. This was something completely wrong, completely unnatural. I pulled the phone away from my head, quickly jabbing my thumb at the red end call button. I hit it 3 times to make sure. The screen flashed, showing the call had ended, and then returned to my home screen. I sat there on the lounge chair, staring blindly at the dark ocean. My heart was pounding frantically against my ribs. I tried to convince myself it was a technical glitch, a weird audio feedback loop caused by the ship's satellite internet. That had to be it. It was the only logical explanation. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to calm my racing heart. But as I exhaled, I heard it again. The slow, shaky exhale of breath. Only this time, the sound didn't come from the phone resting in my lap. It didn't come from the small speaker. It came from directly behind my right shoulder. Every single muscle in my body locked up. My blood ran completely cold. The temperature on the deck suddenly felt like it had plummeted 10 degrees. Someone was standing right behind my chair. The deck had been completely empty. I would have heard the heavy glass doors open. I would have heard footsteps on the wooden planks, but there had been nothing, just the wind and the ocean. I remained perfectly still, too terrified to even blink. The wind blowing across the deck seemed to die down for just a few seconds, leaving an unnatural quiet around me. In that brief silence underneath the smell of the salty ocean air, I suddenly caught a whiff of something else. It was faint but unmistakable, the sharp, stale scent of indoor pool chlorine. The breathing continued. It was so close I could almost feel the slight shift of air against the back of my neck. Inhale, exhale, slow, rhythmic, and incredibly patient. My mind was screaming at me to run, but my body wouldn't obey. I felt like prey hopping. The predator hadn't noticed it yet, but whatever was behind me knew exactly where I was. I couldn't take the not knowing. I knew if I didn't look, the fear would literally stop my heart. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, I turned my head to look over my right shoulder. I gripped the plastic armrest of the chair until my knuckles turned white. I turned my neck, bracing myself for whatever face was about to be inches from mine. I looked. There was nothing there. Just the empty space of the wooden deck, the dim yellow light casting shadows from the metal pillar, the dark shape of the lifeboat hanging overhead. No person, no shadow, nothing. But the feeling of presence did not go away. If anything, it felt heavier. It felt like standing in a crowded room where everyone is staring at you in dead silence. I couldn't see anything, but every nerve ending in my body told me I was not alone. I didn't wait around to analyze it. The survival instinct finally overrode the paralysis. I shot up from the lounge chair, almost tripping over my own feet. I didn't care about making noise anymore. I practically sprinted across the wooden planks toward the glass doors. I felt a terrible itching sensation right between my shoulder blades. It was the distinct feeling that something was reaching out, just inches away from grabbing my hoodie. I refused to look back. I knew if I looked back, I wouldn't make it to the door. I slammed my hands into the heavy metal handle of the exterior door. Panic made me clumsy. It slipped from my sweaty grip for a second before I grabbed it again and yanked with all my strength. The heavy door pulled open. I threw myself inside, stumbling onto the carpeted floor of the stairwell. I let go of the door and it swung shut with a loud, final boom, instantly cutting off the sound of the ocean and the wind. I stood there in the brightly lit, freezing air-conditioned space, gasping for air. The soft, cheerful jazz music was still playing from the ceiling speakers. It sounded absurd and mocking after what had just happened outside. I didn't stop to rest. I walked as fast as I could down the long hallway, back to the midship elevators. I jammed my finger into the down button over and over. When the doors opened, I rushed in and pressed the button for deck 2. I kept my back pressed tightly against the mirrored wall of the elevator the entire ride down, watching the doors closely. When I finally reached my floor, I practically ran down the endless hallway with the dizzying carpet. I grabbed my key card from my pocket, my hands shaking so badly I dropped it once. I snatched it up, swiped it against the scanner, and pushed my cabin door open. I slammed the door shut behind me, immediately throwing the heavy deadbolt and latching the security chain. I stood in the pitch-black room for a long time, just listening to the rattling air conditioner and my own ragged breathing. Eventually, I turned on the small bedside lamp. I sat on the edge of the mattress and pulled my phone out. I opened the phone app and tapped on my recent call history. I needed to see it. I needed proof that the call had actually happened, that I hadn't just lost my mind out there in the dark. The call log was completely empty. There was no record of an unknown number. There was no record of any incoming call at all. It was as if my phone had never rung. I spent the remaining 3 days of that cruise completely exhausted and constantly on edge. I never went back to the upper decks after dark. Even during the day, surrounded by hundreds of happy vacationers holding drinks by the pool, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Every time I walked down an empty hallway or rode the elevator alone, I felt that same cold dread creeping up my spine. The worst part wasn't the call itself or the weird echo of my own voice. The worst part was the nights I spent back in that dark, windowless cabin. Every time the air conditioning rattled or the engines hummed, I would pull the blankets up to my chin. I would lie perfectly still in the pitch blackness, terrified to take a deep breath. Because every time I exhaled, I was terrified I would hear a second exhale coming from the dark corner of the room, proving that whatever found me on the deck had followed me back inside.
Story 15.
It was the first morning checking the closed wing at the hospital I spent completely alone. I thought the silence would be peaceful, until I realized it wasn't silence at all. My name is Derek, and a few years back I took a job working maintenance at an old hospital down in Tasmania. Moving halfway across the world from the States was a drastic change, but I needed a fresh start and a quiet place to get my life back together. Tasmania is beautiful, but it can also feel incredibly isolated, especially during the long, cold winter months. The job itself was supposed to be completely straightforward. The hospital was a massive, sprawling complex featuring a mix of brand new modern facilities and heavily outdated architecture. I was hired specifically to manage the older sections of the property, the parts the administration mostly wanted to pretend didn't exist anymore while they figured out the budget for renovations. My shift was brutal. I started at 3:30 in the morning, arriving long before the sun even thought about coming up over the harbor. The main hospital was always somewhat active, with nurses taking shift changes and emergency room staff moving around, but my responsibilities were completely separated from the medical side of things. My main focus was the East Wing. The East Wing had been shuttered and closed off to the public for at least a decade. It was a relic from a different era of medicine, filled with cramped patient rooms, outdated plumbing, and peeling wallpaper. They were finally getting ready to completely renovate it, bringing in crews to tear out the old drywall and update the electrical grids. But before the construction crew arrived at 6 in the morning each day, it was my job to walk through the entire wing and make sure everything was secure. I had to check for busted pipes, look out for exposed wiring, and make sure no drifters or teenagers had managed to sneak in through the basement windows overnight. When you first unlocked the heavy double doors that separated the East Wing from the rest of the active hospital, the first thing that hit you was the atmosphere. The air always felt heavier in there, like the ventilation system had given up a long time ago. There was a thick, stale odor of old antiseptic mixed with years of undisturbed dust. The only illumination came from these dim, flickering emergency lights spaced sparsely along the ceiling. They cast long, unnatural shadows against the walls, making the empty nurse stations look like strange, jagged teeth in the dark. At first, I honestly didn't mind the routine. I would grab my heavy flashlight, my massive metal ring of master keys, and my thermos of coffee and just take my time walking through the empty corridors. I liked the quiet isolation of it all, but as the weeks went on, I started to realize that the East Wing wasn't completely silent. I knew old buildings settle, and I was used to the sound of pipes groaning or the harsh Tasmanian wind rattling the loose window panes, but there were other noises too. Sometimes I would hear what sounded like a heavy door latch clicking shut a few floors above me. Other times I would hear a faint, rhythmic tapping coming from inside the walls. I always just brushed it off as the quirks of a decaying building settling in the cold air. Then came a freezing Tuesday morning in early July. It was raining hard outside, the kind of heavy, relentless rain that makes everything feel damp and miserable. I unlocked the double doors to the East Wing right at 4 o'clock, stepping inside and shaking the freezing water off my work jacket. The heavy doors clicked shut and locked automatically behind me, instantly cutting off the faint, comforting sounds of the active hospital behind me. I turned on my flashlight and started my usual route, checking the empty patient rooms on the first floor. Everything seemed completely normal. About 20 minutes into my sweep, I reached the entrance to the main hallway on the second floor. This was the longest stretch in the entire wing, a perfectly straight corridor with narrow patient rooms on either side, ending in a set of frosted glass double doors that led to a decommissioned stairwell. The emergency lights in this specific hallway were notoriously bad. They buzzed with a low, irritating electrical hum, and half of them were burned out entirely, leaving large, pitch-black patches of the hallway in near-total darkness. I stood at the beginning of the hall, taking a slow sip of my coffee, and shined my flashlight down the center to check the floor for water leaks. That was when I saw it. At the very far end of the hallway, standing just at the edge of the shadows, where the last functioning emergency light cast a dim, yellowish glow, was a figure. I froze completely, my breath hitched in my throat, and I almost dropped my metal thermos onto the hard floor. It was definitely a person standing absolutely still. They were wearing something light-colored, thin and loose-fitting, almost like an incredibly old hospital gown. My first rational thought, naturally, was that a squatter had broken in to get out of the freezing rain. It happened occasionally in the lower levels, but rarely up here on the second floor. I cleared my throat, trying to find my voice. "Hey," I called out, my voice echoing loudly down the empty, hard-surfaced corridor. "You can't be in here. This section of the building is closed." The figure didn't move an inch. They didn't flinch. They didn't turn away. They just stood there, perfectly still. I felt a sudden, sharp spike of adrenaline in my chest. There was something deeply unnatural about how motionless they were. When you yell at someone who knows they aren't supposed to be somewhere, they usually run, or at least startle a little bit. This person didn't even seem to be breathing. They were like a mannequin planted in the floorboards. I gripped my heavy flashlight tighter, shining the beam directly at them. The light cut through the gloom, but because they were so incredibly far away at the end of the long hall, the beam was too dispersed to make out any clear, defining details. All I could see was the pale, draped fabric of the gown and the dark, obscured shape of a head. They appeared to be facing away from me, looking straight ahead toward the frosted glass doors at the end of the hall. "I'm calling hospital security if you don't leave right now," I warned, trying to sound much more confident and authoritative than I actually felt. Still nothing. Total heavy silence. I started walking slowly down the hallway, my heavy work boots thudding loudly against the scuffed linoleum floor. I kept the bright light trained directly on the figure, fully expecting them to bolt for the stairwell doors at any second. But as I passed the halfway point of the long corridor, one of the emergency lights directly above me suddenly flickered violently and popped, plunging my immediate area into complete darkness. I instinctively looked up at the ceiling for a split second, startled by the noise. When I leveled my flashlight back down the hall, the figure was completely gone. I stopped walking, my heart suddenly pounding painfully against my ribs. There was nowhere for them to go that quickly. The patient room doors lining the hall were all locked, and I absolutely would have heard the heavy frosted glass doors creak open if they had gone into the stairwell. I rushed to the end of the hallway, sweeping my flashlight frantically into every dark corner, every shallow alcove. I checked the handles on the nearest doors, locked tight. I pushed open the heavy stairwell doors and looked down into the pitch-black darkness. Nothing. The air was completely still. It was completely empty. I tried desperately to convince myself that my tired eyes were just playing tricks on me. The dim, flickering lighting, the early hour, the deep shadows. It was incredibly easy for the mind to invent things in a place like that, especially when you're entirely alone. I finished my rounds as quickly as humanly possible, feeling a heavy, oppressive weight pressing down on my shoulders the entire time. When the loud, boisterous renovation crew finally arrived at 6:30, I eagerly handed the area over to them and went home, exhausted and deeply unsettled by the morning. For the next 2 weeks, everything was totally fine. I did my morning checks, sweeping the east wing from top to bottom, and I didn't see or hear anything out of the ordinary. I gradually started to relax again, chalking the whole creepy experience up to a lack of sleep and an overactive imagination adjusting to a creepy new job. I even laughed about it to myself a few times while driving into work. But then, the distinct feeling of being watched started. It wasn't a sudden, obvious thing. It crept up on me slowly over several days. I would be checking a dusty room on the 3rd floor, and I would suddenly get this overwhelming primal urge to look over my shoulder, entirely convinced someone was standing right behind me. The air in the wing started to feel noticeably colder, more stagnant, almost hard to breathe. Sometimes, when I was walking down that long 2nd-floor hallway, I would hear a faint, shuffling sound far behind me. It sounded exactly like bare feet dragging lightly against the dry linoleum. But every single time I whipped around, sweeping my flashlight rapidly across the empty space, there was never anything there, just empty dust and locked doors. The paranoia was absolutely exhausting. I started deeply dreading the moment I had to unlock those heavy double doors every morning. I found myself rushing through the 2nd floor, purposely avoiding looking down the long hallway for too long, keeping my eyes fixed on the floor directly in front of me. I just wanted to get in, check the boxes on my clipboard, and get out before the sun came up. Then came the morning of August 12th. I remember the exact date because it was exactly 1 week before the renovation crew was scheduled to start physically demolishing the walls on the 2nd floor. I arrived at the hospital at 4:15 a.m., grabbed my gear from the maintenance locker, and made my long walk to the east wing. The moment I unlocked the doors and stepped inside, I instantly knew something was wrong. The air felt incredibly heavy, almost suffocating, and the smell of old antiseptic was overwhelmingly strong, carrying a strange, metallic undertone that made my stomach turn. I swallowed hard, trying to push down the tight knot of anxiety forming in my stomach, and started my rounds. I tried to focus entirely on the routine. Check the water pressure valves, check the old breaker boxes, look for new water leaks. I made it through the entire first floor without incident. But as I climbed the concrete stairs to the second floor, the buzzing of the emergency light seemed significantly louder than usual. It sounded like an angry, vibrating swarm of bees trapped inside the decaying drywall. I slowly pushed open the stairwell door and stepped out onto the second floor landing, which led directly into that long, central hallway. I raised my heavy flashlight and shined the beam straight down the corridor. My blood ran completely cold. There it was again, standing in the exact same spot at the very far end of the hallway, bathed in the sickly yellow glow of the very last emergency light. The pale, ragged hospital gown, the unnatural, statue-like stillness, the figure. My legs instantly felt like they were made of solid lead. I couldn't move a muscle, I couldn't speak. I just stood there, paralyzed, staring down the long tunnel of the hallway, my heart hammering so painfully against my ribs I thought I might pass out. I wanted to turn around and run. I wanted to sprint out of the hospital, get in my truck, and never look back. But the renovation crew needed early access to a specific electrical panel located at the very end of that hallway that morning. I couldn't just leave it unchecked. If I told my rugged foreman I was too scared of the dark to do my basic job, I'd be mocked and fired on the spot. I took a deep, shaky breath, gripping my flashlight so hard my knuckles turned completely white. "Hey," I called out, my voice trembling slightly despite my best efforts to hide it. "I see you standing there. You really need to leave right now." Absolute silence, just the angry buzzing of the failing lights above my head. I forced myself to take a step forward, then another. I decided in my head that I was going to walk down that hallway, check the damn panel, and get out. If there was some crazy squatter standing there playing games, I was going to physically escort them out myself. I tried to build up my anger to mask the overwhelming terror eating away at me. I kept my eyes locked intensely on the figure, determined not to look away for even a second this time. As I walked closer, the details of the hallway seemed to sharpen uncomfortably. The peeling green paint, the dark scuff marks on the floor, the thick dust motes dancing wildly in the beam of my flashlight. I passed the quarter mark of the hallway. The figure still hadn't moved an inch. They were just a dark, solid silhouette against the dim light, their heads slightly bowed forward. I kept walking, my footsteps echoing loudly, sounding like gunshots in the quiet space. I passed the halfway point. The distance between us was rapidly closing. I could clearly see the frayed, dirty edges of the thin, faded hospital gown they were wearing. It looked incredibly old and fragile, practically hanging off their skeletal frame. I could see their bare, pale feet resting perfectly still on the freezing cold floorboards. I was about 30 feet away when I stopped dead in my tracks. A sudden wave of pure, paralyzing dread washed over me, so intense it actually made my vision blur for a second. The air around me suddenly felt freezing cold, and my breath actually plumed out in a white cloud in front of my face. I stared at the figure, my mind struggling violently to process what I was actually seeing. Since the very first time I saw them, and the entire time I had been walking down the hallway this morning, I had naturally assumed the figure was facing away from me. I assumed they were looking at the frosted glass doors at the end of the hall, standing stubbornly with their back to me. But as I stood there 30 feet away, shining my bright flashlight directly onto their body, I realized how horrifyingly wrong I was. The figure wasn't facing away, they were facing me. The thin hospital gown was torn open slightly at the front, exposing a pale, deeply sunken chest. Their long arms hung limply at their sides, but their hands were turned outward, the palms facing directly in my direction. But the most terrifying part of all was the head. There were no distinct facial features I could make out, just smooth, impossibly pale skin obscured by heavy shadows, but the angle of the neck and the slight, unnatural tilt of the head made it absolutely undeniable. It had been looking at me the entire time. Even from all the way down the hall, it hadn't been standing with its back to me. It had been staring straight down the dark corridor, watching me walk toward it, watching my every single move. I couldn't breathe, my throat felt completely constricted, like someone was wrapping their hands around my windpipe. The silence in the hallway felt deafening, pressing heavily against my ears until they started to ring. The figure didn't make a sound, it didn't step forward, it didn't reach out for me. It just stood there, facing me, radiating an aura of pure, malevolent energy. It felt exactly like standing too close to a high-voltage power line. I didn't try to speak again, I didn't try to act tough or rational. The basic survival instinct deeply wired into my brain finally overrode the paralyzing fear, screaming at me to move. I slowly started to back away. I didn't turn around, I didn't dare take my eyes off the figure for a fraction of a second. I just took one slow, deliberate step backward. then another. The figure remained perfectly still, acting as a silent, terrifying sentinel at the end of the dark corridor. I kept backing up, my flashlight beam trembling wildly in my shaking hands, illuminating the pale skin of its bare feet. The walk back to the stairwell felt like it took hours. Every small sound, the squeak of my rubber soles, the electrical buzzing of the lights, my own ragged, panicked breathing, sounded unnaturally loud and distorted. When I finally felt the cold, heavy metal of the stairwell door against my back, I pushed it open blindly without ever looking away from the figure. I slipped quickly through the narrow gap, letting the heavy door slam shut heavily behind me. The incredibly loud crash echoed all the way through the concrete stairwell, finally breaking the terrible, suffocating tension. I turned and practically sprinted down the concrete stairs, skipping steps and nearly twisting my ankle. I ran frantically through the first floor, threw open the double doors leading to the active part of the hospital and slammed them shut, locking them immediately with my master key. I leaned heavily against the thick wood, gasping desperately for air, my whole body trembling uncontrollably as nurses walked past, giving me strange looks. I didn't go back into the East Wing. I sat silently in the brightly lit maintenance office until 6:55 a.m. when the foreman for the renovation crew finally walked in with a cup of coffee to get the keys for the day. I handed over my entire heavy metal ring without saying a word. I told him I quit. I didn't give a proper notice. I didn't explain myself. I just told him I was completely done working there. He looked at me like I was crazy, seeing the heavy sweat on my forehead and the wide, panicked look in my eyes, but he didn't try to argue with me. I walked out to my truck, started the engine, and drove away from that massive hospital as fast as I legally could. I never went back to pick up my final paycheck from the administrative office. I never even drove down that specific street in town again. I still live in Tasmania, but I work a completely different job now. I work strictly outdoors in the bright daylight with plenty of other people around me at all times, but I still have serious trouble sleeping. Because every single time I close my eyes in a dark room, I think about that long hallway. I think about the massive distance I willingly walked, completely unaware of what I was actually walking toward. And the terrible thought that bothers me the most, the one that routinely keeps me wide awake at 3 in the morning, isn't just that the figure was facing me the whole time. It's the horrific realization that it wasn't trapped at the end of the hall. It wasn't stuck waiting for the renovation crew to tear down the walls. It was waiting patiently by those frosted glass doors, standing completely still in the dark, just waiting for someone to finally walk close enough. It was waiting for me, and if I hadn't stopped walking when I did, I don't think I would have ever walked out of that hospital at all.
Story 16.
It was the first night on my uncle's farm I spent completely alone. I thought the silence would be peaceful, until I realized it wasn't silence at all. My uncle had owned the property for over 20 years. It was a sprawling piece of land out in the middle of nowhere. The closest neighbor was miles down a dirt road. The closest town with a grocery store was a 45-minute drive away. He had asked me to come out and watch the place while he went into the city for a minor surgery. It was supposed to be an easy favor. Feed the chickens in the morning, make sure the pipes didn't freeze, and keep an eye on his 2 old cattle dogs. I was in my mid-20s at the time, between jobs, and I figured a week away from the noise of my apartment would do me some good. I arrived late on a Tuesday afternoon. The sun was already starting to dip below the tree line, casting these long, jagged shadows across the fields. The air was biting cold. It was late November, the kind of cold that sinks right through your jacket and settles deep in your bones. My uncle had already left with his neighbor who drove him to the hospital. He left a note on the kitchen counter with a list of chores and a spare set of keys. The house itself was an old 2-story farmhouse. It creaked in the wind. The floorboards sagged under my weight. It had character, as my uncle liked to say. I spent the first few hours unpacking my bags and getting familiar with the layout. The dogs, Buster and Duke, followed me around for a bit before curling up by the wood stove in the living room. They were good dogs, quiet, loyal. I made myself a simple dinner and ate it in the kitchen, listening to the hum of the old refrigerator. After dinner, I decided to do a quick walk around the property before it got completely dark. I grabbed a heavy flashlight from the mudroom and stepped out onto the back porch. The wind had picked up, rustling the dry, dead grass in the fields. The sky was turning a deep, bruised purple. The property was mostly open land, but about 100 yards behind the house sat the main barn. It was massive. The red paint had peeled away decades ago, leaving the wood a weathered, grayish brown. The roof slumped slightly in the middle. It looked like it was exhausted just standing there. My uncle didn't keep any livestock in the barn anymore. He used it mostly for storing old equipment, bales of hay, and whatever junk he couldn't bring himself to throw away. The large sliding doors at the front were shut tight, secured by a heavy, rusted padlock. As I walked closer to the barn, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the gathering dark, I felt a sudden, sharp chill. It wasn't just the wind. It was that instinctual feeling you get when you step into an empty room and suddenly feel like you aren't alone. I stopped about 20 feet away from the barn doors. I swept the flashlight beam across the face of the building. Nothing but weathered wood and deep shadows. I told myself I was just being paranoid. City boy out in the country for the first time. The isolation was playing tricks on my mind. I turned around and headed back to the house. The porch light was a welcoming yellow beacon in the expanding darkness. I locked the front door, double-checked the back door, and settled into the living room with a book. The night stretched on. Out here, darkness feels heavier. It presses against the windows. By 10:30 p.m., I was struggling to keep my eyes open. The dogs were fast asleep, occasionally twitching as they chased rabbits in their dreams. I decided to call it a night. My bedroom was on the second floor at the end of a short hallway. The stairs protested with every step I took. I brushed my teeth, changed into my sleep clothes, and climbed into the heavy quilt-covered bed. I left the small bedside lamp on for a few minutes while I checked my phone. No service, not a single bar. I sighed, set the phone down on the nightstand, and clicked off the lamp. The room plunged into absolute blackness. For a long time, I just lay there listening. When you're used to the constant hum of a city, true silence is deafening. It rings in your ears, but as I focused, I realized it wasn't entirely silent. The house was alive. I heard the wind rattling the loose window panes. I heard the old timber groaning as the temperature dropped outside. I heard the faint ticking of a clock downstairs. It was somewhat soothing in a strange way, a rhythm to fall asleep to. I must have drifted off because the next thing I knew, my eyes snapped open. I was wide awake, the kind of awake where your heart is beating a little too fast, but you don't know why. I lay perfectly still, staring up at the dark ceiling. I turned my head slowly to look at the digital alarm clock. The glowing red numbers read 2:15 a.m. I held my breath, listening. For a moment there was nothing but the wind, then I heard it. It was faint, very faint, but it was distinct. A rhythmic thudding sound coming from outside. Thud, 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 a pause, then again thud, thud, thud. My first thought was that something had blown loose in the wind, a piece of siding, maybe a loose shutter on the side of the house. I waited for it to happen again. The wind howled, rattling the glass in its frame. The sound didn't return. I let out a slow breath, feeling foolish. I rolled over and pulled the quilt tighter around my shoulders. It took me another hour to fall back asleep, my ears straining against the dark the whole time. The next morning, the bright sunlight made the fears of the night seem ridiculous. I woke up around 7 a.m., made a strong pot of coffee, and cooked some eggs. The dogs were waiting by the back door, eager to get out. I stepped out onto the porch, breathing in the crisp morning air. The world felt normal again. I threw some feed out for the chickens, checked the water troughs, and walked the perimeter of the yard. I looked at the side of the house, expecting to see a loose board flapping in the breeze. Everything was secure. My eyes drifted over to the old barn. It sat there, quiet and imposing in the morning sun. I walked over to it, my boots crunching on the frost-covered ground. I walked around the entire structure, looking for anything that could have made that rhythmic thumping sound. There were no loose panels, no broken tree branches nearby that could have been scraping against the wood. The heavy padlock on the front doors was exactly as I had seen it the day before. I stood near the side wall of the barn, pressing my hand against the rough, cold wood. It felt solid, thick. I shrugged off the uneasy feeling, telling myself that sound carries weirdly over open land. It could have been anything. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. I chopped some firewood, read my book, and enjoyed the quiet isolation. I even managed to find a spot in the kitchen where my phone picked up 1 bar of service, just enough to get a text from my uncle saying his surgery went well. By the time evening rolled around again, I felt much more relaxed. I had survived my first night and the day had been peaceful. I cooked dinner, fed the dogs, and locked up the house as the sun went down. Tonight, the wind was completely dead. The air was still and heavy. Without the wind to mask other noises, the silence of the farm felt even more profound. I watched a movie I had downloaded onto my laptop, trying to ignore the absolute blackness pressing against the windows. Around 11 p.m., I shut the laptop and headed upstairs. I felt tired, ready for a full night of sleep. I went through my routine, climbed into bed, and turned off the lamp. I closed my eyes, letting the quiet settle over me. I was just hovering on the edge of sleep when it happened again. My eyes shot open. The digital clock read 12:30 a.m. I lay frozen, staring into the dark. Tab, tab, tab. It was louder this time, clearer. It wasn't a dull thud. It was a sharp, deliberate sound, like someone rapping their knuckles against solid wood, and it wasn't coming from the house, it was coming from outside. I sat up slowly, the blanket falling away from my chest. I strained my ears. The silence stretched for a long, agonizing minute. I was just about to convince myself I had imagined it when the sound returned. Tab, tab, tab. It was coming from the direction of the barn. I felt a cold knot form in my stomach. That wasn't a loose board. That wasn't an animal scratching. That was a heavy, deliberate knock, 3 even, spaced-out strikes. I swung my legs out of bed. The floorboards felt like ice against my bare feet. I tiptoed over to the window that faced the backyard. I peered through the glass, cupping my hands around my face to block out any glare from the room. The yard was bathed in pale moonlight. I could see the silhouette of the barn clearly against the night sky. Nothing was moving. There were no shapes, no shadows darting away, just the stillness of the farm. I stood there for 5 minutes watching. Nothing happened. The knocking didn't return, but my heart was hammering against my ribs. I knew what I had heard. It was too patterned, too intentional to be random noise. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept drifting off, only to jerk awake, thinking I heard the tapping again. But every time I listened, there was only silence. When morning finally broke, I felt exhausted and on edge. I poured myself a huge mug of coffee and sat at the kitchen table, staring out the window at the barn. In the daylight, it just looked like an old, rotting building, but I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that had settled into my chest. I decided I needed to investigate properly. If there was someone messing around on the property, I needed to know. I put on my heavy boots, grabbed the thick wooden handle of an old axe from the mudroom just in case, and headed out the back door. The dogs followed me out, but as we got halfway across the yard, they stopped. Buster, the older dog, sat down in the dirt and let out a low whine. Duke stood beside him, staring at the barn, his ears pinned back against his head. I called their names, patting my leg to encourage them to follow. They refused to move. They just watched me, their eyes wide and anxious. Animals know things. They sense things we can't. Seeing them refuse to go near the barn sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I gripped the axe handle tighter and walked the rest of the way alone. I approached the front of the barn. The padlock was still there, untouched. I walked around the side, the same side where the sound seemed to be coming from. I inspected the wood carefully. There were no marks, no scuffs in the dirt below. I pressed my ear against the cold wood, holding my breath. Nothing, just the faint sound of my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I stepped back, feeling incredibly frustrated. I was scaring myself over nothing. It had to be a woodpecker. Or maybe a raccoon had gotten inside and was dropping heavy nuts or something. My mind desperately searched for a logical explanation. I spent the rest of the day trying to keep busy. I cleaned the house top to bottom, avoiding looking out the windows. I kept the radio playing in the kitchen to break the silence, but the impending night hung over me like a dark cloud. By the time the sun started to set, my anxiety was through the roof. I brought the dogs inside early and made sure every single door and window was locked tight. I drew all the curtains, shutting out the sight of the yard and that massive, looming barn. I tried to watch television, but I couldn't focus on the screen. My ears were constantly straining, listening past the noise of the TV, waiting for the sound to start. I was terrified of the dark, but I was even more terrified of what might be hiding in it. At 10:15 p.m., I muted the television. The house fell dead silent. The dogs were asleep on the rug, completely unbothered. I sat in the armchair, staring at the wall, just listening. An hour passed, then another. The clock on the wall ticked loudly. Midnight came and went. I started to feel a small sliver of hope. Maybe it was over. Maybe whatever had been making that noise had moved on. I finally decided to go to bed at 1:30 a.m. I was exhausted, my eyes burning from staring at nothing. I walked upstairs, leaving the hallway light on. I didn't care about wasting electricity anymore. I just wanted light. I got into bed and stared at the ceiling. The house was quiet. The wind had picked up again, a low moan around the eaves of the roof. It was comforting in a way, a familiar, natural sound. I closed my eyes and let out a long, shuddering breath. I was just starting to relax when it hit me like a physical blow. Knock, knock, knock. It was incredibly loud this time. It echoed across the open yard. The sound reverberated through the cold night air, striking the side of the house. It wasn't a tap anymore. It was a heavy, forceful pounding. My eyes shot open. I froze. I couldn't breathe. The sound had definitely come from the barn, and it sounded like someone was hitting the wood with a heavy mallet. I waited, terrified, for the next set of knocks. The silence stretched out, thick and heavy. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, a full minute, nothing. A sudden wave of irrational anger washed over my fear. If this was a prank, if some local kids were messing with the city guy, I was going to put an end to it. Adrenaline flooded my system. I jumped out of bed, still wearing my sweatpants and a t-shirt. I ran downstairs, my bare feet slapping against the wood. The dogs woke up, looking at me with sleepy confusion. I ignored them. I grabbed the heavy flashlight and slipped my boots on without tying the laces. I didn't grab the axe, I wasn't thinking clearly. I just wanted to catch whoever was out there. I unlocked the back door, threw it open, and stepped out onto the porch. The cold air hit me like a wall. The wind whipped my hair around my face. I clicked on the flashlight, the bright beam piercing the darkness. I swept it across the yard. The beam illuminated the dead grass, the old tractor, and finally the side of the barn. Nobody was there. The yard was completely empty. I stepped off the porch, my boots sinking slightly into the frozen mud. I walked slowly toward the barn, keeping the light focused on the side wall. The closer I got, the more the anger faded, replaced by that creeping, paralyzing dread. I stopped about 10 feet away from the side of the barn. The wood looked normal. The shadows were deep, but there was no one hiding. I stood there, shivering uncontrollably, my breath plumbing in the harsh light of the flashlight. I stood there for a long time, watching the wood. My mind was racing, trying to understand how someone could have made that noise and vanished so quickly. The open fields offered no cover. I walked right up to the side of the barn. I stood inches from the weathered wood. Without really thinking about what I was doing, acting on some stupid, frustrated impulse, I raised my fist. I knocked on the wood, not a heavy pound, but a solid, deliberate rap. Knock, knock, knock. I stood there for a second, feeling like an idiot. I lowered my hand. I was about to turn around and go back inside to the warmth of my bed. Then, from the other side of the solid wooden wall, inches from my face. Knock, knock, knock. My heart stopped. It felt like the blood literally froze in my veins. The sound was distinct. It was immediate. It was an exact mimic of the pattern I had just made. The exact same rhythm. The exact same force. It wasn't an echo. It was a response. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own untied boots. I hit the frozen ground hard, the flashlight tumbling from my grip. It rolled in the dirt, the beam casting a wild, spinning arc of light before settling, pointed away from the barn. I scrambled backward on my hands and knees, my eyes glued to the dark wall of the barn. I couldn't breathe. My throat felt like it was swelling shut. Something was inside that locked barn, and it had just answered me. I grabbed the flashlight, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold it. I pushed myself up to my feet and ran. I ran faster than I ever have in my life. I didn't look back. I expected to hear the heavy padlock burst open. I expected to hear footsteps charging up behind me in the mud. I hit the porch steps hard, stumbling up them. I tore through the back door, slamming it shut behind me. I threw the deadbolt, latched the chain, and backed away from the door, gasping for air. The dogs were on their feet now, packing nervously around the kitchen. They could smell my fear. I backed into the living room, my eyes wide, staring at the locked back door. I stood there in the dark, shivering violently. My mind was racing, trying to process what had just happened. There was no way someone could have gotten inside that barn. The padlock was rusted shut. My uncle said he hadn't opened it in months. And the speed of the response, it was instant. It was as if whatever was inside was standing right there, waiting, with its hand pressed against the wood, waiting for me to knock. I spent the next hour packing the downstairs rooms. I checked every lock 3 times. I dragged a heavy oak chair from the dining room and wedged it under the front doorknob. I made sure every window was locked and the curtains were pulled tight. I refused to go back upstairs. I sat in the corner of the living room couch, wrapped in a blanket, staring at the hallway that led to the back door. The dogs huddled around my feet, whining softly. The silence of the house felt suffocating now. It wasn't peaceful. It felt like the house was holding its breath. At 3:15 a.m., the sound started again. This time it wasn't coming from the barn. The sound had moved. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from the wooden fence posts that ran along the edge of the yard, about 50 feet closer to the house. The sound was sharp, carrying clearly through the crisp night air. My stomach dropped. It was moving closer. Whatever it wasn't trapped inside the barn anymore. It was out in the yard. I covered my ears, squeezing my eyes shut. I didn't want to hear it. I wanted to disappear. I prayed for the sun to come up. 5 minutes passed. The dogs were growling now, low, rumbling sounds deep in their chests. They were staring at the front of the house. Tap, tap, tap. It was louder now, much louder. It was coming from the wooden railing of the front porch. I clamped my hand over my mouth to stop myself from crying out. It was right outside the front door. The thin wooden door and a wedge of a chair were the only things separating me from it. I held my breath. I didn't move a muscle. I knew that if I made a sound, if I let it know I was awake and listening, it would respond. It wanted me to play the game again. It wanted me to answer. The silence stretched out for an agonizing 10 minutes. I stared at the front door, half expecting the handle to slowly turn, but nothing moved. Then it changed the pattern. Instead of 3 knocks, it was a slow, deliberate scrape, like something hard and sharp dragging slowly down the length of the wooden door. The sound sent shivers down my spine. It was a terrible, agonizing noise. The dogs backed away from the door, their tails tucked between their legs. I squeezed my eyes shut, rocking back and forth slightly. I just wanted it to end. I wanted the morning light to break through the windows and chase it away. The scratching stopped. A long, agonizing minute passed. Then, knock a knock. 2 slow, heavy thuds against the front door. It shook in its frame. It was waiting for me to complete the pattern. It wanted the 3rd knock. I refused. I bit down on my lip until I tasted blood. I sat perfectly still in the dark. I wasn't going to answer it. I wasn't going to acknowledge it. The silence returned, but it was heavy with expectation. The air in the living room felt freezing cold. I could see my own breath now, plumbing faintly in the dark. Another 10 minutes dragged by. The tension was unbearable. It felt like a physical weight pressing down on my chest. Then, from right beside my head, knock, knock, knock. I screamed. I scrambled away from the wall, tumbling over the coffee table in the dark. The sound hadn't come from outside. It had come from the window pane directly behind the couch. I stared in horror at the curtains. The fabric hung perfectly still, but the knocking had been so close, so forceful, I thought the glass was going to shatter. It was walking around the house. It was testing the perimeter. It was looking for a way in or looking for a reaction. I grabbed the iron poker from the fireplace stand. It was heavy and cold in my hands. I backed into the center of the room, keeping away from all the walls and windows. The dogs were hiding under the dining table now, whimpering softly. For the next 2 hours, the house was subjected to a terrifying, unpredictable assault of noise. A gentle tapping on the kitchen window. A heavy thud against the side door. The slow, agonizing screech of something dragging along the aluminum, siding near the back porch. And always, eventually, returning to that same, demanding pattern. Knock, knock, knock. It never tried to break a window. It never tried to force a door open. It just knocked. It was playing a psychological game, wearing me down, waiting for me to crack and make a sound in response. I stood in the center of the living room the entire time, gripping the iron poker until my knuckles ached. I tracked the sounds as they moved around the house. Front door, living room window, kitchen wall, back porch. It circled the house endlessly. Around 5:30 a.m., the sound stopped. I didn't relax. I knew better than to trust the silence. I stood there, rigid, waiting for the next blow. The sky outside the windows slowly began to turn a bruised, pale gray. Dawn was approaching. The wind picked up again, rustling the dry trees outside. Normal sounds. I waited until 6:30 a.m., when the sun finally broke over the horizon, flooding the living room with pale, golden light. The house was silent. The oppressive, freezing dread that had filled the air slowly began to dissipate. The dogs crept out from under the table, looking at me cautiously. I walked slowly over to the front window and peeked through a crack in the curtains. The yard was empty. The morning frost covered everything in a layer of shimmering white. The barn sat silently in the distance. I didn't investigate. I didn't go outside to look for footprints or scratches on the doors. I didn't care anymore. I just wanted to leave. I ran upstairs, threw my clothes into my duffel bag, and grabbed my keys. I left the house in a mess. I poured an excessive amount of food and water into the dogs' bowls, enough to last them 2 days until my uncle's neighbor came to check on them. I pulled the chair away from the front door, my hands trembling violently. I unlocked the deadbolt, threw the door open, and ran to my car. The cold morning air bit at my face, but I didn't care. I threw my bag into the passenger seat, jammed the key into the ignition, and sped down the long dirt driveway. I didn't look in the rearview mirror until I hit the paved highway. When I finally got back to my city apartment, I locked the door and collapsed onto my bed, exhausted. My uncle called me 2 days later. He sounded tired but in good spirits. He asked why I had left so suddenly, and I lied. I told him I had a family emergency back in the city and had to rush off. I told him the neighbor was looking after the dogs. I never told him what happened. I never went back to that farm. It's been 3 years since that night. I live in a high-rise apartment now, far away from any open land or old wooden barns. I feel safe here, surrounded by concrete and the constant noise of the city. But the fear hasn't entirely left me. It lingers in the back of my mind. Sometimes, late at night, when the apartment is quiet and the city traffic dies down, the pipes in the walls will settle. They'll make a sharp, metallic pinging sound. And sometimes, if the pattern sounds just a little too rhythmic, just a little too deliberate, I freeze. I sit perfectly still in my bed, staring into the dark, terrified to move. Because I know that if I accidentally make a sound, if I bump against the wall or tap my fingers on the nightstand, something might knock back.